Welcome back to the Dennis Herrera Show. Happy Thursday. Robert, I saw your message over there. You sleigh driver, you. Man, I have to get all my stuff taken care of over here on my end. And believe me, I got a lot of cheese nets, if you know what I'm talking about. But hey, happy Thursday, everybody. I want to say something right off the bat. I want to say, well, first of all, my man. I saw you, man. You were the first one in here. Good morning to you, big bro. I feel like I'm one of the youngest. I know there's younger people than me, right? But everybody, you already know next month is going to be my 50th birthday. I'm going to be a half a century old. And I'm going to tell you, I am so happy. You know what? I've been the baby in the family. I've always been the youngest. I have been the most outspoken. I have always been the bigger fighter, even though I'm the last one in my family. But it feels good to have, even though this is our YouTube, this is our social space and area, as the Liptards tell us, this is my safe corner where I feel loved and taken care of. I will tell you this, I am so happy that you guys are older than me. You know who you are. Mike, Robert, Brian, you guys know. I know you guys are older than me, and I am so happy. I really am that even though I'm younger, I know you got my back, and I love you guys dearly for that support. I really mean that. You guys know that I mean that. And, anything that I can do for you guys, man, I am more than happy to do. I'm a simple man. Before we start getting all the liptards in here, let me just pour my heart out to you guys. I'm a simple man. We're not all there with finances, let's be honest, but we have enough, to get by, and we're happy. I'm happy to have my family. We like to stay humble, but yet somewhat arrogant. We like to brag about the little things that make us better each day. And I can not tell you, there's no words that I can tell you how much I appreciate having you guys. It doesn't matter how trolls come in here. It doesn't matter, how the libtards want to, say nasty things about us and calling us liars. We know that we speak the truth. And it really is. And, the devil does the same thing. They'll tell you the same thing. Trust me, I speak the truth. Well, you guys know that we have facts. We check our stuff. And we try to make, sense of everything. We question some stuff, but that doesn't mean that we're going to stop supporting what we support. And so with that getting out of the way, I want to say thank you guys for that, okay? My love to you. Raquel, you have been one of the newest females on our channel, I believe, and I am so happy that you're here. Please give our love to your husband as well. Thanks for the jewels floating around there. And then Kramis, you should listen to us then. This guy. Oh, I listen, but I always make my own mind up. And that is something that some people don't understand. All right, I want to say this. Okay, that's my feelings out there. I want to tell you, I was just on my way back. Was that you have a month to learn how to ski down the other side of the slippery slope? I'm going to tell you something. I don't know if you guys know this, but today is National Prayer Day. And that means that there is a lot of people praying. Sometimes, people think that you're supposed to be some sort of a Christian that people should approve of. But I'm here to tell you that that's not the way the world works. And you shouldn't let people tell you that. Okay? That's just me on a nutshell. But I wanted to share this because as I was coming back from dropping off my wife, I felt this. It's sort of an emotion, like an emotional, like a nostalgic feeling. It's somewhat peaceful and gratefulness to God. It's like I'm not saying that I'm humbling myself to God, which I always am, but it's sort of like, thank you, God. You know what I'm saying? Like if you try to put your emotions behind it, your feelings, think about this: as if you're a husband, right? If you're a husband and your wife she's just so amazing, you know, and she does everything for you. Like she treats you like man. You know what I'm saying? Man, like she's the backbone. You know what I mean? Like she's on it, and then you're by yourself, and you. I think the word is recapacitate. I'm not sure if that's the word in English, but in Spanish is recapacitar, and that's just like it's kind of like you you think about how great your wife is, and maybe how you have failed her. Because as you look at yourself from a third party perspective, and you look at yourself and you say, man, I don't deserve my wife, but she loves me so much. But she does this and she does that. And it's just, wow, I don't deserve this. And then you get that feeling. Well, when I was thinking about it, I'm at a stoplight and I'm looking at the sky, and I just get this, I don't know, it's like that feeling that I'm trying to express. I just can't express it, but I'm getting that feeling, and I just say, God, thank you so much. I said, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that I can't be the guy that I want to be. I do what I don't want. You know what I mean? And National Prayer Day. It makes me I want to say recapacitate, but that's not the word. Can somebody put that on there and see what I'm trying to say? You know what? Forget it. We're gonna use something better. We're gonna use Google Translate. I can't believe I'm doing this. In English. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Reconsider? Is that recapacitate? I apologize, man. I apologize. It's it's reconsider. I guess I don't know. In English, doesn't really make that much sense to me to say it that way, but it just makes me think about it. You know what I'm saying? It makes me think about what I have been good or I've been bad about. But I felt this peace. And what I'm trying to say is that this country has always been is from the foundation, right? From the times that we have became a republic. It's the Constitution. We have been founded under God. Like we have claimed this land, right? They say stolen, conquered, whatever you want to say, but we have claimed this land to be God's, sort of like Israel, right? But we're not Jews. We don't dress like them. We don't act like them. We're our own Western civilization here, and we sort of have dedicated this country to the Almighty God, the Creator of the universe, etc. And we give Him praise and glory. And I was, reconsidering. There's got to be a different word. I don't like that word. That's not the word. In Spanish, it's so much more meaningful. But it's man. There's got to be a word, guys. You got to help me out with that word. It has to be in there, okay? Irshad is not a Christian, for sure. He's not a Christian. BC, what's up, man? How's New York treating you today? Well, good morning, brother. I know you're divorced. But let's see. Did you give me an answer on that? I'm waiting to see. Food, gas, and rent. Yeah. Who do you blame? President Trump? I'm sure you do. Trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not unto your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge Him, and He will direct your path. Proverbs 3. I accept that word. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yep. Happy National Prayer Day. Welcome to your communist world of Mandani. Well, he's going to learn. And that's Mamdani. The M and the N is backwards there, I think. But who's judging, right? Who's judging? I think that President Trump is going to go live here pretty soon. I have the Fox page ready, so when we hear that, we'll get to it, okay? But I want to be able to say hello to you guys. Ender, how are you? I see you on the landscape mode. God bless you. Thank you for being here with me. Thank you for your support. Uh, your cozy says, no, Irshad is a Jew boy. He's probably one of those bad Jews. They have a lot of bad Jews in Israel. That's interesting, but it's true. It's true. Israel has a lot of bad people as well as good people, just like the United States of America. Yeah, God bless you all. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate you. I want to say this. Being that it's National Prayer Day, I can tell you that you can feel it. If you're a spiritual person, if you believe in God, if you're a Christian, or you're just a religious person, you believe in God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. If you believe in that God, you will feel the presence of the Holy Spirit, I will say, because it's peaceful. It makes me feel renewed, like energized. Like I couldn't wait. I couldn't wait to get on. I'm honest. I couldn't wait to get on to do my show today. I'm feeling really good. I mean, I'm feeling so good that I am going to actually allow people to call in and ask me questions. Let's see. These guys, man. YouTube, come on, man. Get with the program. I still got no notifications from YouTube, so, 19,000 people. Unbelievable. I don't even believe I have 19,000 subscribers, to be honest, okay? So one of the things that helps us support our leaders or choose our leaders is that we trust in God, that is the right choice, that is the right move. Now, many people, because they're not fearful of God, they want to do whatever the hell they want. They want to do drugs and they want to live a life of sinful nature and all these other things. These people don't understand that when you're trusting in God, you are not worshiping the leader of this country. For example, when Biden was president, well, he was our president because he was named president. What can we do about it? But I can tell you that I'm always trusting God. If Biden was put in office, whether they cheated or not is irrelevant to me. The fact is that I trust that God has everything under control. Now, I will say this. Let's get this out of the way. And if there's any libtards in here, leftist people in here, let's get this out of the way. I am going to agree with you. I do not like that President Trump keeps saying that Iran wants to make a deal. Now, I don't like it. I can only speculate, as I am a deal maker myself, that what he's really doing is projecting that they want to make a deal. But I don't like that he keeps saying that, because a lot of people are not going to think like that. And a lot of people are just going to take him at his word by exactly what he's saying in a sentence. And that's going to bring a lot of people, what the hell is he talking about? He hasn't been able to bring nothing to the table. He hasn't been deal. He's been saying Iran is ready to deal, and nobody's ready to deal. Iran is still lying. Iran is still attacking. Iran is doing blah, blah, blah. And Iran is doing this. I can understand why he does that, but I don't like it. Hey, Tyler, how are you? God bless you. Good to have you here in the morning. But again, I trust God that he is the right president for our time. And why don't we just break the ice with this? I know a lot of people push against me on this. Thank you, God, for coffee. Thank you, God, for my members for buying me coffee. Although I think this month I might go bankrupt with you guys. But it is what it is, okay? I'm going to do the show as long as I can do it, however I can do it. It is what it is. I know that I have to make some investments, because I'm not just like a regular podcaster that, wants to just do this for Trump. It's not about Trump, okay? It's not about Trump. But I want you to really think about why I say the things that I say and why I do the things that I do. I know President Trump's lifestyle. I know his history. I know his parents' history. I know how they had to do things to get ahead and this and that. Some shady deals, some deals were fantastic, some deals were, they had to be made this way in order for them to benefit not just the Trump family, but our country. It is what it is. But I want you to understand something. President Trump, and I'm going to put this in the most humble way. President Donald J. Trump, whether you like him or don't, he is a genius. It doesn't matter what you think. He is a genius. You want me to tell you why? Let me tell you why. Because we wouldn't be able to come up with this plan. Now, I will call myself as an educated person from Honduras about communism and socialism, about third world country living, corrupted government, liberals, Democrats, conservatives, whatever you want to call yourself. I feel like I'm very educated in this subject. And I can tell you that when Trump was going after, number one, we voted Trump. Let's get to the beginning. We voted for Trump to get rid of all the illegal immigrants. Now, what's the difference between us, if you are on the same page with me, what's the difference between us and them? You can put them, whoever you want, but us and them. We say, we want every illegal immigrant out of this country. Boom, we are voting for President Trump. Okay. All right. And then we say, whatever it takes, we need these people out of here. Boom, we're voting for President Trump. We said the Biden administration is destroying our country. So we're going to support President Trump, and we expect him to be an alpha president. We are going to put our enemies in their place. Who do we need? President Trump. So we voted for President Trump to take charge of all these things. And here's the difference. Us and them. We know that things are going to get ugly. We know things are definitely not going to be pretty. This is us versus them. Watch the difference. We had a lot of our Democrat brothers voting for President Trump. Good morning, Jason. Voting for President Trump. We got him elected. ICE starts doing their job. Blue cities and states, sanctuary cities, push back. Listen, I don't know why these leaders in these blue states and cities are not in jail. I understand that the United States of America's Constitution, by every government, every state has signed the agreement that the federal government is going to take care of immigration law. Any immigration issues the federal government is going to take care of. What's beyond me is that blue states and cities, sanctuary cities, are breaking that law. They are harboring illegal criminal aliens. By law, they should be fired, removed from office, and put in jail. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. But it should. Excuse me, guys. A little morning thing. But it happens, and it shouldn't happen. With that being out of the way, I still, till this day, support ICE 100%. I wasn't born in this country. And if for whatever reason, the government, and listen, even if it's wrong, for whatever reason the government being that I come from Honduras, if the government finds me that I'm working with terrorists, and you guys can hear me talking like this Hassan guy from the Democratic side, talking about all this capitalist blood all over the states, and we should kill Trump and all this stuff. Okay, listen, that guy shouldn't even be in this country. That is a terrorist, trying to call death upon the president, and he celebrates it, and the guy should be in jail, okay? So I'm not like that. But if the president said, if I was doing something like that, and the president says, hey, Rubio, get rid of this guy's citizenship and deport him. Okay, I effed up. That's my fault. And I should accept it. But I support this country. I love the United States of America. And I believe that the immigration law should be respected. And it should be enforced. With that being said, here comes the genius part. President Trump, after we voted him in to come in and do his job, he started with number one priority, securing the border. Boom, done. Whatever it takes. Hired thousands and thousands of ICE agents. Securing the border was fantastic. The wall is being built. We're making some money from tariffs from Mexico. Mexico is paying for that wall, so to speak. He then goes after, on the immigration issue, he goes after Venezuelan gangbangers, Salvadorian gangbangers. All these illegal criminal aliens they're going after. And everybody that is illegal, that is found along the way, they have been deporting as well. Two things. Boom. Secure the border. Start removing criminal aliens out of this country. And then he says, we have a drug problem. Remember I told you my brother-in-law died because of fentanyl. So I'm against drugs 100% coming into our country. And what does President Trump do? Well, on his first term, he put a warrant for Nicolas Maduro. Now, you got to pay attention here. I don't want your brain to overload with information, but I have to give it to you. He puts a warrant on Nicolas Maduro. Now, he knows that there's a lot of garbage that he has to fix on his first term. Plus, he's getting the feel of the president, the executive powers that comes with the president's authority. And then he goes off for 4 years. Biden adds another a few million, what is it, $25 million. I think President Trump raised it to 50. And then, here we go. President Trump is going after Nicolas Maduro. But before he does that, he needs to prove a point to people. And that is, everybody on the left was saying that President Trump is crazy. He's going to start World War III. He's just going to nuke everybody, and he's going to destroy the world. He's the Antichrist. Okay, whatever. We said the same things about Obama. But here's the thing. He starts shooting drug boats. Boom, boom, boom. We have ICE agents. I know people didn't like Kristi Noem. I know she effed up with the advertising, but she did a tremendous job. FBI, ICE agents were over here in Seattle. They confiscated tons of drugs, cocaine, methamphetamine, fentanyl, etc. I see some streets, areas here in Washington State that, thanks to President Trump's administration and the loyalty to continue to carry on the agenda that the American people voted for, we have our streets sort of cleaned up in some areas where we have been able to do the work. And so I see the changes are working. You got drug boats, busted. FBI, they go after Cash Patel. They go after everybody. They pressure. Dan Bongino caved under pressure. He decided to go back to do his podcast where he's making a lot of money, and he'd rather just do that than to serve the country. I get it. I don't blame him. I don't want to say that he's a bad guy. I'm just saying he caved. All right? He went in there on his podcast, and he was all this energy and this and that, and when he got to be in the FBI, what happened? What happened? All bark, no bite. But anyway, So here we go. We have a massive problem with fentanyl and drugs, and we still do. We still have a problem with it. But thanks to President Trump attacking those fishing boats, right? The Coast Guard doing their job as well, confiscating tons of drugs. They lower the drug rate in here in the country about 90%. That is crazy. That is crazy. Now, you can go fact check that if you want. But here's the catch. There is a plan that a lot of people don't follow. So here we go. What? Oh my gosh, if you can get in my brain just for a little bit, you will be lost in a maze on this crazy ass puzzle. It's crazy. I'm trying to do my best to get this out there for you. So here we go. So we started attacking the drug boats. This is a statement telling Venezuela. Now, what you don't know, that there's a bigger plan for this. And there is a great goal. And I'm telling you, even those of you who have followed me for this long, you might not even thought about this, but I'm going to give you something today that maybe you haven't realized yet. But President Trump warned Nicolas Maduro over and over and over, proving to Americans and the world that he's not some psycho guy like they say he is. So what happens? Here we go. The Democrats, I want to tell you, there's a reason why they're called the deep state. But the Democrats, see, they have been going behind the scenes. The American people don't know this. And sometimes, people come into my chat and they're like, oh, Dennis, what about Trump pardoning a drug lord from Honduras? What about Shut the hell up. Do your research before you start talking out your ass. The President Juan Orlando, I'm going to make a little quick pause in here. The President Juan Orlando Hernandez was set up by the people that took over office after him. He was working with the Biden administration. They were assuring him that they were helping to stop the drug trafficking from Venezuela into our United States of America. Instead, they betrayed him and they called him a drug lord. And they allow Venezuela, the Nicolas Maduro, the real drug lord, to get away with murder, so to speak. Then the communist takes over in Honduras. Is that a coincidence? For Pete's sakes, if you say yes, you're an idiot. That is not a coincidence. It is by plan. And I'm going to prove to you that Democrats are involved foreignly. And they have been for many, many years. And we'll get to that. Hopefully I don't forget. So here we go. There's the pause. Boom. President Trump pardons him. He knows he was set up. Blah, blah, blah. And you know what? Now he's free. And hopefully he goes back to Honduras and helps out again. Here we go. Nicolas Maduro says, come and get me, you coward. Let's see what you got. President Trump says, absolutely doodly. I love it that you said that. Remember, what does Jack Reacher say? Jack Reacher says, remember, you wanted this. So what does President Trump do? Well, he goes down to Venezuela in a matter of minutes, takes out this coward who called him a coward. Now we got him here in the States. Here we go. Why? Why does he go and attack Venezuela? Now, people don't ask these questions, but I do. And I start thinking, wait a minute. Now, I talked about this in the show before, and maybe you didn't pay attention to it, but this is what I think. I said, wait a minute. So we're stopping the drugs. Fantastic. We secured the border. Fantastic. Nicolas Maduro sent all the crazy ass and gangbangers over here to this country to hurt us. Okay, fantastic. President Trump's putting a stop to that, blah, blah, blah. Remember what I told you about Democrats? They're involved in all of this. Who has been fighting ICE agents? Democrats. That is correct. Democrats. And then you have bloggers. You have all these influencers. You have all this stuff going on. There's a lot of crazy things going out there. Listen. So now we're talking about Venezuela. Okay, so why is Venezuela being attacked? Okay, we got rid of this guy that doesn't want to be friendly with us, right? They don't want to be friendly with us. Who are they helping? They're a communist country. They boldly go in public and hold hands with President Xi, with Putin, with the Iranian government, the Ayatollahs and the Hezbollah and all this other bull crap. And they're all holding hands, and nobody says anything about it on the Democratic side. Do they? Of course they don't. You know why? Because they're the dirty people. But here we go. So Venezuela is not only helping China get some very, very cheap oil, they're also helping other communist countries and Muslim organizations. But most importantly, the one thing that people always overlook is the main goal. But I'll get to that in a little bit. So then President Trump takes Nicolas Maduro. Now we have a deal. Now we're sort of allies and friends with Venezuela. And then we have to talk shit about NATO. But before we do that, we added our own sort of mini NATO here with 18 Latin American countries fight against the cartel and the corruption. Oh, it sounds so great, don't it? Nobody ever thought about that on the left side. I can guarantee you. Our president, doggone it, our president is such a genius. And I love to be the one to tell you that. Man, it feels good to be a Gemini. I know exactly how this man thinks. Here we go. Now we go to Iran. And we say to Iran, hey, listen, we came back there last year and we told you we need a deal. If you don't make a deal, we're going to take your nuclear weapons out. They said, F you, President Trump, blah, blah, blah. Before you know it, B-2 bombers with the most amazing freaking pilot fighters in the world. And they obliterate their nuclear facility, which, by the way, was hidden very deeply into the mountains, which, by the way, were violating the nuclear deal. This is why President Trump took that shit off the table and said, nah, you're not doing this Obama bullcrap. They have allowed billions and billions of dollars to go into this Iranian regime to be able to create all these weapons. And whether the leftist people want to agree with us or not is irrelevant, because we know, regardless of what the guy, the traitor that quit, what's his name? Oh my God, I forgot his name. No, not Kevin. You know the guy. I'm having a Biden moment here. You know the guy. You know, he goes out and says, oh, there was no imminent threat. No imminent threat from Iran. Are you kidding me, bro? 47 years we've been going through all this shit, and you're going to tell me that there is no imminent threat. Now, even though you think, or they say that, okay, I am going to believe the Iranian regime when they tell me that they do have the uranium and they can make 11 nuclear bombs. Now, they lied about not having long-range missiles, but then we know now, right? This is what I'm saying. President Trump is a genius. Excuse me. President Trump is a genius. Oh, man. People on the left, they just can't comprehend. And there's a lot of rhinos there that after we voted for Trump, now they're flakes. Now they see the situation is tough. Now they back out. These are the cowards of this country. But we'll get back to that. I'm going to say this. So now Iran, the people are great. You know what? Iran is suffering. The people are suffering. But something great will come out of this sacrifice. I guarantee it. And so now they're telling us, they've shown us that they do have long-range missiles, right? They were attacking all of their friends. That is unbelievable that anybody on the left has defended them. Even now, they still defend them. But they never actually acknowledge all the bad shit that they're doing. They're printing Iran's regime as this holy, fantastic, very nice regime. Well, President Trump says, hey, knock that shit off. We want no nuclear at all. Because now you're talking shit. Now you're saying that you have enough material to make 11 nukes. No more. You do not get to have nuclear at all. And I agree 100%. Now, President Trump knows that these terrorists, right, they worship death, meaning that they're willing to go die for a stupid government cause. And by I mean stupid government cause, I mean Islam. Okay? That is not a real religion. And I guess religion is they practice it every day, so that can make it a religion. But it's not a real spiritual religion like our Lord Jesus Christ, who we follow. That is a good religion. It's the only true religion in this world. But the fact is that President Trump already knew that Iran was not going to make a deal. Of course they don't. They want death to America. And when somebody says death to America, and they kill over 40,000 people of their own innocent people, I tend to believe what they say. And so if they tell their people, we're going to kill you if you go and protest, and then you go and protest, and they did kill them. So if they say death to America and they're going to kill us, you better damn listen. You better well listen. Now, here we go. Now, we have this tension back and forth. We're going on 3 months, two months and a week. We have this tension back and forth. The Strait of Hormuz. Everybody knows. The Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz. Open, close, block, blockade, the blockade, and this and that. And, oh, my God, the mighty Navy of the Iranian people they're just winning. They're winning. They're beating the United States of America. Oh, the Iranian Navy. Wait a minute. Those fishing boats are not a navy, okay? Those fishing boats are not a navy. And I'm going to tell you, I noticed that these stupid sons of bitches, they actually go out there on their fishing boats and they get very, very close to all these oil tankers. You know what they want? They want to get hit with a missile. They are sacrificing themselves so that when they get hit with the missile, then the people can go on the news and say, oh, look at that. They're killing innocent people. They don't fool us. But again, I'm not even there to the genius plan of President Trump. He's genius. I don't like the high prices in gas. I know the prices are higher, but it's a lot worse when the Democrat or even Republican governors don't do something to help. For example, I'm going to pause here and deviate and come back. For example, the governors right now can do an executive order and charge no tax on gas. No federal, no state, no tax. No sales tax, nothing. No regulating tax. No Green New Deal scam taxes. None. And we can save about $2 in gas. That's what the government can do. Local governments, red or blue, I don't give a shit. Every governor should be able to just say, hey, let's put a month stop on this to help the American people. Socialist Democrats, they don't think, so they don't realize what that is. They're just very numb, and they just want to be taxed all the time. To each his own. Whatever. That is my pause. Going back to Iran. I believe that Iran is going to cave. And if they don't cave, I can tell you that it's been enough time has gone by to where President Trump actually truly has a reason to go and destroy a whole civilization. Now, to be clear, civilization does not mean people. Population and civilization is different. The civilization that we're trying to destroy is the Islamist regime. The Islamist terrorist regime. That is the civilization that we're trying to get rid of. And they know this. That's why they are multiplying their forces throughout the world. We see it all over Europe. We see it here. We see it in Texas. They're trying to build a whole city. Do you know why they want to build a whole city? Because every city has a mayor. Every city has a mayor, and they are in charge of that city, and that is their jurisdiction. If they create a Muslim city in here, they can have their own laws. They can have their own local laws, and then you're going to have a Muslim country within our country. And you can't allow that. With that being said, here we go. When all is said and done, behind the scenes, and we know this, and I'm going to get to the point where maybe you haven't even thought about it. Maybe you have, maybe you haven't. But here we go. Now, I'm going to try not to scream because I see my audio is peaking here. So I'm going to try to lower my voice. President Trump, on the last live that we saw from him, remember when he was talking about Cuba? Remember when he was talking about putting that Navy USS, what was it, George? I can't remember what the name of the ship is. But he was going to put a Navy ship right next to them. And then we just say, oh, here you go, Trump. Here you go, Mr. President. There you go. You got the land. Cuba. Remember, we almost went to a nuclear war because of Cuba. But if you haven't really thought about this, if we allow a communist nation, which I'm surprised that they have lasted this long, and here's where the dirty Democrats come in. But Cuba, that's right, Cuba is such a key point. You cannot allow Cuba, a communist-led country. You might think they're small, but if we don't check them, Russia will take advantage of that. China will take advantage of that. And let me tell you something. Cuba, it's about 90 miles away from Florida, from the United States of America. Think about that. It is important that we take over Cuba. It is a strategic location for us to take over. Now, what we want is take care of the Cuban people. We want them to be successful, and we want them to have a better life. No power outages. And I can guarantee you that we're going to help them with their energy. But here's the thing that you don't understand. Venezuela was giving free oil to Cuba. If the oil is free, why are they charging so much to the people, right? The government, which is a communist, they keep most of the money from selling the gas that they produce, the oil that they produce, that they get for free. Mexico was also helping them with oil. Well, they stopped that shit because they know Trump means business. Mexico was supplying millions of dollars, not pesos, millions of dollars, which a lot of Mexican people were pissed off with Claudia Sheinbaum because she was supplying school supplies to Cuba, but they were communist ideologies. Not for democracy, not for a free republic, not for a free, nothing. Everything supporting communism. Everything supporting communism. See, they're working really hard to make the government here a communist. See, they hide themselves. They hide themselves with this socialist Democrats, is what they call themselves now. But those are commies. Those are Marxist commies. Don't get it twisted. They are. Don't worry. We'll show you some information about that. Zoe on the landscape mode says Puerto Rico still has electricity problems. Now, is Puerto Rico considered a Republican territory, or is it considered a socialist democratic territory? Go find out and then come back. These people. I'm just telling you, pay attention, man. Or just shut the hell up, will you? Shut the hell up. Here we go. Any religion that wants to build, okay, this guy mentions the Mormons. Okay, let's talk about the Mormons. Are the Mormons trying to kill Americans? No. Are the Mormons trying to build some nuclear weapons? No. Are the Mormons trying to build their own laws to override the Constitution? No. So shut the hell up. Understand. This is what I'm saying. You guys don't think. You gotta analyze things, man. Come on, use your critical thinking. The main point was Cuba is so close to the United States of America that in order for us to get to Cuba, we are so close. When Iran is done, Cuba is done. You understand? So we have to weaken our enemies. I really don't like to talk about this too much because at some point our enemies are going to be trolling us and they're going to be listening to me as they listen to many other people, which is why they suffer in ratings. This is why, social media that has control be suppressing the information from people that tell the truth. But Cuba needs to be part of the United States of America. I believe it's going to take some years, but I believe it's time for Cuba to be liberated. It's time for Cuba to be liberated. It's time for Venezuela, who was liberated. It's time for Iran to also be liberated. As you saw, President Trump is a genius. He didn't go over there to Venezuela to change regime. He loves Maria Machado. And Venezuela now will actually have a democracy voting. And now there's going to be no political prisoners. There's going to be no political assassinations. And if they are, they better watch their back because Big Brother is watching. Love President Trump. Love. What's up? I will always pause for my brother Brian. Welcome, Brian. I see you. Jason Beatrice, how are you? Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. You are here watching the Dennis Herrera Show with yours truly, Dennis Herrera. And I'm glad that you are here. I hope that you actually paid attention to everything that I just said, because I'm sure that I'm going to be saying that again, because somehow, for some reason, libtards, they just never leer. You guys went and graduated from the Leering Center and never leer anything. With that being said, I'm going to say something else, and I'm going to mention Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley, this guy, such a young man, early 20s. Woo! Man! Shout out to Nick Shirley, man. Shout out to Nick. I can't do what Nick Shirley does. The guy has some big huevos, big cojones. He's got the big balls. He goes to Cuba. And immediately he notices, well, they're not going to allow him to stay there and say the truth about Cuba. Now, I've seen bloggers. I watched bloggers before that have gone to Cuba. And thank you, Jason Martin. You are the man. You are the general on the chat. I appreciate you. So Nick Shirley goes over there, as many bloggers do. I have seen other bloggers, and they go and what they say about Dirty Money. How are you, brother? And they go and they say, Cuba, it's so beautiful. Oh, my God, the food is amazing. Of course it is. Cuba is amazing. But the bloggers go out there, and they know they're a communist country. They know that they're going to get in trouble if they say something bad about Cuba. But as you're watching the videos, they don't have to tell you. You just look and you watch. Garbage everywhere. Power outages at government will. This was before Trump, okay? This is before the Venezuela thing. This is just how it's always been in Cuba. Of course, it's a lot worse now because they're being very squeezed right now. But, there was a lack of hygiene, running water. People are living in such poor conditions. Buildings are deteriorating. The government does nothing about it. You already know about the car situation. As beautiful as the old school cars are, fantastic. That is not sustainable, in any country. So you have to upgrade. You have to make ways to be able to handle these old school cars if you still want to have them, but you also have to evolve to get the new technology on there. So all these bloggers show how much garbage there is in Cuba and the cities on the outer side of the city. And then you have the people that live in the mountains and that live in the vineyards, the people that actually still have some money, and they live in pretty good. But you can't hide the truth. You can't hide the fact that there is still freedom talkers out there. That's what I call them. Freedom talkers out there that tell you that the government does not allow you to go in public and say this and that. Now, people are getting more ballsy now that Trump is doing this, but they are curfewed. They're not allowed to go on the street and start protesting and doing this. They get in trouble. Now that Trump is doing this, you're starting to see some of those things come out. So here we go. So Nick Shirley goes out there, and Nick Shirley says, and he's like, I'm just here to tell the truth. And so he was being followed by the two-star general. Fantastic. This is a young kid, man. I don't know. Communists, right? They have no democracy, which is something that I find interesting, that socialist Democrats, they keep defending these communist people, and they speak so highly and fight so much about the democracy in this country. Communists don't have democracy. The truth shall set you free. But anyway, so he was going to go over there for a few days, and instead he had to come back within 24 hours. But the point is this. There was a blogger that was saying this. They were saying how beautiful Cuba is, and everything that Nick Shirley's saying is BS and it's a lie. And, it's just the same as the government in the United States, like ICE agents. They're killing all kinds of people in the United States, and it's just so violent. It's like George Floyd and the racism and this, and they just lie out their ass. And nobody says anything. Like they literally go on public and saying that ICE agents have killed many American citizens. Two people, and one of them had a gun being violent against ICE agents, and the other one trying to run over the agents. However, whatever side you pick, I don't give a shit. But the point is they shouldn't have been there. You respect our law enforcement, respect the ICE agents, respect federal government, and do your part. Stop defending illegal immigrants. For Pete's sakes, I was listening to the debate in California. And all the Democrats, as much as socialist Democrats today fight me and say, oh, illegal immigrants are not getting shit. Bullshit. Every single socialist Democrat, even crazy, the crazy, funny-looking lady in California, says hell yes to having free health care for illegal immigrants. She still supports that. Like, they're not fighting for the American people. She says, oh, my God, but the people, when they get sick, when they go to the hospital, and we need to give them free health care. Otherwise, they can... Shut the hell up. They shouldn't be here in the first place. They are not a responsibility. That's why I have a problem with the socialist Democrats. But there you go. Cuba, we know, is a problem. Marco Rubio, he knows what's up. So being that our President Trump is a genius, the socialist Democrats just can't stand to be wrong every single time. Now, remember what I said. I don't like sometimes President Trump keeps saying that the Iranian government, we don't even know who the damn government is. We don't even know who's in charge. Even he doesn't know who's in charge. But he says they want to make a deal. Who is they? Who wants to make a deal? We don't know who the hell we're dealing with. So I'll just say this. I will say this. President Trump is a lot better than I am. Because I would have just already done it. I would have annihilated every single one of the Muslim regime. All of them. You declare yourself to be a Muslim and loyalty to Hezbollah and the Ayatollah, gone. Wiped off from the face of this earth. But President Trump is too soft sometimes. So what they criticize him of? He's doing the right thing. And the Iranian people know. The Iranian people call on President Trump to do it. The Iranians are asking him for that. And then you got socialist Democrats on the left side that keep saying, oh, well, that's just a minority. Actually, statistics say, shut up with the damn statistics. Listen to the actual people. You know what I'm saying? Listen to the actual people. I will close the genius of President Trump. Who amongst us would have thought President Trump got voted in? A lot of flakes. Now that they see how hard it is to get rid of these illegal immigrants, now they're having emotional withdrawal. They're having emotional conflicts. Oh, my God, I didn't vote for that. I didn't know they're going to have to get rough with people that resist arrest. How ignorant is people? How ignorant are the people? Think about that. What did you think was going to happen? Hey, all right, here you go. All you guys are getting deported. Okay. You know, it's fantastic when it goes that way. But it doesn't always go that way. They resist arrest. There's always going to be a chance of somebody getting hurt, getting the crap beat out of them, and sometimes fatal, as we have seen. Swiss, you are not even in Iran. You are not even in the United States of America. Shut the hell up. Let us deal with what we're dealing with. You are not an American citizen. You don't get to say shit on this channel. Just like the other trolls that come in here. It pisses me off that people want to defend criminals as if it's the thing to say and do. I don't give a shit about your opinions when it comes to that. What I care is that the United States of America is the strongest nation in the world, that we are in control, that we are in power of everybody else. Call me authoritarian. Call me tyrannical. Call me whatever the hell you want. But I am sick and tired of fucking terrorists and evil people going over innocent people and destroying nations because of the stupidity of weak-ass men such as yourselves. This world belongs to the strongest. Do you understand? I don't give a shit what religion you practice. The fact is the facts. Only the strongest can lead. Do you understand that through your little tiny peasy brain of yours? Only through strength you will find peace. No nation has become a great nation because they were so humble and peaceful and didn't have no military. Think about it. Why do you think these people want to have nuclear weapons? They want to destroy us. Isn't that crazy? The stupidity of a lot of boneless men. Or as the Mexicans say, way. I apologize about that outburst. That ain't right. But the point stands. The point stands. Let's go ahead and open up the lines. Well, first of all, no, let's not open up the lines yet. Let me double check on the price of oil. Let me double check on the price of oil here and give you the latest numbers. All right, I'm going to check a couple of different sites because it seems like information on oil is a little bit different depending on where you are looking. Okay? Give me a second. Make sure I got two different sources here. Now, this is bullshit. I'm going to show you this real quick. I don't believe this. I don't know what kind of crude oil this is, okay? But let me see. Let me see if I can get this right. What the? Come on, man. I think my computer is being overloaded. All right. So I searched, just so you know, I searched oil prices today. You ready? This is what we got. Look at that. Now, there it is. 77.63 a barrel of oil. Now, what we want to make sure is that we looked at, right? The market summary says crude oil futures. You're not looking at actual numbers of it. These are more like it. I think these are the prices that are more realistic right here. So the West Texas crude oil, $94. Last night it dropped to $89. And then the Brent crude oil at $99.92. That went under $100. So you should also see a reflection, right, of these prices going up and going down, because as soon as the price of oil goes up, your gas prices go up. Like, for example, let me tell you this. For example, okay, so Brent crude oil, which is the most expensive one I always see, it's down under 100, okay? Now, when it's been under 100, the gas price has been about $4.99, $4.90, $4.99, okay? And that's with the, with taxes, depending on what state you're in, your taxes will vary. But right now we're under 100. And the price of gas, the cheapest that I have found so far, is $5.39 at an Arco AM/PM gas station. The highest that I've seen, it's $6. $7 for diesel. Can you believe that? That's crazy. Listen to me. $7 for diesel. The barrel of oil is 99, let's call it $100 even. $100 for barrel of oil. Diesel, $7. Gas, $6. Right? At a good, like Chevron station. $6. Tell me, we are still under $30 cheaper than with Biden. Why do you think the gas prices are so high? I just want to touch this up before we get to the next one. Stop blaming President Trump for the unaffordable gas prices. Yes, gas prices have inflated. Absolutely. I get it. But as I said before, we have governors who are supposed to help the executive branch. Governors are like little mini presidents of mini countries. They got to do their part to help. They can't just blame the president for everything. They got to do their part. You know what I'm saying? So I really don't understand why people don't see it that way. I don't understand why people can't just say, "Oh, you know what, man, he's right. He's got this go. He actually has this down." You gotta put A and B together so you can see the whole big picture. And so before you go in and judge the president for the high prices of gas, how about you start looking about what the governors are doing in your state? As I stated before, the government, the local government, your governor, mayors, etc., the governor can always do an executive order to say, we're going to pause taxes on gas. No taxes at all. None. For 1 month. That'll take about $1.57 to $2 off your gas. The $6 price that we have here in Washington State should be at about $4 a gallon with what's happening right now in Iran. Maybe $4.50. That's what it should be, as expensive as it is. But the local government doesn't do anything for us. See, the governors, they don't care about us. And I don't care if they're blue or red. I haven't seen red states do it, so I don't know. Maybe they have. Maybe they haven't. But I can tell you is that governors don't care about you. That's why I'm going to run for governor here in Washington State for 2028. I wish that I would have known about this idiot mayor coming in and I would have just run for mayor. And we would have been a lot better today, I'm sure. Because I would have been making sure that the federal government has access to Seattle and that our police department actually cooperates with the federal agents. Oh, they're not going to like that part. But anywho, so that's what we got for oil prices. I have a couple of things that I want to share from my Facebook account. So let me go there. The most important one, I think, I'm going to go ahead and share this.
Well, they poked the...
Hold on, sir. Hold on. All right, I'm going to share this here real quick. Check this out. And just listen, okay? Just listen for now. Here we go.
There. New York City's mayor, Democrat, Socialist, Communist mayor, Zoran Mandani, targeted Ken Griffin and other investors we saw with the higher taxes and anti-business attacks. Well, and now Griffin is expanding in Miami instead of New York. We all knew that would happen. This is how the communist agenda works. They attack success, they chase out investors, they weaken private ownership, and of course, government takes more control. This is by design. This is not accidental. It's done intentionally to weaken property rights, create dependence, and give government more power over people's lives, businesses, and property. And they're doing it now in the financial capital of the world. They keep poking the bear, thinking they can punish success, drive out investment, and destabilize the economic engine of America without consequences. Eventually, the bear swings back.
100%. 100%. Now, what do you think about that? You can comment on those statements.
Hi, it's State Representative Jim Walsh here.
Hold on, sir. Jim Walsh is a representative here in Washington State. Now, he's taken a few questions. I'm sure he's not going to mind me sharing this. He's taken a few questions from some people. Man, that phone over sharpened all his wrinkles. I still love this guy. This guy has presence. He's powerful, very assertive, very confident. I love Jim Walsh. He's fantastic. I met him once. He's fantastic. He probably doesn't know me, doesn't remember me, but I know him. He is well known and well liked and respected here in Washington State. So, what do you think about the statements that he made on that about Zoran Mandani? This is what communist looks like. This is how they start out. This is how they do it. Let me read some comments. Teach the chat, Somni. Here we go. Let me. I don't want to miss Trump's live. Just keep that in mind. That if Trump comes live, we're going to go ahead and switch to that right away. Okay. We should be able to hear it at least. I think. All right. Unless the channel just froze and he's already live and probably finished with his live, but we'll get to it anyway. I want to go ahead and open up my line, and I want you to ask me a question, like legit. I want you to ask me a question, and I'll try to answer it the best that I can. All right? So let me go ahead and give you my number here. Now, do me a favor, and don't think that I'm going to go ahead and steal your information, please. I don't care about your phone information, okay? I really don't. But I want you to please call me and don't block your number. The only reason why I say that is because too many times I had jerks call in and they just want to insult and hang up. So we're not playing that game, okay? I will let you call me and just ask me a question, honest question. I'm not going to get mad at you for a question. If you're trying to argue with me, that's not what I want you to call, okay? So go ahead and give me a call, and let's see. Let's dance. Let's dance. See where we go. Make this mic here this way. I know, man. I've never been able to make it work from my computer. So while you guys decide to call in, I will go ahead and follow up on a couple of things that I got to do on my end. I don't want to wait for our lives to be over. For all my leftist friends out there, that song is dedicated to you. Oh, man. Get her done. Let's go, peeps. Let's go. Don't waste this chance. All you keyboard warriors, this is your chance to ask a live question. You can do it all night long. Some random guy speaks. I am doing great. It's still morning for me. Good afternoon to you, sir. Scott Byrne, how are you, my friend? Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. And John Anthony, my newest member, how are you? Let me throw some flames at you real quick. Boom. That's for you, John Anthony. All right, let's take this call. Let's get some really smart people to call in. Hey, thank you for calling. Who's calling?
My name's Barney. I called a couple of days ago.
Hey, Barney, what's going on?
Doing great. Hey, I'm not sure how this works, but I'll pass it by you and see what you think.
Sure.
The people that initially buy this oil by the barrel, if they bought it, say, at $100 a barrel last week, and the price dropped today, wouldn't they have to try and recoup the money they got invested in that barrel at $100 before they could drop it?
Correct. Yeah, that is right. So they should have a time frame, right, when they should. If let's say, for example, I'm going to flip it the other way. If the barrel of oil goes up to 100, right, and you're paying $3.50 for gas, and all of a sudden it's $4.50, like within just a few days, then I will expect the same result when the price of oil goes down. I would expect that within a week I want to see those prices drop, but they don't. They just keep going up higher and higher. I think there's a problem there. I don't know why, but there is a problem there. I will say this. Remember that the oil companies, they do have to pay a high-ass tax for selling oil. So they have to raise the price to the consumer. And this is, of course, the problem that we have when government likes to raise taxes, permanent taxes and regulations on businesses, millionaires, or whatever they want to call them, because then we pay the price.
Yeah. Isn't it also funny that if the price went up on the barrel of oil today, the price of gas would go up today?
Correct.
So that's aggravating too. Yeah.
It's very aggravating. You know what? For decades, I've always asked myself that question. And I'm like, wait a minute. Because you notice these things, right? You notice, wait a minute. Wait. Oh, my gosh. Listen, I don't know how many times I had to say, wait a minute. But here it is. When we had a crisis with Obama, I'm not blaming Obama. When we had a crisis with Obama, prices went up very high. Now, we were paying like $1 something, like almost $2, right? And the price went up so high as to almost $6 a gallon, okay, under Obama. Now, when the crisis was resolved and everything was nice and everything is good, the gas price didn't go back to $2 a gallon. The gas price started at 3 something, and it hasn't gone down. And that's because of the regulations and taxing that they have, depending on the state, of course.
Yeah,
but
I remember too when I was a kid in '73, the price, I think it was '73 or '74, the price prices went up double overnight. But the thing was, I think gas was only like about 39 cents a gallon, and it doubled to like 70.
Well, let me correct you there. Here in Washington State, when I was here in 1989, let's say 1990, I was still seeing prices of gas, regular, by the way, not Supreme or diesel. Regular gas was still at about 59 cents a gallon. And then 1990, okay?
Yeah.
So, and then from there, we've been getting screwed every time. You know why they do that? Why do you think they do that?
I'm not sure what goes on in their heads.
So I'll tell you this: as a man that comes from a third world country, I can tell you that we really see the squeeze on gas prices. Okay, here in the United States of America, because our economy is a lot better, the government has figured out that we are stupid. And what they do is, oh, guys, it's just 50 cents more a gallon. No big deal. Yep. And we're like, oh, it's just 50 cents. Let's get it done. But if you raise 50 cents in a third world country, what are you doing? How about 5 cents? Yeah. But 50 cents is a big deal. And, we hit $2 and then we hit $3 and people, they didn't complain. I remember back, I think it was in the mid-90s, that we actually did. I didn't. I was still in high school graduating. But in the mid-90s, there was people protesting gasoline stations. Like, people said, don't pump gas. This one day, don't pump gas. And I don't know how many times they've done it, but I remember in the 90s, they actually did that, and they did lower the price at the gas stations. But I will add this up. If you go to an Arco AM/PM, if you go to a Safeway, it's a grocery store gas station, whatever the gas stations you go to, Chevron, Shell, normally Chevron and Shell are more expensive. You have Valero, you got all these different companies, right? Costco. You will always see that every gas station has a price. Now, think about this. Why? Don't give me this, not you, but, the government. Don't give me this bullshit that this gas is better than this gas. I get it. I'm there. But don't tell me that the quality of this gas is so much better, because I can tell you from experience on my Jeep, the 2024 Jeep, it's not new anymore. Well, it's still new because I don't drive it that much. But my 2024 Jeep, Cherokee, by the way, I put gas at Shell, at Chevron, at Costco, at AM/PM, at Tesoro, at Valero, at Spirit. I haven't seen a difference on the performance or the quality of the performance of my car.
Right. They try and talk us into believing that, hey, it does run better.
Bull crap.
And they'll think that. Do you also remember around the mid-'90s, like you said, when the gas went up, they had to change the old gas machines because they wouldn't go up to like what was it, $4 a gallon or $3 a gallon?
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah. Yeah. It was it was 3 digits.
Yeah.
Yeah. They added a digit to it. I think is what they did. That's crazy, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Crazy. I appreciate you taking my call again, and thanks a lot. And,
Oh, thank you. God bless you and your family. Thank you for calling. I appreciate you.
Sir.
Take care.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye. Anybody else wants to ask a question? You know what I love? I love having a conversation. That feels nice, doesn't it? Like, don't call to fight me. Just ask me a question. It's just ask a legit question. And if you don't like my answer, it's fine. Just say you don't like my answer. But you see how the old timer, I call him old timer, but he's about my age. Okay, I know he's older than me because he was a kid at 73. I was born in 76. But you know, he knows the difference. He's paying attention to the gas, and he sees the fluctuation on the prices. And maybe I'm wrong about my opinion, but it's just my opinion. This channel is for entertainment purposes only, right? So let's see what happened there. The snake got blocked. The Starbucks CEO made $96 million, and that's just the CEO. Jew said baristas don't deserve a living wage. Then why do they? I don't know. Let him finish the message. Don't block the snake's message. Let me read it. That's a legit question. As a matter of fact, Snake, if you want to call and ask me the question, let's talk about it. If you have questions if you want to have questions or talk about wages, give me a call. There you go. So you can talk about gas or wages. Give me a call. There you go. I will allow you guys to do that. In the meantime, I'm going to go back to doing what I was doing. And don't be shy, guys. I know there's a few second delay between when I say it, but I typed it in there, so you guys should really reply to that fairly quick. Questions. Come on, guys. This is your chance. If you're in the landscape mode or the portrait mode, it's a free call. Just don't block the number, please. I delete numbers when they call me. And if you want me to keep your number, I'll keep it. But, if you feel like we have something in common or you want to stay in touch, Mr. Bill from future Governor Bill, hopefully, in Arizona, I want to call him. I don't want to bother him. I don't want to bother people, but he's allowed me to have his personal number, and I have it saved, but I'm not going to abuse that trust. So if you are in my channel, please just don't block your number if you call. Okay? And then ask me the question, guys. Don't get quiet on me now. Don't get quiet on me now. Let's see if we can get to 19,300 subscribers today. We'll see what happens here. But don't be shy, guys. Call in. I'm not your enemy. And you don't have to be nervous, guys. I'm just a regular guy. Thanks for the jewels, Raquel. Rachel. Why do I like that name? I like that name, Rachel. Rachel is nice. Raquela. Hey, guys, if you're in my channel, man, don't be rude. Give me a thumbs up. Hit that like button, will you? I feel like if you don't support me with super chats or memberships, for Pete's sakes, the least that you can do is give me a like. There you go. Thank you for that. Let's get some likes going on in here. We're still waiting for Trump. All right, so nobody wants to call in. Let's go ahead and Big B, what's going on, man? Why are you throwing up? What's going on? What happened? Thank you, Brian. I would like to think so. All right. They say nobody else wants to call. Okay, we're just going to go ahead and take this off, and we're going to block the line. Nobody can call in. All right. I want you to go ahead and listen to Jim Walsh, not to be confused with Tampon Tim from Minnesota. This is actually a real man. who knows what a real woman is. Okay? So here we go. We're going to go ahead and listen to him. This is about 21 minutes. I don't think we're going to listen to the whole clip, but let's go ahead and take a couple of, maybe see if we can get to a couple of questions of him. I believe the first one and one of them is going to be gas prices. So here we go. Go ahead, Mr. Walsh.
At a gas station in Pugetopolis for our Friday Q&A segment. Let's get right to our questions. First up, Gina from Grays Harbor County. What do we do when people say it's Trump's fault that gas and diesel prices are so high? I have a friend at work who complains about this every day. It's like she's been programmed. How do I respond? Well, Gina, of these rising prices, the bulk of the money in this $5.99 a gallon for gas and $6.99 a gallon for diesel goes to taxes. It doesn't go to the oil companies. It sure doesn't go to the gas station. It goes to state and federal taxes. And yes, there's been volatility because of the situation in Iran and jamming up some of the trade routes for crude oil and refined oil that goes through the water around the country of Iran. But the bulk of the cost here is federal and state taxes. And of course, in our state, we have sales tax on gas and diesel, which account for approximately 50 cents a gallon. And then we have the Climate Commitment Act carbon tax, which is over $1 a gallon of these prices. And then we have other costs.
Did you hear that? We never lie on this show. I tell it to you like it is. Like it or not. And I'm telling you right now, I may sound like I'm being a jerk to my own patriots. When I correct them and whenever I say something, I'm very direct. I don't like to bullshit around. I like to get straight to the, just get to the problem. Get to what we need to get. And the only reason why I explain things the way that I explain them is because I'm trying to make sure that everybody understands. But I can tell you, all of my members and all the people that agree with me, they know why I speak the way I speak, and they have tough skin to be able to handle the truth.
Cost drivers on top of that, like the so-called clean fuel requirements and other things. All told, north of $1.50 a gallon of these prices is state tax. And then the federal tax is on top of that at about another 30 cents or so a gallon. So that's the bulk of the reason for these high prices. Gina, tell your coworker that some states are cutting their state tax on gas and diesel. They call it a sales tax holiday or a fuel tax holiday. And we could do something like that here in Washington State. I'd like to just repeal the carbon tax entirely and knock these prices down about $1 or $1.10 a gallon. But we could also just temporarily waive them. I believe that would take an act of the legislature, but the governor, who certainly likes his executive orders, could try to do it by an executive order. In other states, it's been a mix of those two things. In some states, the legislature passes the fuel tax holiday. In other states, the governor does it by order. But we could do a fuel tax holiday here and give everybody a break, move Washington gas and diesel prices down to match more like other states, Idaho, Oregon, Texas, anywhere in the South, bring these prices down. But the current governor, Mr. Ferguson, and the current state Senate leader, Senator Peterson, don't want to do that. Second question, Kimberly from Stevens County. Why is the state government spending CCA money on the anti-farmer group We Are Ella. How can this be legal? Kimberly, the story you're pointing to has broken in the news that the state was using some of the money generated by the carbon tax on gas and diesel here to fund various outfits. This We Are Ella is a very far left group. They're anti-farmer, it's true, but they're also involved in other radical left poses. They've been controversial too because they pay people to vote, which is illegal. It's a very controversial organization. We've been able to cut some of the state bureaucrat grant money that this grifty far left organization, We Are Ella, or sometimes referred to as Friends of Ella, is getting, but they've slipped through some additional ones. And what the Friends of Ella claim they're doing, I think, is like looking out for worker rights, for farm worker rights, but really they're just opposing farming. These are the same kind of morons, Kimberly, that think that, we don't need farmers because there's plenty of stuff at Safeway. They don't understand anything about how food is grown and produced. They're just not serious people. But we will continue to strike down, to the extent we can, the state bureaucratic agencies giving grant monies to organizations like that. But it's tough. The current governor, Mr. Ferguson, has packed the state agencies with political cronies, and they like giving your tax dollars to their political friends, and that's what's going on with this We Are Ella group. But like I said, the We Are Ella group, they've already got legal problems for paying people to vote, which is stridently illegal. So we'll keep an eye on that. Third question, Shauna from Lewis County. What is it going to take to get Washington to opt in to the federal school choice tax credit program? This is worth millions of dollars to Washington kids. Shauna, you're talking about that federal program that does a dollar-for-dollar tax credit match up to, I think it's $1,700, so $1,700 per child per year of school, and that tax credit goes to the family if they send their child to a private school or to a charter school, or even do some homeschooling or co-op schooling. So it's a tax credit at the federal level that gives those families that tax break for exercising education options for their children. Every state has to opt into it. So the federal government can't force states to participate. They only participate if they want to be part of it. And right now, our state won't do it because the governor and the state school superintendent are politically opposed to the tax credit. Now, it is kind of self-defeating because it's a federal tax credit. It doesn't cost the state government anything. And as you know, the governor and others are pleading poverty, the state is in bad shape, we don't have enough money. Well, this is a federal program that doesn't cost the state anything. All the state has to do is opt into it. But because of, for political, just partisan political reasons, Governor Ferguson and this Superintendent Reichel are saying, no, we won't opt in. It's really kind of foolish. Again, it wouldn't cost the state anything, and it's not just millions of dollars, it could be hundreds of millions of dollars in a tax credit to Washington families. But the current majority in Olympia, they don't care much about tax breaks.
And they wonder, and you have to wonder, why do we have an affordability problem? Do you understand why we think the way we think on this side of the aisle, and why socialist Democrats think the way they think? We have learned not to allow our government to lie to us. We are nobody's puppets. Now, we understand nobody is perfect. But did you hear that? we can use money. All they have to say is yes. But the reason why they won't say yes is because it's going to make Trump look good. You have to understand something. If you're gonna come into this chat and hate President Trump and blame President Trump, you gotta hold your government accountable. So before you tell me it's President Trump's fault, I want you to tell me, what is the governor and the mayor in your city and state is doing to make affordability a real thing that we can accomplish? Talk to me about your government on how that is working out. And then we can see if you really do judge President Trump righteously, correctly, and without just prejudice. I don't like the orange Cheeto. I want to see some brains. I want you to think about it, but I want you to tell me. Be honest. I already told you, I don't like the way he talks sometimes. I'm sure he has a reason. But, this whole, where Iran wants to make a deal. I don't think Iran wants to make a deal. But I think Iran wants to get their ass kicked, is what I know. Okay? So, come on, give me something. I opened up the lines. You guys missed that chance already? Come on. Let's say poor people, most middle class can't afford private schools. Well, you don't need private schools. Don't you love the government and the educational department? Why would you want to go and have a private school? I don't know if you're being negative or what. Even with a measly $1,700 credit, you stupid people. Okay. All this is a coupon for wealthy people. Sean, you have hit the pinnacle of retardation. Thank you for the comment. All right. Tim Walsh, continue with your truth. I like this guy.
They just want to raise taxes higher. Fourth question, her handle is Fugitive Mama. So Fugitive Mama, I'm taking one of your questions. And her question is, now that the Supreme Court has thrown out racial gerrymandering, what is the GOP going to do? Washington 8, that's the 8th Congressional District, was wrecked a few years back. Fugitive Mama, we do have districts, congressional districts in Washington State that are badly drawn, and under the terms of that Supreme Court ruling, and that just came out a few days ago, the decision was called Louisiana versus Calais. They were the parties in the lawsuit. Well, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that this gerrymandering congressional districts or legislative districts is unconstitutional. You can't draw districts to try to make them one race or another race or one ethnic group or another ethnic group. This has the most effect on a couple of legislative districts, not congressional, but state legislative districts in the Yakima area that were in a very controversial court maneuver a few years ago, were redrawn in a way that was meant to be racially inclusive, but actually wasn't. So under this Louisville v. Calais, that legislative map drawn by a judge would be illegal, is illegal. Some of the congressional districts, which were not directly affected by that judge map for legislative districts, are also illegal strictly speaking, under the terms of this U.S. Supreme Court ruling. So, yes, we could reopen all of this. Ironically, though, Fugitive Mama, the Democrats are trying to claim that they would use the U.S. Supreme Court ruling to gerrymander worse the congressional districts in Washington State. It's totally stupid. Their schemes are exactly what the Supreme Court ruling throws out. So exactly what they're saying they would do is unconstitutionally illegal according to the U.S. Supreme Court, and they would get thrown out by the first court that reviewed them. So there's a lot of bluffing going on, and the reason for that, Fugitive Mama, is that the Democrats are scared. This ruling from the U.S. Supreme Court undoes a lot of their race-based drawing of districts, either for a state legislator or for a Congress. and they're terrified of this. As these districts get unwound and have to be drawn on more fair, racially neutral terms, that's going to favor moderate and conservative politicians and cut against left-wing politicians. The worst congressional district here in Washington State is the 9th. That is a downtown Seattle congressional district. It is illegally drawn under the strict terms of this recent U.S. Supreme Court ruling. And the Democrats can bluff all they want, but if any map gets redrawn, that district, the 9th, is going to be less favorable to left-wing politicians. So they're just whistling past the graveyard. Fifth question, Janine from King County. Can or is Washington doing anything like what just happened in Oregon with 800,000 dead people removed from voter rolls? Janine, yes, there is similar action going on here in Washington State. The recent scandal around the ballots that were never delivered in Renton is just one small example of the problem here in Washington. Right now, the closest action to what you're describing about, similar to what happened down in Oregon, is the lawsuit that the U.S. Justice Department has filed against Washington State Secretary of State Steve Hobbs. The U.S. Justice Department wants to see all of the registered voter data from Washington State. And Hobbs, the state Secretary of State, is refusing to give the Justice Department that data. He's claiming he's protecting the privacy of Washington voters. That's a goofy, false argument. Now the Justice Department is suing him, saying hand over the data, and then when they review it, it's more likely they or maybe a third-party auditor can come up with the kind of finding that resulted in Oregon having to take 800,000 dead people off their voter databases.
Whew, man, that's crazy. Now, you know, I don't know about this 800,000 people, but I mean, you gotta admit that it's crazy. That, you know, that shouldn't be. We'll go ahead and talk about. Let me see. I got some clips for you ready, but I'm trying to figure out if I should wait on this. Yeah, why don't we go ahead and skip this for now, and let's jump into our next story here. Just kind of switch gears a little bit, just to keep it going smooth. Let me go ahead and share something here from Mornings with Maria from Fox. Something about some illegal or legal concerns. It says GOP rep raises explosive legal concerns over dams in Cuba, remarks. Well, let's take a listen to see what this is about. And I got something for you after this as well.
In January, Trump issued an executive order threatening tariffs on any country supplying fuel to Cuba. I was in conversations with the ambassadors from Mexico and some other places, and I know other countries in Latin America trying to figure out how to get oil there. But it is a crisis beyond imagination.
And that's Washington Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal facing backlash this morning for those.
You may have heard me talk about this lady right here. She's an activist. I don't know how the hell, well, we know how she got into power. But this is the leftist, socialist Democrats mentality. This is a communist woman right here. This is the type of leadership that we have in government right now in Washington State. That is crazy that she represents us. What can you do?
Comment admitting to working with Mexico and other foreign countries to help get oil into Cuba, despite President Trump's blockade on the communist regime. It follows a congressional delegation to Cuba where she discussed the island's worsening fuel shortages and U.S. policy toward the communist government. The Congresswoman responded to the backlash on X, saying this: breaking news, members of Congress meet with ambassadors of other countries every day. That's literally our right and our responsibility. Joining me now is Florida Senator Ashley Moody. Senator, it's good to see you. Thanks very much for being here. And let's get right to this. You were the Attorney General for Florida before going into the Senate. Are these statements a violation of law?
Well, you know, treason is outlined right there in our Constitution. You can't give aid or comfort to enemies. It's also a statute. Now, I don't know that it hasn't been used very often in our nation's history, but and there may be other federal statutes that apply here, but this is astounding. And by the way, she and Ilhan Omar last year went to Cuba. They just went again. This hasn't been something that members of Congress do repeatedly. This new progressive caucus, which are basically communists, look at what they're espousing around the nation, what they're trying to do by cracking down on businesses, government-run businesses, pushing people out of these areas, making people rely on government. That's communism 101. They're traveling around the world, meeting with cartel members, going to communist nations. It is unbelievable what has become of this Democratic Party. And all of the Democrats that have given these people cover should be ashamed. This ain't your daddy's Democrat Party anymore. This is people who believe in a different form of government. They work against and do not believe in the United States of America. And you have got to have strong senators and House members pushing back on this type of activity. I think ethics complaints will be coming. The fact that she went and met with a communist nation and tried to work against the policy of the United States, at the very least, not to mention an investigation possibly criminally.
And Secretary Rubio talked about the issues in Cuba and why the blockade was in there in the first place this week. Watch this.
The problem with Cuba is worse, okay? Their economic model doesn't work. And the people who are in charge can't fix it. And the reason that I can't fix it is not just because they're communists, that's bad enough, but they're incompetent communists. The only thing worse than a communist is an incompetent one. 90 miles from our shores, a failed state that also happens to be friendly territory for some of our adversaries. So it's an unacceptable status quo. I will be addressing it, but not today.
So we'll be watching any ramifications for the Congresswoman. But let me get your take on Senate Republicans, according to reports, divided over whether to pursue a third budget reconciliation bill before the midterm elections. I know some lawmakers are pushing for that third package to fund defense spending or potentially extend tax cuts. Where do you stand on that?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of us are enthusiastic about getting work done for the American people, and talk about a Democratic Party that has been working against not only moving things forward that would actually work for our citizens and not for communist nations or non-citizens, would actually work for the American people. They have been obstructing us all year on nominations, on policy. We are not moving things done. We were in our third shutdown. And so there are many of us that feel like we need to move things forward and deliver on behalf of the American people. It will just determine the time. This year will determine what we're able to get done. But I can tell you, since being in the Senate, there are many. I've been here a year now. We are working tirelessly to get things through and help deliver on the very aggressive agenda of this president to make sure our government is working for the people again, and we're being good stewards of this nation, not only in security, but in the money that hardworking taxpayers hand over for us to guard and use to facilitate the work of the United States of America.
Well, when you say, it might get in the way of working for the American people, I mean, why would another reconciliation plan get in the way? Wouldn't that further your efforts?
Oh, no, I'm so sorry if I was confused. Yes, I think there are many of us that believe if we can do a third reconciliation, there can be a lot of things that we can move and get done in the face of historic obstruction from the Democratic Party. And so we're having those discussions now. No decisions have been made, but determining whether or not time will allow for that and whether or not there's the will of the majority of our caucus, those discussions are happening right now.
All right. And, for the 119th Congress, I mean, a lot of people are criticizing the pace in terms of, what you've been able to enact. 90 laws so far, including public and private laws. I mean, the big, obviously, success was the big, beautiful bill. But how come it's so hard to get bills out of the Senate to further continue the president's agenda?
A lot of people have been criticizing I have been criticizing as a new member of the Senate. I just got here last year, appointed by Governor DeSantis, endorsed by this president. Look, the American people are demanding a renovation of their house. It's the people's house that we work in. We go to work on their behalf. We need to look at our rules and revise rules to make sure we're getting things done. This is not business as usual. We are working against people that want to undermine the progress and the security of the United States of America. We have to do things differently.
Okay, because, analysts have described the 119th Congress as potentially the least productive in modern history. You know that. And you just said you were one of the people criticizing. But let me get your take on Florida, because the governor, Ron DeSantis, signed a new congressional map into law, as you know, potentially giving Republicans up to 4 additional House seats. Democrats and voting rights groups already pushing back, saying it's illegal, violates voter-approved anti-gerrymandering standards. Senator, what does this do you think, for the Republicans going into the midterms? And do you think this stands?
Well, look, Florida, compared to any other state in the nation, was ripe to reevaluate its congressional districts. We've had millions move into our state, as you know, over the last few years. So of all the states, we were uniquely qualified to reevaluate. The legislature decided to do that. The governor has signed off. Of course, there's going to be litigation. We have constitutional provisions that deal with drawing districts. So I think that was expected, but I think that will be reviewed timely, and it will stand.
Lee Carter is with us this morning. Lee, jump in here in terms of the impact going into the midterms.
I think it's really fascinating because Republicans support this in Florida, except they were opposed to it when it happened in Virginia and it happened in California. And it's leading to a lot of mistrust among voters, this redistricting, the gerrymandering battle. And so I'm curious how you answer people who say, why is it fair when you do it and it's completely unfair when Democrats do it in Virginia or in California or in other states where Democrats have done it?
Well, look, again, I'll go back to, of any state, Florida has dealt with a surge of population. I'm so proud to have worked with Governor DeSantis and passed policies that attracted people here and are still attracting people to Florida. We're strong on law enforcement. We get government out of the way. We respect rights. People want to be a part of that, and they're moving here. Unlike other states that have seen barely any change or maybe a loss in population, and they're going back and reevaluating. Florida has completed that evaluation and passed maps to reflect its increase in population and distribution around the state to comply with our own Constitution.
Yeah, you're right. Good job, Senator. Everyone's moving to Florida, and the trend continues.
Everybody's moving to Florida. I'm not moving to Florida. I'm going to stay here in Washington State, and we're going to fight. Listen, if you leave the state where you're in, and one of the things that I've noticed is that a lot of socialist Democrats, these people are so retarded. They leave the state like our previous governor here, Jay Inslee. The guy shitted all over Washington State. You know where he lives right now? Not here. Not here. He lives in another state. A red state. It's a stupidity, man, of the left. It's just incomprehensible sometimes. You people are so retarded. I just don't understand why it doesn't just make sense. What is it that your brain doesn't allow you to make sense of what you're seeing and what you're hearing and all these other? How can you not put A and B to see the actual point? I just don't understand. I don't understand. But anywho, so you heard a little bit about, about Congress. Now, I want to point something out, and I'm going to close this poll here in a little bit, okay? Congress, let me read to you so that you know what I'm talking about. Listen to this. Members of Congress can travel to other nations, and they can meet with officials, known as CODELs. But they cannot unilaterally make binding foreign policy decisions or negotiate formal treaties on behalf of the United States of America. Do you understand that? Do you understand what I just said? The Constitution vests the primary power to conduct foreign relations to the president. We know this. So Congress, they can't handle the law. They can't handle their job, but they want to go around the world and help the very same enemies that we're trying to fight. That, by definition, I call that treason, and they should be in prison for life. Congress does not speak for the United States government when acting directly with foreign governments. That is a power that is held by the executive branch. I hope you understand what I'm saying. I know that people on the right do. But I hope you understand what I'm saying. You need to wake up from the lies that the leftist socialist Democrats have been telling you. We did. That's why we support Trump today. Formal diplomatic communications and negotiations are the sole responsibility of the president and the State Department. I wanted to point that out. I show you the clip. You have these Democrat socialists or socialist Democrats going to Cuba, going to El Salvador for illegal criminals, defending illegal criminals. That is crazy that nobody pays attention to that. Why don't socialist Democrats realize the harm that they're causing us, the people, the country? It is beyond me. Beyond me. Oh, boy. All right. Let's go ahead and close. Let's go ahead and close the poll. Let's close the poll. We got 165 votes. Here we go. Let's close the poll. The question was, what state has the highest poverty levels? Louisiana got 56% of the vote. Well, that's actually pretty logical, but you're wrong. California got 32%. New Mexico got 7%, which should have been right up there with Louisiana. Washington State, that one you could have guessed. But I'm going to tell you right now that number one is California. Is that surprising to you? 56% of the people say this. Now, of course, I looked up the information, so I wanted to see if anybody else was doing the same thing. So here's where it is, okay? Now, I'm going to read a couple of stats, okay? I'm going to read a couple of stats. I'm going to read the stats that actually tell you that you are correct, okay? So here we go. This one says, based on the, 24-26, okay, data, the states with the highest poverty rates per capita are primarily in the South and Southwest, with Mississippi and Louisiana and New Mexico consistently ranking at the top. Now, having said that, I'm going to read other stats for you. California, 17.7% SPM rate indicates high living costs, including housing, medical expenses, significantly impact poverty levels. While the official poverty rate is lower, the California poverty measure highlighted that nearly 35% of residents live in or near poverty as of late 2025. So I'm going to say that the California state, which is the largest economy in the United States of America, also is the largest poverty rating in the whole country. Think about that. Yeah, blame that on Trump as well. Why not? While you at it. Oh, man. You see what I'm talking about? There is like a lot of things. You can just Google this, my friend. Here, I'll show you. I'll share the screen with you, okay? This is, here we go. And I'm going to show you the search that I did, okay? So here you are. Let me make that a little bit bigger, hopefully. You see that right there? Right? Highest poverty level per capita in states in the United States. There is Mississippi, Louisiana, and New Mexico. Go to the World Population Review. You can look at that as well. You see that right there? Okay. And then I looked up again on a different search, California poverty rate compared to other states. Coal matters. There you go. California sky living cost affording nation's highest poverty. September 25th, 2025. September 17, 2025. And of course, you have the current administration with their stats. So thank you for the question. All right. With that being said, oh boy, I'm trying not to get to it, but all right, let's go ahead and share this clip here. Now, this next clip is titled "Blue City Mayor Under Fire After Horrific Attack Video Surfaces." Now, just to give you a little bit of context, what has been happening here in Washington State is that we have had, for safety reasons, we have added some surveillance on the streets and buildings, etc. And the illegal immigrants, no joke, the illegal immigrants are protesting with their signs saying that they are illegal in this country. They say undocumented. They are illegal in this country, and they're protesting. Imagine this. The very same people that invade your country are telling you what to do. So they're protesting surveillance. I get it. You know, anybody, we can all opinion on that and say, yeah, we don't want it. Yeah, we do. But the fact is, this is illegal people. They have no voice. They have no voice. Permanent residents and American citizens, they have the voice. We have the voice. Illegal immigrants have no voice. And that's a fact. Don't give me this human right bullshit. Human rights is not the same as legal rights. And our law goes by legalities. All right, here we go.
But first, Seattle's new socialist mayor, Katie Wilson, in the hot seat after a horrific video of a 77-year-old man severely beaten in downtown Seattle goes viral. She's facing heavy scrutiny after freezing the city's expansion of surveillance cameras, the same type of cameras that helped police catch those attackers. Her reason for pausing these surveillance cams? To protect the privacy of immigrants. This is Outnumbered. I'm Emily Campagno, here with my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany. And also joining us today, Kennedy, host of the Kennedy Saves the World podcast, and Josh Ritter, former prosecutor, criminal defense attorney, Fox News contributor, and co-host of the weekly rap sheet on Fox Nation. Now, we have to warn you, please, the footage we're about to show is incredibly graphic. You can see here that elderly man walking down the street, then being shoved to the ground. The victim was hospitalized for a week, having a broken arm, a broken knee, and many facial injuries. One suspect was arrested and charged with second-degree assault and jailed on the night of the assault. Watch.
I'm going to point out the guy with the white T-shirt is a Somali pirate.
You know Katie? Yeah. Yeah, I know Katie. The mayor. Yeah. Thank you. That's it. That's all I'm gonna say. That's my last word.
He was released on bail 2 days after his arrest and is now currently wanted on a $200,000 warrant. Officers are actively searching for him. A second suspect was later arrested by police in nearby Redmond. His arrest came after a caller reported that they recognized him from news coverage of the incident. The Redmond, Washington chief of police is touting the use of technology at nabbing their suspects, saying this arrest is the direct result of strong collaboration between agencies and the vigilance of our community. By combining real-time technology with focused investigative work, we are able to identify suspects quickly and hold violent offenders accountable. Last week, Mayor Wilson was asked about rolling back these cameras, but her team interrupted.
People in that community who are concerned that there's been rising gun violence and that there should be more surveillance cameras and that kind of thing. That's obviously been an issue that you weighed in on. Does that change it? Does that change your perspective at all?
Well, let's keep it on. Yeah, let's keep it on the top of this event. Thanks.
But does that change your perspective at all on the issue of surveillance cameras based on what you went through on Tuesday?
Yeah.
Appreciate it, but let's keep it on topic, okay?
I believe that CCTV cameras.
Just so you know, she was going to answer the question, but her handler stopped it.
Have an important role to play in our public safety system, and we also have to be very careful to make sure that our data storage, security, sharing practices don't make that system vulnerable to misuse and abuse, whether that's by federal immigration enforcement or by other bad actors.
Josh, the only use and abuse I saw were those two wastes of flesh that attacked an elderly man. And when she talks about who they are trying to protect, I'm not quite sure why protection of her constituents isn't A, a priority, or B, on the agenda, as her staff said.
Yeah, this is untethered progressive politics, but it's also incredibly dangerous for the reasons that you just point out. She's talking about trying to protect vulnerable communities. Well, where do you think this crime is taking place? Where do you think they're putting these cameras to try to protect these people? She talks about how it seems she's worried about these cameras exploiting those communities. We have no evidence of that. This is just her argument being made. What we do have evidence of, though, is them solving crimes by use of these cameras. These cameras are not being placed in some sort of quiet residential neighborhood where they're spying on people. They're being placed in high crime areas. The name of the McDonald's where this took place has been nicknamed by that local community as McStabbies. That's what they're trying to protect people from, these vulnerable communities that she's so concerned with. That's what they're having to deal with, and that's why these cameras are so important.
Kennedy, you and I both lived in Seattle for many years, and it personally just...
I used to go to the gym right around the corner from there.
Nice. Did you hang out at McStabbies?
I did. That's how it got the name.
It breaks my heart to see how quickly the downward spiral has occurred, and how clearly the vulnerable, the residents there, the elderly, the underserved communities, that these talking heads on the city council and the mayors, the succession of mayors, have sort of purported to represent, but anything but is actually protecting them. We have seen horrific crimes. Remember the dog walker that when carjacking got killed under the wheel, she was run over in addition to the dogs in front of all of the neighborhood, but that was a crime of poverty. I mean, it's sickening to see how they treat the crimes there.
Yeah, and that's my problem with her is the why.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with her on the what. And this is one of the few intersections where civil libertarians and progressives kind of agree, and that is keeping the surveillance state in check. And I don't disagree with the notion that we have to have safeguards on things that can exploit people's privacies. My worry is if we have surveillance tools, they will be exploited. They'll be exploited by private companies if the government decides to sell information. And, you also have to always question who has access to this information. Those are important things to discuss. But her why is who she's protecting. And that's the problem that I have, coming from the Pacific Northwest, like you, is we have these once livable, wonderful cities. And now there are parts of the towns that no longer exist like they do in our pristine memories because they are cesspools of crime and drug use and mental illness. And it seems like her why is protecting people like that instead of the citizens who want to open businesses and want to thrive. But places like Seattle, Portland, and San Francisco are quickly becoming ghost towns because of progressive people like her. She's known as a faculty brat because her parents are academics. She has no real world experience. And this is what happens when you have to make tough decisions.
And she's surrounded by, Kaylee, a team that is sort of protecting her from answering those tough or just common sense questions. And I have to note the irony here. We've talked about this a lot on the couch. But for all of the people that have their cell phones that are tracking their every movement and tracking their every purchase, it's so rich to me that all of a sudden the rich people from Bainbridge and the San Juans and Seattle that get to live behind their fences, that are advocating for this, but have no problem getting tracked every hour of every minute of every day on their phone. But somehow the cameras in poor districts are the issue.
That's right. Katie Wilson, the socialist mayor of Seattle. Let's remember her predecessor, Jenny Durkan.
Ugh.
Jenny Durkan was in Seattle during the so-called and self-described Summer of Love. I remember this vividly. Standing at the podium, you'd look over at Seattle, and they had this chop zone, and then they changed the name to the Chaz zone. It was the autonomous zone where people could live their wildest free liberal dreams. Well, what happened was this. A 16-year-old was killed. A 19-year-old was killed. Because guess what? Autonomous zones do not work. Cameras do work. Okay? And she knows that full well because she's smart. And I say that because she went to Oxford. She knows facts. She can look at facts and obtain facts. She's choosing to ignore the facts. Cameras work. But this is a trend we are seeing in liberal jurisdictions across the country. She cites privacy as a concern. It made me immediately think about the so-called Stop Nick Shirley Act. What is that all about? It's about not stopping the fraudsters, stopping the journalists who are finding the information, protecting the privacy of the fraudsters. That was just 2 weeks ago. And then you look over to Ann Arbor, Michigan, where they had the brilliant idea, liberalism, let's take down the neighborhood watch signs, because it's not about protecting the citizens, it's about protecting the criminals. This is liberal ideology at its core. The safety of the American citizens, the taxpayer dollars of the American citizens when it pertains to fraud must surrender to the woke ideology. But it is time for voters to stand up and say, no woke ideology. It doesn't work. The facts are there. We categorically dismiss this.
And Harris, may I just point out that led to a multi-million-dollar settlement by the city paid to that individual, that poor minor's family, because they were derelict in their duty of protecting him and didn't let emergency vehicles through and 911 calls went unanswered, et cetera, et cetera. So the case study that you laid out resulted in the city having accountability for it. So what's going to happen here? Is the 77-year-old man's family going to sue them and then, yes, they're going to win and then they're just going to pay?
If a 77-year-old man out after dark is not in a protected class, how is it that that happens? Okay? I mean, if you're telling me that you wouldn't protect him over whomever the people are on the sidewalk, how is it? And by the way, what cases would we have right now against Luigi Mangione and others? The White House Correspondents' Dinner and all that footage that we have leading up to the crime. Where would we be without cameras? We're thankful for those. And by the way, police officers with their cams on them, their body cams, the squad cars, all of that. We have pretty much agreed as a public, both sides of the political aisle, that we're willing to spend our tax dollars, as you pointed out, Kaylee, to making the rest of us safe so we can capture some of that. Did she ever say illegal immigrants? Like, who is she trying to protect here? She just said the immigrant community. Which immigrant community is under threat? Because the last I checked, those in Minnesota that were really, really pressing were American citizens. I mean, those protesters were really pressing because some of them were committing crimes. They were violent. So I just don't understand what side she's on. I want to know more information about that. But those taxpayers deserve a refund. Not to mention the fact that that's one of the highest tax states in America right now. Bob Ferguson, the governor, wants what Mamdani wants, 9.9% tax. Income tax raise on that. I mean, it's crazy. It really is. What are they paying for? But if she can do that with tape, when else has she done it? Right. Can we see receipts on other crimes that have happened where maybe she rolled back the tape or somebody in her office? I think we need an investigation.
Yeah. And I wonder if her front door has a Ring camera. I wonder if she sleeps behind a fence. If
and
she
she's
locks
got
the door.
Of course she does. And now she has security, of course, so it's easier for her to talk shit. Mark Cushington, Mr. Cush, like smoke a little of the Magic Dragon, do we? Huh? A little pot smoker wants to go ahead and challenge my brain? Give me a call. Go ahead and let's talk about it. Talk to me about minimum wage. Talk to me about how businesses can sustain themselves by paying their employees high livable wages. Go ahead and call me and challenge my brain, since you think that I have scars from surgery, brain surgery. Give me a call, pothead, and let's talk about it. Not you, patriots, that have to be on pot because of your pain, but people that are challenging me. I like it when they challenge me, and sometimes I give them the chance to give me a call. So here, let me make sure that the line is open. Okay. There we go. When you see me putting this next to my mic, that's how you know that we are serious about taking phone calls. Don't go away. Don't be running away. Give me a call. Here we go. Pete, there we go. Pete says, Dennis, you are living on a plantation, saying, yes, massa. Yes, massa. Give me a call. Don't be a coward. Let's talk about this minimum wages and how they don't affect prices everywhere. Here we go. Florida. This must be a conservative. Hey, thanks for calling. Who's calling?
Hey, Dennis, this is Barney again. I hope you don't mind me calling the second time today.
Okay. What you got to say?
Talking about the poverty part of this is, I was raised in the North Georgia area back in the early 70s.
Yeah.
And in order for people to save face back then, when they go to get food stamps, they had to pay half. If they got $50 worth, they had to pay $25. Or if they got $100, they had to pay $50. And people then seemed to be a little bit more prideful about stuff. And but anyway, I thought that was pretty good.
Yeah.
And I was one of 11 kids. My mama was pregnant like 99 months. It's quite a bit, but she had a lot of kids to feed, and that was we appreciated that though then. And I'll tell you something else too. There's still in our instinct to survive. When used to, if I was short on a light bill or groceries, I'd go out and cut some grass or build a porch or do something. And people seem to have lost that. And once a person loses that instinct to survive, they have a hard time getting it back. And,
yeah.
But that was my thoughts on that.
Yes, sir. Well, that's the problem is that they become dependent on the government. This is something that they don't understand, that, all of us that who have some knowledge of history and are of a certain age, we realize what the economy looks like. We don't need somebody to teach us economy if we're paying attention. I mean, I'm educated enough. I got some college. I don't have a master's or a bachelor's or anything, but I got my education. I worked full time since I was in high school. Been working full time. I've been sustaining myself. I graduated on my own since I paid for everything since my junior and my senior year in high school. I had no parent support. I had no family support. I put myself through school. I didn't do drugs. I didn't go drinking. I make sure that I sacrificed, and I needed to do what I needed to do. I had to get 2 jobs. I actually work a double shift on one, and I work a part-time after that. And then I knew that I had to make a change in my life. And if I want to be able to get a better job, instead of demanding higher wages from Taco Bell or Denny's as a dishwasher or any other company or restaurant or type of business, I knew that I have to go into a higher quality type of industry. Maybe some type of electronics, maybe some type of engineering. You know what? Sometimes you start at the bottom. How many stories do we know from janitors or people that start that start as janitors and they become CEOs of a company? That janitor didn't say, hey, I need you to pay me more money. The CEO from Starbucks, he didn't say, hey, I need you to pay me more money. No, he went over there, did the investments, did the hard work, put the time in, and then got himself to be a billionaire. Now he's being hated because he made the change in his life. You can't tell me that because rich people exist, this is the reason why you're poor. No, it's because you're a lazy ass. If something happened in your life and you became disabled, well, that's what we're here for. We want to be able to help you. We want you to be able to get your Social Security. But you know what? The mentality of the people of today, this new generation, and not even the new generation, but some of those in the same generation as us, they are lazy. They know, why would I go to work when I get free healthcare, when I get free food, when I get my bills paid, when I got free housing? Why would I go to work when I have to pay daycare? I'd rather stay home. I'm not going to make any money. I'm going to make $500 to $1,000 getting a full-time job. That is ridiculous. But that is exactly how these people think. And I hate to say it that way, my friend, but this is the truth. They don't think the way we think. Right. We know that the economy is going to be tough. We know that this world is not going to be giving free things to us every single time. But we cannot ever, 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 ever think that we should depend on the government, because this is where communism is born. And from the time that the government becomes communist, our freedoms are done, and we lose the actual democracy that these leftists actually fight for every single day. It drives me crazy. It drives me crazy. Thanks for calling a second time. It's not a bad thing. If nobody's calling and you have a question, by all means, you can always call in and ask a question, or drop a quick comment. That's not a problem. So I thank you so much for doing that. Did you have anything else to add?
Yeah, just a little bit. They made it easy also. We had to go down to the courthouse, show ID, and got stamped right then. But what do you think about charging them half? If it would slow it down a little bit, or if it would, I don't know. I just wanted to get your opinion on that.
Charging who half? Us?
The people that needed stamps, if they needed $50 worth of stamps, they had to pay $25. That just sort of helped the person getting them save face a little bit.
Well, that's what the big beautiful bill was all about. That they can continue to get free health care and their welfare if they got a part-time job. All they had to do is work 20 hours a week. That's it.
Yeah.
And I think that's fantastic. Can you imagine? Like seriously, there is no better way. And I can tell you from experience. Now, just so you know, I have made over $1 million. I have been middle class. I have been poor. And it doesn't matter what social status I have. Happiness doesn't depend on that. Does it make it easier if you have more money? Sure. But when you have overhead, when you have the stress, and when you have all this, it's not worth it. And for people to just come and say, give me my daily pay, and they don't know the insurance, the payroll, they don't know the taxes and all this other stuff that we got to pay behind doors, it's easier for them to say, give me my money. They don't understand. But I will say this, the big, beautiful bill, that is exactly what it was doing. It says, if you are body able to work, get your ass to work part-time. Listen, if I know, listen, like me right now, if I just say to my wife, baby, let's just work part-time. We'll just work part-time. I'll do what I do. And then, you know what? Let's just go ahead and get free health care for all of us. Let's go ahead and get, $800 to $1,000 worth of food stamps, right, for our family. Tell me, what am I going to complain about? They're going to help us with utilities. They're going to help us with housing. You get your full welfare, full health care, all taken care of. I don't see what they're bitching and whining and complaining about. Like, it's already done. Like, you don't have to be kicked off. All you got to do is work part-time. How hard is it? Remember, the key word, body able to work. We're not talking about, anybody that is on disability, right? We're not talking about just kicking everybody off. There was going to be like 14 million people getting kicked off of health care. Why? All they had to do was reapply, and then make sure that they actually get checked, because what they were doing is committing fraud, just like these hospices, right? A lot of elder people were getting used. These companies were charging money, but the elders were not really getting the care. And they stole billions of dollars from the government. So, to say that, President Trump is an evil man and this and that, these people are just ignorant.
Yes, sir. And I think, too, that at least they can say, well, I earned this. It wasn't just given to me, even if it's just 20 hours a week.
Yeah.
I think it's a great idea.
Yeah.
And I appreciate you taking my call again. Thank you, Dennis.
Yes, sir. God bless you again. Thank you for calling. You're amazing.
Yep.
Bye.
Thank you.
If you are in my channel and you're calling me stupid and I have no brain, give me a call. There's the phone number right there. You know it works because he called in twice. So go ahead. Tell me. What am I stupid about? Show me your wisdom ways. I want to see the truth. Somebody teach me. Here we go. Finally. Oregon. Oh, boy. Thanks for calling. Who's calling?
Hi, this is Small Dog Thief. I've been in your comment section and asked for a debate, and you...
Now, do you think I'm stupid, dumb? What is your comment on the chat? Because that's the people that want to call me in and challenge me.
challenge you.
Yeah.
Not challenge you. No. I asked
What question do you have, brother?
A friendly debate. So do you know how the Treasury works?
Well, don't ask me a general question. Talk about a subject. Pick a subject and let's talk about it.
No. I'm piggybacking off of what you guys were just talking
Okay.
about.
Well, go ahead and elaborate on that.
So how the Treasury works is there's subsidies, right? So they give people with low income money to subsidize their housing.
Mm-hmm.
And so how that works is that the government has a certain amount of money
Yes.
that they give out that my taxes pay for,
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
And that's because either the economy's bad, which it is right now, due to tariffs and the war in Iran,
Mm-hmm.
right? So when people spend more money, the economy does better.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of ridiculous when you are villainizing these people that have to use subsidizing. They have to do Section 8. They have to do that because I'm in a position right now where I've put in 200 applications every week. I get 1 or 2 calls back.
Yeah.
And nothing after that.
What are you talking about employment?
Yeah.
So you got 2 calls back. What happened with those 2 calls?
I got an interview and then no calls. Like I've been in the food industry for over 10 years.
Okay.
I've been a chef for 9 of those years. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So it's seeming like these big corporations are just putting out ghost applications to get subsidies so they don't have to pay anybody.
Okay.
Because you know that these companies, they get money for saying that they're looking for people, right? So there's a thing called confirmation bias.
That's not what they get the money for. They get money for hiring people.
No, they get money for...
Not just for saying it.
No, they do. They get money because I have friends that also run businesses. They get money for just... They put out an application for the government, right? And they're like, hey, we're looking for workers. We need some money kicked back to us. And so they get that money, and all they have to do is post job listings, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't matter whether they hire somebody or not. They get that money, right?
Sure.
So how are we going to take the responsibility on these business owners? Because you're doing a thing called confirmation bias, right? Where you're seeing all these people or you're allegedly seeing all these people that are collecting welfare and on Section 8. And then you're getting mad at them because you're like, my taxpayer dollars are going to people that don't want to work. But in reality, people do want to work. The majority of people don't want to sit on their ass and just collect fucking welfare. That's a very bleak life, right?
Okay.
And people want to be able to support their family and have a family and do all that stuff, but we're in a fucking time now where people can't do that. Federal minimum wage is $7.50.
Yeah. For what industry?
The food industry.
No.
So
Okay, food industry. That is correct. So here's the thing. So you started off by saying that the economy is going bad because of tariffs and the war in Iran, which is bullshit, and you know that.
It's not.
Because unaffordability has been happening before Trump even came back in office. We have had a problem with inflation, and that is a problem that happened before tariffs, before Trump. So don't listen. Don't cut me off. I'll let you talk. And so you want to debate, but this is one of the reasons why I don't like debating with people, because normally people will come in and they have their minds made up about something, and you want to say everything that you want. I let you, but then you know people like to cut me off. and they don't understand that this is my show, right? So you got to allow me to talk and just wait until I give you the word back. Okay, so one of the things that I always mention in my channel is if you really believe, because I don't, I'm a tariff guy. If you really believe that tariffs are bad for our country, I want you to explain something to me. And then I'll get to my next point, and I will talk to you about the employer thing that you're talking to me about. If the tariffs are a bad thing, okay, tell me why, if the economy was doing good because there was no tariffs, if the economy was doing so good because we had no tariffs on people that were screwing us over with tariffs, tell me, why were we losing hundreds of billions of dollars every year?
To what?
To China, to our competitors. So the country in a whole, we were losing hundreds of billions of dollars without tariffs. Tell me, how is that good for our economy if we're losing hundreds of billions of dollars a year?
Well, debt isn't necessarily a bad thing, but
well, wait a
what
minute.
I'm
Wait a
saying-
minute. I just want you to tell me. Just give me an answer, okay? But go ahead and explain it. My bad. I should let you finish.
I'm gonna give you the answer. So how it works is we trade with one country, they trade with us, and how we document that is in money, not in trades. So basically, if we trade with China, and we trade the value of $1 trillion, right? Like goods and services of $1,000, we trade that to China, and they trade us goods and service of $2 trillion, right? We're in a deficit of $1 trillion, right? So it's not money, it's goods and services, right? But the problem is Trump saw that and was like, we're in debt and we need to pay this debt off. How are we going to pay this debt off? We're going to tariff them, right? And his whole spiel was, we're going to tariff those countries and they're going to pay for it, right? Which isn't how tariffs. So,
do you think tariffs should be reciprocal?
I don't think tariffs should be. That's not how you fix the economy.
Well, okay, yeah,
I can tell
good point.
you
Okay,
how to fix the economy right now.
okay. Well, here I'm going to tell you why.
I'm not done with my point.
Well, I want to answer one question at a time, one answer at a time. The reason why I ask you that question before you continue, because you're not going to go the right way. The reason why I ask you that question is because while there were some businesses benefiting from this fake fair trade deal, they were making money. Corporations in America were making money. But the point is, if these corporations are making money and we're losing hundreds of billions of dollars, we're just adding to the debt that you just talked about, the deficit. It just keeps adding to that deficit, and we're running out of money to do what we need to do for defense, etc. With that being said, there is no way that tariffs have created the unaffordability crisis that you claim, because as some businesses were making money by.
I was just about to explain.
Okay,
that.
but there's some businesses are making money. We are not making money as a whole economy in this country. Reciprocal tariffs, it is exactly what you need to create fair trading. There's a lot of third world countries that were benefiting from high tariffing us, but now they're well off. Now they're in a good position to where they don't need that help anymore. So we want those reciprocal tariffs to be in there. And plus, tariffs is a temporary means and is being used by President Trump as a negotiating tool. Now, the one thing that you guys on the left side never ever acknowledge. Okay, well, you sound like one, but if you're not, fantastic. You're in the middle.
Doesn't matter what I sound like.
Well, it does matter because you have to make sense, and you're defending the leftist point of view, which is tariffs and the war in Iran has made unaffordability available. That's not true. It has been unaffordable.
Realistically, you still haven't let me explain.
Well,
so I'm
not done yet. I'll let you try to explain and see at the end of this. But we have had this unaffordability problem crisis for a very long time. Now, I don't. Here's a problem with the show. Okay, I talk about all these things. I explained. I shown all the videos. If you just come into my show in the middle of the live and you didn't watch anything else that I've said, you're making me repeat the same things over again, and then you're just going to debate me for nothing because you're going to argue points that are already proven to be facts. Not to be disrespectful to you, but the point is, every single person that comes into my live show, they especially from the left side, right? First of all, they start with insulting my intelligence. They start with calling me names, etc. So I do the same thing to them. Now, yeah, but I'm letting you know why I have a problem with this. It's people that don't follow my channel, people that haven't seen the videos and all the things that I have explained over and over and over. They want to demand debates. Number one, I don't work for free. My time is very valuable, okay? So nobody's paying me to take calls from you, or debate you, or anything like that. This is not a super rich channel, okay? Number two, if I give you time to say something, fantastic, but you have to let me speak everything that I have to speak, because it's not fair for me to be here hours and hours daily and try to give every single person that says debate me a chance to debate. If they haven't been watching my channel, then there's nothing for me to debate you with because you haven't been paying attention. And the problem is that when one person says, I want to debate, most of the time I don't even see the comment on the chat. So if you want to debate, if you really want to get involved with it, you got to be able to put a super chat, and let's go ahead and talk about that. There's people that have come in here and debated me, $100 super chat to debate. Those people, I'll shut up because they're paying for the time. It's a service, right? This is entertainment, but it is a service that I provide to people. So when they pay, I give them more of a break to speak freely because they're paying for that time. But when somebody's using my time, I expect that respect to go back. Okay, so I have my views about tariffs, and when you're going to talk about tariffs, what's a tariff? Is that a tax?
A tariff basically is
It's a tax, right?
It's a tax.
Okay.
Right?
So here, before I let you continue doing your explanation, which I'll give you time, if a tariff is a tax, and it is a temporary tax, you said that tariffs have caused a lot of unaffordability today and high cost prices, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If that's true, go ahead and explain to me what permanent taxes do to our economy, and then go ahead. You can finish the explanation now.
Okay. So the tariffs, how they work, I don't know.
I know how they work. Just explain to me how it's hurt the economy, and I gave you the key, right, to compare. If you're gonna talk bad about the tariffs, you got to be able to compare the local government permanent taxes. That's why I mentioned that tariffs is a tax. That way you can go with that information and make your answer better. Go for it.
I live in a state where there's no sales tax, so that.
Yeah, I know you're in Oregon, right? Yeah. So what is the trade-off before we go to the actual answer? What is the trade-off? Why do you pay no sales tax? What is your income tax?
My income tax, I would have to look that up.
Not federal. Do you guys have a state income tax?
Yeah, we have a state. Every
Okay.
state has a state
That's why you have no
tax.
sales tax. I like that. I'm okay with that. I really am. I think that's actually a better way to look at things. But, Oregon is screwed anyway. But go ahead. Now you can go ahead and tell me. Give me your answer.
So how tariffs work is that they tariff a country, right, for goods and services, and that country tariffs the company that's buying, and that company tariffs the consumer. So for you to say that it's not affecting any prices is a bold-faced lie, because we can actually see
the price gouging is what you see.
We can actually see the price gouging, right?
Yeah.
If there was laws against companies doing that, I would understand your thoughts about tariffs.
Okay, I agree with that.
The whole point is when you say tariffs aren't affecting the economy, they are. That's not how you fix the economy. Do you know how we got out of the Great Depression?
No, I didn't say it's not affecting. I said it's not the cause for unaffordability.
It's one of the causes.
Right. So if and my point is, when I'm debating people, I want people to think. See, I'm a guy that thinks on negative and positive at the same time. I like to argue with myself like a crazy person. So when you debate me, if you're going to debate me and say that tariffs is the cause, right? You got to tell me.
No, I said one of the causes.
Let's say one of the causes. Okay.
It's the
So
causes.
what is the second cause?
The second cause would be
Permanent permanent
the
taxes.
taxation.
Yep.
Or the non-taxation on the millionaires and billionaires, right? People that are CEOs of companies that are getting millions of dollars
Yeah.
in a Christmas fucking bonus.
Hell yeah.
So how we got out of the Great Depression was
You
I think
depended
it was
on the rich
Henry's-
people.
We taxed the rich.
Yep.
And we also paid. They also paid their workers a livable wage, right? And what that did
Per
was
industry,
aside
remember
from
this.
money.
Per industry. Minimum wage is per industry. There is a federal minimum wage, and then there's a minimum wage per industry, and every state has that. Now, Democrats are changing that.
but
That's why
it
it's
has
screwing
to-
up the
it has to-
economy.
It has to match the cost of living, right? Bare minimum, you should be able to pay your rent, have food, and have money for incidentals.
Okay, so
And-
who do you blame? The rich people?
Well, you gotta you can't put a blame on one person.
No, the
has
government.
To be there has to be regulations. It's multiple factors. It's government. It's the multi-millionaire billionaires that are siphoning money. It's
I disagree
also
with that.
These government officials that are insider trading and manipulating the market, and that's why we're fucking starving. It's the sickness of greed.
So why don't you?
Right.
Why are you not a millionaire right now?
Because there's things implemented that stop people like me from becoming a millionaire.
Well, you say you're a chef.
There are
You
five.
you put 200 applications for work. You had 2 calls, didn't get hired. So what do you think should be your next option? Now, by the way, there is a chef on the channel, by the way. Tell me, what would be the option when you don't like the wages, nobody's hiring you, you have this talent, what do you do next?
80% of restaurants dissolve within the first year.
Why?
So if your solution is for me to start a restaurant and
Yeah.
spend thousands of
Yep.
dollars
Yep.
just to have my business go under because the market is insanely there's restaurants opening up and closing all the time. People have their spots that they go to. That's why it's not very lucrative to be in the industry that I'm in.
Yeah, I agree.
That's-
So what's the solution?
So what's the solution?
Yeah.
Tax the rich.
Nope.
And yes,
No.
tax the rich. And
That's a
pay
socialist.
livable wage.
That's a socialist mentality. That's why I said you're left. It is a socialist construct mentality that you're using. Here, let me tell you.
Tax the
Here,
rich, have them pay their fair
no,
wage.
no. Let me here. I see. This is what I'm saying.
Why is that?
Because look, I
Why
have.
is that such a negative thing? Like, why having billionaires and millionaires paying their fair share such a negative thing? I just don't understand that.
I have one question for you. If there was no millionaires or billionaires, what would be your option?
What would be my option?
Yeah. What would be your option if millionaires and billionaires did not exist?
I don't understand the.
Okay, so here, so I know rich people that they got everything they want. They got a yacht. They got a nice mansion. This and that. Well, I was rich until I was 4 years old and my father died. But I grew up in poverty. I grew up in Honduras, starving for weeks at a time, and I know the struggles. And I know my mother did the best that she could. She didn't have an education. We lost millions, dollars, not our pesos, dollars, because the bank stole it from my mother after she told them that my father had died. And you got to remember that back in the days, the husbands didn't let the wives deal with the money. So she got screwed, in it's short story, okay? Long story short. And so my mother taught me that when we have no food, we got a sort of third world mentality. But I came here to the United States of America, and the first thing
Legally,
that they...
right?
Huh?
Legally, right?
Of course, absolutely, 100%. Never been, I've been illegal in this country. But, we started here, and the one thing that I learned, the first thing that I learned was, first of all, I thought Americans are lazy, okay? Just, not to offend anybody, just stay with me. I thought Americans were lazy because as I was 10 years old, I was mixing cement, concrete for construction, trying to make a few bucks. I was climbing trees, bringing down mangoes and selling them on the street. So I try to, hustle and get my little money to help mom or whatever, and to feed me and my sister. But here's the thing. I come here to the States, and then I realized, hold on, Jason, give me a second, brother. I'm almost done. I came to realize that Americans, it's not that they're lazy. Now, this is big. This is still in the 80s, 90s, sort of era. They're not lazy per se. They just want to work smart, wiser. Work smarter, not harder, was the slogan, okay? And so I learned that you don't have to go to school and study hard so that you can work like a donkey every single day, right? You can work smart, and this is where I am so grateful to be an American. So this is why I ask you what your options are, right? See, when I think about life, I don't think about rich people are in my way. I don't think of dependency on the rich or the wealthy. I think of being always independent. Like for example, right? People can clown me for having this podcast that I started about a year ago. And they call me lazy, you know what I'm saying? They call insult me, get a real job, you loser, whatever, right? But here we are, entertaining, right? I'm providing a sort of service. And so I learned to do my hustle. So I've been emancipated since I was 16 years old. You know what emancipated means?
I do. I was also emancipated at 16 as well.
There you go. Okay, so me and you are the same boat. Now, when I was in high school, and I try to teach, I'm telling you this to teach you something about my life, okay? When I was 16, I was emancipated. That means I worked for myself, and I took care of myself.
That means.
Okay, so, but there was other kids that had both parents. They had $150 pair of Jordan shoes, okay? I had Pearl Wings. Remember those? I had the XJ900s from Value Shoe Source. I was playing basketball. The whole sole, the whole bottom of my shoe ripped apart. That's the kind of shoes that I wore. But the point is, I got two jobs because I knew that I wanted to get more money. Now, this is because I made a mistake when I was young, okay? So this is my consequences for my decisions. But my teachers will tell me, Dennis, you are about to graduate. What is next for you? Do you want to flip burgers for the rest of your life, making minimum wage? I said, no. Well, do you want to be an engineer? I said, I don't know. I don't know what engineer. Well, you want to be a teacher? You want to be a doctor? What do you want to do? I said, I don't know. I said, I'm working full time already, and I don't have time for any other decisions. No family support, of course. My excuses, right? Again, my decisions. I could have gone into any other field that my teachers were telling me to study for, so that I can get those high earnings, or a livable wage, as we say today. Never has a fast food restaurant been a desirable job for somebody who wants to make a career for themselves. Now, I know that when I work at Taco Bell, follow your career, right? We make $4.25 an hour, and it was big bucks once you got $6. This is in the mid-90s. Imagine that. And so I learned that there is a minimum wage for a certain industry, right? Federally, here's the minimum wage, and boom, here, Washington State's minimum wage. And so I learned that people that worked at Boeing were making almost 10 times, not 10 times, but if I was making $6, they were making $15 at Boeing. And so I knew that there was an industry difference in pay because Boeing will hire you with no experience, but here's the catch. They will start you off like at $16, $17 an hour. I know that's not much, but Boeing has a plan of, for whatever the cap is for that position, their contract says that you, within 5 years, listen to this, within 5 years, you will reach the cap for that position, whether it be $35, whether it be $45, whatever, right? The point is, if I knew that I could get a better job at Boeing, by the way, I applied, not 200 times, but I applied a few times for Boeing, never got a call. Other people, I don't know how they get in. Maybe they get referred. But I never got into Boeing, so I did all the things. When I knew that working 2 jobs wasn't enough, I decided to start my own business. And I started doing my own business in fixing televisions and things like that, right? So I learned how to be a technician with TVs, radio, stereos. This back then it used to pay money. Now it's not so much. So you either had to grow into a big corporation or you would just be left out. I'll call you back, Jason. I'm almost there. And so you see what the difference is. I know the economy, it was hard for me. It's always going to be hard, okay? Always is going to be hard. But the one thing that I learned, and just to conclude this little long story that I'm giving you, and thank you for listening. Long story short, the conclusion that I give you is this. Economy every year will always get worse. Somebody making $30,000 in the 90s was making bank. Somebody making $150,000 today is probably like somebody making $50,000 back then. So the amount of money you get paid is more, but because inflation has gone up, it doesn't mean anything. All it means is gas went up, food went up, housing went up, and you have all these other things that are making unaffordability crazy. So the regulation of the government with taxes, regulation, the green thing, the climate thing, all these things. You probably missed the video that I showed, right, from our representative here from Washington talking about we can save $1.50 to $2 if we remove those stupid taxes from our gas system. We still have sales tax, so we got to pay that, right? We don't have a state income tax like you do, but we pay sales tax. And, our government here, just so you know, the rich people here in Washington State, they're about to pay 51% in taxes. Now, I will tell you this. This is the difference for you and me, and hopefully this makes sense to you, okay? If I was a millionaire, if I was making $1 million right now, I am paying 41% of that, okay, for taxes.
But you're not a millionaire.
Exactly.
You never have to worry about that.
Well, correct. So you have housing, you got these bills, everything. I can be really living very richly, or I can be very conservative, save money, and enjoy life more, right? But now they're trying to say that they're going to add a 10% state tax, income tax, to millionaires, which will put them at the 51%. And here's the thing. If I'm not a business owner, if I'm just rich because I'm rich, I don't know how that would work, right? But if I'm just rich because I'm rich, probably it's not a big deal to pay. I got to make money somehow, right? But those people who actually have a lot of employees to pay, let me tell you this. If I hire you as an employee, if I say I'm going to pay you $16 an hour, I also have to pay $16 an hour to the state. That's how that works. And then I have to deduct.
No, you're talking about these corporations that are worth billions of dollars, and they could never spend that money in like 10 generations.
Yeah, how much?
So your correlation equals causation isn't a fucking.
Yeah,
it
but
it doesn't make sense.
Well, it doesn't make sense to you because you don't know the costs.
You were supporting a man that has 34 felonies, has been
He's
caught.
he's been vindicated. Don't use that line because it's fake.
He hasn't.
It's
He
false.
got charged with 34 felonies.
Fake
and
felonies.
He has ties to a kitty fucker, dude. You
Okay.
think that guy is
sure.
gonna support you?
Most of the Democrats have ties to that kitty fucker. What about it?
What do you mean? What about
What do you mean? What about it? What does that got to do with the economy? We're talking about economy right now.
Well, okay, I'm getting to a point.
Okay, we'll get to it. Don't insult my president again.
Don't insult my president. Oh, dude, you're getting so upset.
One
I've
warning.
listened
I'll
to
give you just one warning.
I've been listening to you yap this entire time. I have.
Hey, thanks for calling. Thank you for calling. You're not serious. All right. Sorry about that. Jason, go ahead and give me a call. All right. This guy is not serious. Do you see how he went straight to insulting the president and started to do other things? Because I hit every single nerve about this fake economic unaffordability crisis that Trump did not make. Did you see how he went straight to insults? That is what they do. That is what they do. And that's where I have a problem with people. Okay? Hold on. I need to block this guy. Don't need him to call me again. Okay. So, yeah, Raquel, go ahead and call me. You can call. You were calling first before Jason. So, Jason, just wait up. So, I think I try to make it as basic as I could, and I try to explain my life experience and this and that. I can't say everything, obviously, in one caller. But you see how I hit everything, and he just denied it. Hey, hold on. Let's get to this. From Chicago, huh?
Yeah, man.
Oh, man. What's going on?
Not much, man. Actually, it's funny that you mentioned that because I was like, oh, this guy's definitely going to mention Chicago. But actually, I'm not living there anymore. I'm living in Texas right now.
So what do you think? Hold on. I got people that want to call in. You're going to have to wait your turn, guys. You got to call right away when I tell you. All right. What is your question real quick? Go for it.
Man, let's see. I was just listening. You talked to the other caller.
The Oregon?
And yeah, the guy from Oregon. And it's just interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. What I noticed at the end is like, and I'm not necessarily like for the left or right or this and that. I'm studying economics and philosophy and psychology, and my wife is a economics master.
Ooh.
And it's just so, to me, like what I was saying in the comment sections when he started saying about the president being a child fuck and this and that, and you said it yourself, yeah, so a lot of Democrats, and that's exactly the point.
Yeah.
There's so many politicians from all sides of the spectrum, both sides of the aisle.
But wait. Let's clarify. I don't believe that, but I just wanted to make an example of if everybody is corrupted, what about it? I don't believe that Trump is. Just so you know.
Oh, that's fine.
I just want to clarify, but I love my president, brother.
That's fine. I know you want to clarify your beliefs for your show. That's fine. For me, I mean, that's something that I do believe because it's something that it's just greed, man. It's just, everybody's addicted to something.
There is that. Yep.
Some people are addicted to substances. Some people are addicted to social media, and there's people that are addicted to money. There's people that are addicted to money, and it's like you said, or when you ask them, why aren't you a millionaire? And I can't answer for him. For me, I just know that I wouldn't want to be a millionaire if being a millionaire or a billionaire. It means that you're taking a lot of money from a lot of people. You're waking
taking or making.
The backs of a lot of, let's say you're making a lot of money on the backs of a lot of people.
Yeah.
And that's something that are modern economics. When you study economics in university, they're not making you study the wealth of nations, and they're not making you study Karl Marx and debate and see what's better. Modern economists are just being taught, like modern economic theory with regressions and formulas and this and that, and we're not debating what's actually better for humanity and what's actually better for our country. Let's start with our country, right? I mean, obviously we would all want to make the world better, but we want to start with our country because, like, we all. I mean, I'm pretty young. I'm 25, but I'm old enough that I
25 and Hispanic.
Yeah, in Hispanics, right.
I know my people.
That's right. Yeah, man. I heard you say your story, and it's like that's a story that resonates a little bit with me because I grew up with my parents, and
Yeah.
Also being dirt poor and moving
Yeah.
up from there, and
Yeah.
I've seen them do a lot of work for that, and I've seen them be exploited a lot. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep.
And it's something that we still deal with today because as the system just keeps growing and growing, you just have to keep doing what you can to live within it. And
Yeah.
But what I was going to, it's like we want to make the world a better place, but we want to start with our country. But
Yeah.
man, like it's just these politicians, man. I just feel like, and I know your opinion is different, but the way I see it and the way I see what's going on, and then you see the lobbying.
Yeah. Yeah. I see all that, man.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's like, for me, in my opinion, I want to hear your opinion because I want to hear what you have to say. I don't think I can look at this and be like, oh yeah, this is a system that's being done, by the people, for the benefit of the people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's now a system that's been taken over slowly over the past, I would say, 50, 60 years. If you see, the bills that have been passed, the acts that have been passed.
Yeah. 40 years I got. Yeah.
You say 40? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
It's like it's been slowly moved so that the rich and powerful are in the pockets of the politicians
Yep.
and are doing what they want. And man, it's even in academia. You know what I mean? Like I can tell you, it's in academia. It's in the universities, as in the university professors for economics, for example, are people that are what are they called? Consultants, right? And so they make money, consulting for companies or for the government, right? But what they're doing is they're not actually using, unbiased economic theory. I mean, they're legitimately telling the government, they're telling the companies what they want to hear, and then the companies say, yeah, we had this guy, and he told us what we wanted to hear, and it's the right thing to do. But it's not the right thing to do, and it's not the science. You speak about like socialist policy. The other guy was saying, oh, taxing the rich is a socialist policy.
Yeah.
It's really not the science that's failing us, man. When you look at it as a scientist, it's the politics.
Yeah.
It's the politics of it. The theories, are there, right?
Yeah.
We saw communism fall with people that were starving. We saw socialism fall with people that were starving, and we're going to see people starving under capitalism as well. The walls are closing in on this country. It used to be capitalists exploited the rest of the world, and the American citizens
Yeah.
were able to make use of that, and were able to get cheap Timu clothes. You know what I mean? They were able to get cheap labor from China, and the American citizens, enjoyed that. But we're moving. We're gonna start seeing, man, that everybody's gonna start getting exploited because the rich people want more money, and now they've completely squeezed everything they could out of foreign nations.
Yeah.
And so what they're going to start doing is they're going to start squeezing money out of us. They're
Watch
gonna
this.
start squeezing money out of the U.S. populace.
Okay. Let me. I'm going to give you an example from life of that. I like to critically think about things, regardless of what people say. But I like to analyze things. I will.
I want to hear what you have to say. Yeah.
Remember the part that I started with we were rich when my father was alive, right?
Yeah. What did your father do?
Yeah, right. So my father was a partner for Caterpillar Construction.
Oh, gotcha.
And so, back in the day, in the 70s, it was booming with construction, roads, and all this other stuff. But remember what I said, old school man, back, especially in my country, I don't know here, but in our country, they wouldn't share bank account information with their wives, okay? Pay attention because I'm going to get you with this one. And so my father's way of making wealth, it was just like, hey, listen, I'm going to work hard. I'm going to make this money. And here you go. We didn't have like a couple of fruits. No, we have sacks of fruits, sacks of rice, sacks of beans. Like we were like a bodega,
Yeah.
And so we were we had plentiful, we were plenty. And so when my father died, it disappeared from our lives. Now my mother's stuck with this dependency on my father. She had no education. She had no way to fend for herself, so to speak, except for her limited labor that she can do. And so she would cook and she would do laundry and do these odd jobs for money, right? Because she depended so much on my father. Now, with that being said, here we go. This is how I put things together in my life and experience. Capitalism is my father. Socialism is my mother. If socialist people become dependent that the rich are responsible for providing everything that they need, that the government is responsible, which is communist, that the government is responsible for providing everything that we need, we become dependent on them. And when they're gone, when they fail, we're SOL, right? We're screwed, we're shit out of luck. And so today, if we keep blaming the rich and the billionaires, the people are so depending on this argument, and you yourself, you're in the mid-20s, you said, right? So you have to think about it. Number one, I took a sociology classes as well in college, and I'm a math guy. I like to do math, not as good as I used to be, but my math teacher told me that years ahead, there's either going to be rich people or poor people. There will be no middle-class people. Mathematicians, bro, they're geniuses when it comes to putting numbers together. An economist is not going to be able to fight me on common sense, because you and I can go and learn sociology and psychology and economy, but common sense is not something that can be taught. It's something that you have to experience. And so you have a lot of economists out there making these predictions according to what they know of the economy, and they fail because they don't put common sense in their equation, and that's why they fail every single time. But those economists who actually say, well, actually, this is the way to do this, they're actually successful in predictions. So I get to the point today where people want to call and just put insults in there. They can say whatever they want. They got their freedom of speech. But if I block them, it's because I need some real people to talk to me, And so the young man from Oregon, he said he put 200 applications. I'm not going to call him a liar on that. But two people call him. Two actual jobs call him to interview. Do you think that there is a 50-50 chance that he was at fault for not getting that job? You know what I'm saying? Like his whole solution for life is to blame the rich and blame the billionaires. This is what I have learned from being an entrepreneur for decades. I have learned that in order for me to be successful, I have to hang out with people that are successful. In order for me to be a good business owner, I want to hang out with good business people, good business owners. I want to be able to recreate the formula that they have used. And with this, I'm going to tell you this, and I hope that you can share this information in your economy class and social, with the people that you're going to be in school with, right? Share this, because you have the people that believe that if you want to be successful, you got to be able to hang out. You want to be able to hang out with successful people. And this is what breaks, and this is why I always say socialist Democrats. Every single thing that socialist Democrats, starting with Venezuela, China, Russia, all these other communist countries today, they have all started the same way. Canada, it's shit right now with their government. And I'm going to tell you, every single blue state, and I'm not being prejudiced against, I used to be a Democrat, by the way. Every single blue state and city, they have the same motto, the same socialist Democrat mentality. And what happens when you want to become something? You hang out with people that you want to be like. So if socialist communists come out and say, hey, blame the rich. No. Don't learn to trade. Don't learn to be self-sufficient. Don't learn to be independent. Socialist Democrats are setting up society for failure. And eventually, it does turn into communism, because when the people can't really work for themselves, the government takes over. And you're starting to see this in New York already. I'm sure you're paying attention to that. So this is part of the equation in economics. You got to be, and I'm glad that you're taking, is it what you say, psychology?
Yeah, I'm focusing on psychology,
philosophy, and economics, right?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. So imagine putting those things. Now, philosophy is more like a bullshit class, but it's okay. You need to learn it as well.
Well, you can't have the rest of it with like you have like a fundamental misunderstanding of philosophy if you think it's bullshit.
Yeah, yeah. But I don't mean it as a literal way. Don't. I'm not clowning on you for that. Don't do it.
No, I know what you mean. It's a common misconception. Most people don't understand what it is. But it's like
Yeah.
Science in general is a philosophy.
Yeah.
Not philosophy before.
So okay.
Continue.
Yeah. So to make the long conversation shorter, I'm going to pose a question to you. Okay. If capitalists encourage you to be independent, self-reliant, encourages rewarding you for your sacrifice, rewarding you for your investment, it allows you to acquire wealth and save it, to give you a future. And then socialism teaches you to be dependent on the government, teaches you that the problems of society is the rich people. And they teach you that if you are successful in business, you will be punished for it. What would you teach in economy? Which society would you want to live in?
I would want to live in a society where people are taught that that as long as we all work, together, we all have the basic needs that we need. You know what I mean? Food, shelter, at least. But right now, let's talk. You can push me more on this if you want, but I want to like take it to this point where like people right now are not even able to. What is the average age of a home buyer right now? It's like 40 now because like houses are being push up because conglomerates or big capital or private private equity are buying up houses, and they're the capitalists, right? I mean, you have the right to say, oh, they're going to provide a service, they're going to rent up all these houses, but at the same time, we can also see that most of these companies are providing shit maintenance for their houses, right? Because they're not interested in putting money into the house. They're interested in extracting money from the house. So like you said, to make the long story short, that this is where capitalism is going to take us, but in all aspects of society, okay? It's already happening that the capitalists are buying hospitals, they're buying dental clinics, you can see it at the restaurants you go to, the last one that I saw happen to was butt kicks or Dave's Hot Chicken. They start as local businesses, like you said, right? You're absolutely right. People that have the money and the capital to put it up, and they want to take the risk, they take the risk. And if they're putting up good food, hell yeah, it's going to go up because so much food right now is shit, right? Like you go to McDonald's now, what do people like?
Hey, that's all I can afford easy with McDonald's, buddy.
What's that? Oh, you like
Hey, that's all I can afford, I said. Easy with McDonald's.
Once in a while, I'll take McDonald's too, man. But I gotta tell you, I try not to eat it, man, because that stuff is not healthy, man. That stuff is terrible.
Man.
It's ultra processed. I'm trying to get it home as much as I can because all that food, it's ultra processed, right? Because again, they're trying to extract as much money as they can.
Yeah.
And this is happening, like I said, with hospitals. It's happening with dental clinics. It's happening with your food supply. It's happening with
100%.
everything. And this is why I'm saying, like, I completely get you with the socialism thing and like making people dependent. That's the hard thing. That's where I don't have the answer, and that's where I personally think a new form of economy needs to come, and it will come.
Well, we have it. We just have to understand it. So you have a choice, and I think you mentioned this when you started the conversation, that you don't necessarily want to be rich because you know what comes with the money, but so the thing is that we have a system, and in order for the system to work, we need to have a government that is willing to work with the opposition. We need to be able to have leaders that will implement, their job roles responsibly. For example, what I told you about the equation, right, in economics, is lacking common sense. And the reason by that is this: if I am fighting economists, or I'm learning, not fighting, but I'm learning economy, I have questions. So, like, for example, okay, so you say that there is like all these rich people private rich people grabbing all the properties and, the real estate and et cetera, yes, they're going to make hella bank. They're going to make a lot of money. But what are the things that will raise the price on the rent? There's quite a few things, but let me just give you a few. One of them is it a luxury property? If it's a luxury property and you don't make luxury money, you don't get to bitch and complain about the price, about the luxury property, right? You got to go to a cheaper house. Yeah. So as part of, just so you know, I got real estate experience. Since I also been leasing for commercial and residential properties. I managed all this stuff before, but here's the thing. So when you're trying to sell a house, there's a neighborhood, right? You buy this house and say, okay, I'm a house flipper. You know what that is, right? You flip houses. Okay, so I got a loan, and I got this, and there's this property for $150,000. Why? The rest of the houses are like 500 something, right? So I look as an investor and be like, wait a minute, what's wrong with this house? 150,000? Hell yeah! Let me go get that for 150,000. Let me put in $200,000 investment on this, and then you build this house. It's newer, right? It's rebuilt, it's renewed, right. And you have all these little commodities on there. You got this little luxury kitchen, the cabinets, it's all these fantastic appliances and all this other stuff. All of a sudden, I know the houses go for $500,000.
Yeah.
I pay $150. I put $200. That's $350. I'm gonna make $150,000. This house is going on the market for $600,000. And guess what? That gives me time, or not time, it gives me an option to negotiate. Hey, Pablo, 600,000? Well, no, that's too much. Well, how much can you do? I don't know, maybe 560. You know what? Let me think. You know what? Let's do it. You see, right? I just made more than what I needed to make. And so that's part of capitalism, right? You go in there. Now, here is the problem. Now I'm going to go and rent a property. Okay, I'm going to buy this house, I'm going to hook it up, and then I'm going to rent it, and I'm going to let it pay my mortgage. Here is the problem. I need to raise my rent on you. And you'd be like, oh, wait a minute, why? Well, I can't really explain why, but I need to raise the rent. And you're going to say, what a rich motherfucker. Over here trying to rip me off, taking the money, my hard-earned money, and I've been living in this house. He hasn't upgraded anything. Right? So one reason for me to charge you more, it's I upgraded something in your house. I added a service, so I'm going to charge you more. The other reason will be the government just raised my property taxes. So the mortgage is now more. I need you to cover that. And a lot of times, business people that working with like real estate like this, they normally have the first house to just buy itself, unless you bought it straight out, right? But normally they will just get the house, and if you're rich, fantastic, because you own the house, and all you got to do is pay the property taxes, and the payment monthly for the rent should cover that and allow you to make money. Okay, but then you get a second house and a third house, and it's not because you're being greedy, but you want to save money for your family's future. You want to make more money. This is how capitalism works. This is, you put in the time, the investment, the effort, and you get rewarded. With socialism, you get punished the more successful you are. So it makes sense for property rentals to go very high. Remember, they're rentals, right? And then when it comes to buying a house, well, regulations, taxes, all this other stuff makes everything more expensive. And here's the catch that corrupted government does. If your house is worth $500,000, well, now you're going to pay 9% interest. No, not 9%, 9% taxes on your property. That's a lot of freaking money, right? $500,000. Now, this is yearly, so, let's be realistic, because I was making the math wrong before. But this is yearly. You're going to pay property taxes annually at 9%. So that's a lot of money yearly. Now, I'm the government. Hey, thank you so much for your hard work, but your house is not worth $500,000. Your house is worth $800,000. And that's corruption, my friend. You cannot do that. You shouldn't be able to do that, and that's what they do. You know, let me close with this with you, okay? And I'll allow you to give me your final thought.
Okay, yeah.
Let me close this. Right now, we have tariffs, which I think is a great thing. We have made a lot of countries come in, make deals with us. We were losing hundreds of billions of dollars. Yes, some companies, like you mentioned, right? They were making money off cheap stuff from China. Yes, they can still do it, but let's support the local economy instead. Made in America if we can. If we can't go into business by making in America, then you just don't go into business. But you can't blame us because you want to, get cheap things from China so that you can make a bank, and then the country loses hundreds of billions of dollars. We are in a place where we're making hundreds of billions of dollars into our country. Is that going to pay the deficit? Hell no. That can wait. There's no rush on paying that shit off. You know what I'm saying? This is how the rich stay rich. And so, we can use this for defense. You know that the times that we're living in is very tough. And so we're working on the Golden Dome. We want to make sure our borders are secure. We're trying to put a lot of money into national security. We need to feed our Navy, our Army, our Air Force, and all of our military personnel. We need to make sure that we stay on top of everybody, and I am 100% more, 110% for America to be the greatest and the biggest and the best of everything. So I support that 100%. But here is the thing. If we continue to think that the rich and the billionaires are the problems for our economy, when they leave, because they will leave to another place where they can do that and make money, if we taught our children to be dependent on the government and keep blaming the rich people, they're going to be just like my mother. And they will have to do odd jobs, and they will never be able to acquire wealth or secure the future for their children. Right now, I get taxed on my income. Well, federal taxes actually gets my money, but I get taxed on sales tax. I get taxed from payroll. I get taxed from sales tax and regulations. All those taxes get put together, right? And then from people raising the minimum wage. I got to pay more for my value meal. I got to pay more for gas. All these things included in the gas price today. If I teach my children to be dependable on others to be able to survive in this world, I think that's the wrong type of economy to live in. But I really believe that if the government right now, remember this, most people on the left, they hate Trump. That's why the last caller started to insult Trump, started to accuse Trump with his 34 felonies, blah, blah, blah. We can agree to disagree, whatever. But that's how they... that's how they break it down. If you believe that, you believe that and I believe this, that's fine. But that has nothing to do with the economy. Imagine this. If the governors will say right now, let's say I was governor here in Washington State, I will say this, doggone it, this battle in Iran is kicking the shit out of us here economically. You know what? I think transgenders, you're going to have to shave your own legs and no breast implants. I know it sounds like a joke, but this is serious, bro. $600 million goes to this from the budget, by the way. I will say, you know what? We're going to have to cut that shit out. We're going to have to cut down the transgender club. We're going to have to cut down some immigration assistance, which spends over $500 million for Asian, for Hispanics, for all kinds of different people that speak different languages. We're going to have to cut that out for now, right? And then we're going to be able to cut all the taxes and regulations that has to do with gas. That will save us $1.50 to $2 per gallon. I think that'd be fantastic on a temporary basis. Give them a month. If we need to get another month, we'll get another month. The point is, if we work with the federal government to really clean our streets, our cities, and take care of our people, I think the economy will be fantastic. And I will say this, I am partially a socialist because I believe in the welfare system. But I also believe that people should not be encouraged to depend on the government. Capitalists need to continue to make billions of dollars because the economy around the world, it just happens that way. It's just the way it is. So here is the biggest problem. Remember this, the more money you make, the higher risk you take. For example, Facebook, right? How much is Facebook worth right now? Do you know, by any chance?
I don't know. I don't keep up with.
Let's say it's billions, right? Yeah,
I mean,
billions of dollars. So Facebook, they're paying some good money to all these people, right, that are working for Facebook. But what happened just recently? Some lady claimed that Facebook forced her to be addicted to social media.
I mean, that's true, man.
It is true, but who chooses to grab? Right, who chooses though to use the app? Now, my point is not to make her look like shit. My point is, how much did she get from Facebook?
Shoot, I don't know.
A lot of money. So
Millions? Was it millions?
it was. Let me double check. Anybody know in the chat? Let me check. I thought it was hundreds, but I really want to touch. I want to just say hundreds of millions of dollars. But you can go ahead and give me your final thought, and I'll give you the amount that she made. Okay, so we need capitalism in order for the socialism to work. And the way that I see it, we need an 80-20. Capitalist 80 and socialist 20.
That's a good way, an interesting way to put it at least. Yeah, because at least you're not saying like, oh, it's capitalism is the end all be all.
No, because I believe like you to help people.
And you know what?
Yeah.
You're right about it's the way. I mean, in the same way that the world right now revolves around debt, right? That's just the way it is. It also revolves around capitalism. It's the way we've decided to organize ourselves as humans, right? We agree to this, and we're all gonna, do it. But where the issue lies is like when we were talking about houses is now the average person can't buy a house, right? The average.
I can't buy a house. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I can't buy a house either.
Yeah, so it's like, and even people that are young and you're older, right? You got a little bit of a glimpse of
easy with the older.
You got a little bit more of a glimpse on what the past was like.
Yeah,
I was
a little bit
in 2000, and with the addiction to social media, I mean, it's a real thing, man.
Yeah.
I remember being a kid, and my friends used to knock on my door. Let's go out, go to the park, go walk or whatever. And you don't see it as much anymore. And be it who it may, right, the parents, the kids, or whatever. What I do know is that companies like Meta, right, or Instagram, or
725, bro.
725 million.
Yep.
That's ridiculous. You must have had an amazing lawyer.
Hey, listen, man. Again, right? Easy come, easy go. Hard to get, easy to go as well.
Yeah, no, we can see
that's
that.
crazy, man.
With addiction, to social media, look, man, these companies have thousands of psychology PhDs, right? The smartest people that understand the human mind to a degree that we just cannot comprehend. Even me, who I study this, not only for as like my personal, hobby, but also like for school. I study this, and when you start seeing the way that we can be manipulated, it's truly terrifying just how much money we're producing for the upper class, not only because we're producing the goods, but we're consuming the goods. But now when we get home after a long day of work of doing this, we either scroll on our phone or watch some Netflix or this or that or the newest show or Love Island, whatever bullshit. But whatever bullshit is the newest up and coming show that people want to talk about at the break room, whatever the case may be. But the thing is, with houses, like, now the reason why we can't buy houses is because, you got the person, like you said, who's buying their second, third, fourth, fifth rental property, or maybe a conglomerate buying 1,000, houses in bulk, or Jeff Bezos, again, buying, his whatever mansion. That wouldn't affect me. I'm not competing with him. But point is, there's, because of these capitalists that are trying to make money, it's like what's happening to the lower class, right?
Yeah.
Maybe this is where your 20% of socialism would come in, and we need to do just certain changes right here. Maybe we can keep 75% capitalism, right, and then 25% change,
sure.
policy. And
sure. It'll work. Even if it's 50-50, it'll work if we have leadership that want to work together.
We need the politicians, because like I said earlier, it's not the science that is failing us, it's the policy.
I agree.
Right?
I agree.
And I'll leave. I don't want to take too much of your time either.
I'm enjoying the conversation. This is what I like. I like people that pique my brain, man, and just I love it. This is what it's all about.
Yeah, exactly. And for me, it's the same thing, because there's things that you may bring up, and guess what? I'm gonna research it, and I'm gonna be fully fully knowledgeable next time that I want to speak with somebody, because obviously we all have gaps.
Yeah.
In our,
Give me your ideas. I want to know. I don't want to just know what I know. I want to know more.
Yeah. Something that I researched, Rand, is you talked about defense, for example, and the money that's going into defense. I don't think defense is tricky, because we have to be, we're the richest country in the world. We have the biggest, the defense, budget in the world. But when you start looking at to where this defense money is going, you start seeing it's a little bit of a ruse, a sham. I looked up the wages for engineers in defense contracting companies. So we're talking Lockheed Martin, Boeing, Raytheon, for example. And so over the last 20 years, what did the average engineer for these companies make? And then what did the CEO make, right? And then we start seeing, okay, how much did the pay go up for the engineers over the past 20 years, and how much did the pay go up for the CEOs? Now, we can all agree that, yes, CEOs are an important part of the company, that it's the leadership, right? But it's also getting to the point where some people are saying that AI can do the job of CEOs. So,
yeah, maybe. I know some CEOs that don't do shit.
Exactly. So we agree. We can at least agree on that. But man, to make a long story short, when I saw the increase in the pay for the engineers, the people who are actually doing the math, like you said, these math whizzes.
Don't let me get going, man. I know.
They're doing calculus. They're doing everything that needs to be done in order to calculate where these rockets are going to land, the fuel they're going to need, blah 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 blah. Okay, their pay went up from 2005. The average pay was $85K, and in 2024, 20 years later, the average pay was $130K. That's a 53% increase. That barely keeps up with inflation. I may even be wrong. Maybe it doesn't even keep up with inflation, because that inflation's crazy. And then for the defense contractor CEOs, right? The CEOs, 2005 average pay $9 million. 2024 average pay $22 million. That's almost 150% increase. So it's like the money's going to just a very specific group of people, right? The people at the top, the people who are already rich. And then we start seeing, for example, on top of that, now in a 26 report, the Institute of Taxation, I just looked this up, 88 profitable U.S. corporations, including Tesla, Citigroup, CVS Health, Yum, and a bunch of others, paid no federal income taxes, right?
Yeah.
And that's a problem for me.
They pay other taxes, but yeah.
I know what you mean. They pay other type of taxes, and
they're still filthy rich. I don't like it, but I mean, come on.
But then you start seeing that, for example, the infrastructure that we have in the United States is terrible, right? I mean, the Army Corps of Engineers gave it a C-, right? You have, other countries. You have Japan and China with, massive, super fast bullet trains. You have China not only.
Oh shit! I can't believe you said that. Why are you trying to trigger me to say something? the bullet train, bro. And, let's just say California and China.
What's that? Are you there?
Yeah, I said, let's just say California and China. Just leave it there. I don't want to talk about it. But you can talk about it. You can talk about it.
But China is doing other initiatives around the world. They're building roads all over, the world in order to build up that soft power, right?
Yeah.
In order to say, hey, while the United States is doing I don't know what, they're bombing, they're in a war. We'll come over here and we'll give you roads. How does that sound?
Right.
And that's just when I look at the overall picture, man. That's just kind of where I'm going, as in like the future is bleak in the sense that the money just keeps moving upwards, right? Whether it's through the defense contractor CEOs, right, or is it to the CEOs of these other 88 corporations that didn't pay any federal income taxes in 2026. That's my problem, right? And I just wanted to communicate it to other people, because maybe other people see it as well, and they're not able to. They don't have the stats or maybe the words to really communicate. But people feel something's wrong. People definitely feel something's wrong. Their wallet is a little thinner. Their money is stretching a little less. You go to McDonald's now for two people or whatever, and eat fast food. It's $30 for two people or more, whatever the case may be.
Yeah, it's expensive, man.
It's very expensive, and then like I said,
but
we start seeing everything's going down in quality. But
I want you to look at when you go into your classes, when you get to it in economy, I want you to think about what are the consequences of raising minimum wage. Remember, minimum wage per industry or education or experience. This is what the minimum wage comes from. Okay, so when you're in the economics class, if there is something that you can ask the professor, it's what is the impact of just raising minimum wage on jobs that are low paying, like McDonald's, for example, because there's a ripple effect. You know, I had to pay more. You just said it. We had to pay more for our meals. And then when we pay more for our meals, well, the other companies also have to spend more time on taxes and paying for this. And it's just a ripple effect. So try to have that conversation with the professor and see what the other ideas they give you. I'm going to say this. I'm going to have to take a break, and I'm going to go ahead and put in a live video that we have from Attorney, Pirro announces charges against international drug smuggling ring. But do me a favor, man. Come back to my channel someday and give me a call back when we talk about economy. I want us to pick that a little bit more and just throw examples out there and let's break it down. If you charge me this, you are affecting this and that. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I'll look into more stuff, man. I'll definitely come back and maybe we can have another chat another time.
Okay, mi amigo. Thanks so much for calling, man. Be blessed, brother.
Yes, sir. You too, man. Bye-bye.
Later. Man, I love smart people, man. I love smart people that just strike a great conversation. It's like I almost don't want to hang up, but I do need to take a break. You know what I'm saying? Like I need to take a party break. It's been 3.5 hours, guys. I enjoy it. I love it. This is what I do. You know that. Gregory, thanks for stopping by, bro. Have a nice day. This guy. All right, let's go ahead and see what Pirro has over here. Now, I'll be around. I'll be back here. Just give me like 1 or 2 minutes. No camera. Let's get to it. Here we go. Let's see. Where is she? Here we go. All right, here we go.
Okay, left, right. Good. You want to get closer, guys? Yeah, good. That's good. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. As you know, I'm Janine Pirro, the United States Attorney, and today I'm here to announce an indictment that reflects our commitment to holding accountable those who flood our streets with the poison that has devastated families and neighborhoods. We continue to follow President Trump's executive order to keep D.C. safe. And we also today are bringing a whole of government partnership dedicated to the elimination of criminal cartels, foreign gangs, transnational criminal organizations, and trafficking rings that are operating in the United States and abroad pursuant to the Homeland Security Task Force initiative created by President Trump. The what? In a 5-count indictment, we have charged 11 defendants in a transnational drug operation, charging conspiracy to distribute methamphetamine, conspiracy to distribute substances containing methamphetamine, and substances containing gamma-butyryl lactone, or GBL, which is commonly abused as a precursor for the sedative GHB. The latter is one of the most pervasive date rape drugs currently available. The indictment also charges 3 of these 11 defendants with money laundering and 1 defendant with 3 counts to commit this distribution of meth here in D.C. My office opened this investigation 2 years ago after we learned that D.C.-based targets were distributing meth and GBL in D.C., and that stemmed from information from an overdose death. This indictment follows a long-term, expansive, far-reaching investigation by the DEA and the IRS. Now, historically, my office has worked to target some of the most prolific and dangerous drugs in D.C., like fentanyl, cocaine, crack, PCP. However, meth and GBL appear to be emerging threats in the District of Columbia that we hope to eradicate with proactive investigations and indictments like the one today. Meth and GBL are often mixed together as a party drug And that makes them even more lethal. And CDC research shows that methamphetamine is the second most commonly found drug among individuals who fatally overdose. And GBL is a Schedule 1 narcotic that upon consumption, the body metabolizes into GHB, the date rape drug. Now, we have seized 5,000 pounds of GBL. Each liter of GBL produces up to 1,000 dosages, and each dosage is the size of the cap on a water bottle, resulting in up to 600,000 dosages per monthly shipment of 600 liters, which has a conservative street value of $3 million a month and over $40 million in the 14 months that this indictment covers. We've seized over 75 pounds of methamphetamine, much of it with 90% purity, and this represents 140,000 individual dosages with a street value of over $8.5 million. The how. This investigation is a classic example of vertical prosecution, where investigators start with local distributors and build out the drug trafficking network for maximum impact. You can see from these posters on the left the transportation of the drugs. We identified a drug trafficking network operating through the East Coast, primarily through the Acela corridor from New York City, Philadelphia, Baltimore, and DC. And the GBL itself was moved from South Korea to New York and New Jersey. And then from New York and New Jersey, it came through the Acela corridor to Washington. Now, the flow of meth came from Los Angeles to New York and directly to Washington, D.C. We believe the meth originated in Mexico. So, folks, this was not a low-level drug operation. This was a sophisticated transnational network run by well-educated individuals with MBAs and college degrees. They wanted to start a drug empire. As part of their scheme, the conspiracy set up a several sham shell corporations, both in New York and Washington. And they dedicated and named themselves as a beauty product company so they could more easily import the GBL from South Korea in huge quantities at a rate of 600 liters per month. Several of these defendants actually created fictitious W-2s from the sham companies, withdrawing salaries that were never paid and allowing the corporation to actually take tax deductions and the co-conspirators to reflect income that was never received for loan purposes. And as you can see over here, the GLB is a liquid. This is what was seized in Seoul, South Korea. And we also have GLB that was seized at JFK. And they are wrapped to look as though they are beauty products, which of course they were not. Now, as a result of the takedown, GLB is a liquid. And there was a woman by the name of So-Yeon An who was sending GLB throughout the world, including Australia, Europe, and the United States. She is now being housed by the South Korean government in their prison facility. But working with our South Korean counterparts, prosecutors and agents identified South Korean suppliers to shut down the exportation of GBL from South Korea. And as a result of our work, South Korea was able to identify and arrest 5 South Koreans and seize 1.6 tons of GBL, the largest domestic seizure of a controlled substance ever recorded in South Korea. So here in the United States, we have 11 defendants. Last week, we arrested 7 East Coast-based defendants, and we executed 25 search warrants across 6 judicial districts, including in D.C., Baltimore, Alexandria, Philadelphia, Manhattan, Brooklyn, Albany, and Miami, all of them federal districts. And this morning, we arrested the 2 California defendants and executed 2 more search warrants. During those additional takedowns, we got $150,000 in cash, more methamphetamine, and more GBL ketamine, as well as cocaine. So far, an additional defendant, Gregory Wallace, is now being charged with gun possessions as part of his, or in furtherance of his, narcotic trafficking, as well as conspiracy and intent to distribute meth and GBL. Based upon the quantities that we have charged, all of these defendants face a mandatory minimum of life, of 10 years and up to life on count 1. Now, let me note that one of the defendants we have just been able to identify by the name of Artemio Jacoba Magana. He is an illegal. We are trying to find out exactly where he is from, but we are continuing to execute search warrants, and there is no question that this will actually spring out to more cases. Now, I'd like to call on some of our partners in this takedown, and we couldn't have done it without them. First, I'm going to ask DEA Washington Division Special Agent in Charge, Christopher Gomez, to speak. Hi, Chris.
Thank you, Judge. It's tough going after Hirsch, one of the best people out there.
Oh, I'm going to give you a coin for that.
Thank you, Judge. Look, it's an honor for DEA to be here today and to stand alongside our many partners, HSI, U.S. Postal Service, IRS, of course, U.S. Attorney's Office. We'd like to thank President Trump in particular for the opening the door for this type of collaboration. This takedown is a direct result of partnerships that were born out of executive orders such as Making D.C. Safe and Beautiful, as well as the Homeland Security Task Force. DEA has been committed to a safer capital, a safer nation's capital, since day one. When asked to serve and in what capacity, DEA will always answer the call. Under the leadership of Administrator Cole, we started almost a year ago when he was the interim police commissioner. And under his leadership, along with President Trump, we're continuing into what you see today with the Homeland Security Task Forces, the Safe and Beautiful Task Force, everything else. DEA Washington Division initiated this investigation into this DC-based crew and organization after the death of one of our DMV residents. The organization was responsible for trafficking methamphetamine and GBL across the country, as well as from South Korea into DC, as the judge said. They distributed it all over the place, as you can tell by the different places that we've done search warrants in the last couple of weeks. This investigation was conducted not only by us, but DEA Task Force Group New York, Metropolitan PD, Internal Revenue Service, Criminal Investigations, U.S. Postal Inspection, U.S. Customs Border Protection, of course, HSI, and as well as Arlington PD. This operation was a massive lift, and it wasn't just because of deconfliction or communication, but it was across agencies. And it took a lot of coordination between our case agents, our leaders standing up here. The U.S. Attorney's Office was great, and it was instrumental in this. As the judge said, we hit search warrants everywhere from Florida all the way up to New York and all the way as far out as California. Also in Virginia, Maryland, Pennsylvania. The criminal and cartel networks ignore boundaries and dividing lines. And to strengthen our enforcement capabilities as the United States government, we have to break down those boundary lines in between our agencies. And I believe that's what the HSTF was designed to do. The Homeland Security Task Force was designed to do. We can all benefit from the unique expertise from each one of these agencies standing up here, including my own. We all have different attributes that we bring collectively to the fight. Target enforcement works. Whether it be in Washington, D.C. or in Memphis, Tennessee, it works. This operation took dangerous individuals and dangerous poisonous drugs and substances off the street. Criminals who, with that type of poison that they peddled here in the district, particularly to our precious youth, caused significant harm to our community. And I will say this as a father of kids, it scares me when it comes to this GBL and what it can do. More than a dozen liters of GBL were taken just in this area. A precursor chemical, as the judge said, that can be used to create the date rape drug, especially with all the colleges across our area. Our city and our children are safer because of this investigation and this partnership in the judge's office. For that, I personally thank everybody up here. I thank you for your time, your effort, and everything you did to make this case successful. Again, we're here to answer the call of whatever America needs. We're here to safeguard. Judge, thank you for having me up here.
Thank you. Thank you. Now I'd like to call on Homeland Security, HSI Washington, D.C. Special Agent in Charge, Eric Weindorf.
Thank you, U.S. Attorney Pirro. Good afternoon. Eric Weindorf, Homeland Security Investigations Special Agent in Charge for Washington, D.C. Thank you for joining us today as we announce the results of a Homeland Security Task Force investigation that struck at the heart of dangerous narcotics network operating in our nation's capital. Over the past several months, HSI has contributed to this investigation by working side by side with our partners here today, following the supply chain from an international parcel to a local distributor, and then up the chain to a larger network. This investigation disrupted a network that was pumping highly addictive, highly dangerous drugs into our neighborhoods. It cannot be overstated. Every single drug seizure that we make is less poison on our streets and in our communities. This is a textbook example of what Homeland Security task forces are built to do. And this success was only possible because of the partnerships with other agencies behind me, especially the DEA, and would not have been possible without the aggressive posture of U.S. Attorney Pirro and her dedicated prosecutors. Simply put, Homeland Security task forces turn intelligence into action and action into results. To those who traffic in drugs and violence, there is no corner of this city or this country where you can operate with impunity. Together with our partners, HSI will not allow criminals to profit, endangering our communities. And HSI is committed to devoting all necessary resources to the President's executive order to make DC safe and beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, IRS Assistant SAC Cynthia Hearn, the Washington, D.C. field office.
Thank you, Judge Pirro. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cynthia Hearn. I'm the Assistant Special Agent in charge of the Washington, D.C. field office for IRS criminal investigation. And I'm honored to be standing here today with our other federal law enforcement partners to announce the indictment targeting individuals involved in transnational drug trafficking. IRS criminal investigation special agents are often called upon to lend their financial and tax expertise in complex investigations, this being one of them. The defendants in the case sought to conceal the money they made from their illegal methamphetamine and GBL sales by creating sham companies and attempting to hide cash deposits, bank transfers, peer-to-peer payments, as well as international wires as legitimate business revenues and expenses. The entirety of the business activity was conducted to launder illegal money and hide their drug activity from law enforcement. The scheme unraveled when IRS CI, along with DEA, HSI, Postal, and the hard work of the U.S. Attorney's Office, working together to follow the money. Today's announcement demonstrates IRS criminal investigation's commitment to disrupting the illicit flow of money that enables narcotic traffickers to launder millions in illicit proceeds. Congratulations to all our law enforcement partners that are involved in this investigation. Thank you, Judge.
And thank you for the important work that you do. We're thrilled to have you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And U.S. Postal Inspection Service, Washington Division, Assistant Inspector in Charge, Charles Wickersham.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Charles Wickersham. I'm an Assistant Inspector in Charge for the U.S. Postal Inspection Service in Washington Division. The mission of the U.S. Postal Inspection Service is to support and protect the U.S. Postal Service, its employees, its infrastructure, its customers, enforce the laws that defend the nation's mail from against illegal or dangerous use, as we've seen here in this case, and to ensure the public trust in the integrity of the mail. Now, battling dangerous narcotics in the mail is one of our highest priorities. As these investigations have become more and more complex and expanded outside the borders of the United States, the Inspection Service has developed strategic partnerships like we have here today, our cyber and analytic capabilities, and invested in advanced technology. Relationships such as with the DEA, HSI, IRSCI, and of course, the Department of Justice are critical in our success to advance our mission and defend and enforce the laws that pertain to our nation's mail. So the Inspection Service utilizes its cyber and analytics technologies to enhance the investigative techniques and utilize data to target both international and domestic parcels. For over a decade, the Inspection Service has been involved in dark web investigations into vendors and the takedown of their illicit marketplaces. Our goal is to remove narcotics and contraband from the U.S. mail and to disrupt and dismantle these underground marketplaces. Now, employee safety has always been a top mission for the Inspection Service. While the Inspection Service is focused on removing these poisons from the mail stream, the U.S. Postal Service continues to focus on safety by reinforcing employee safety programs, engaging in comprehensive awareness campaigns, training, safety protocols, and deploying communications to all Postal Service employees. The Inspection Service also offers a reward of up to $100,000 for information leading to the identification, arrest, and conviction of individuals mailing illegal drugs or proceeds. For more information, please visit our website. I'd just like to extend our deepest thanks on behalf of our agency and the entire Postal Service to everyone here behind me and to you, Judge.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. And also behind me are prosecutors from my office, these three here who worked on the case. David Hennick is back there hiding. I don't know why. But anyway, any questions, folks? Yes. Is it on topic?
Yes, Alex Al, ABC. I think just if you could get somebody to talk more about the South Korea aspect of this. I think when people think of illicit drugs being shipped into the U.S., they think of Mexico, they think of China, not really known as one of the big ones, even though it has some of the strictest drug laws in the world. I just would be fascinated to hear a little more about the South Korea side.
Yeah, well, I think the amazing part of it for us is that we were the ones who alerted the South Korean law enforcement regarding this individual who was the drug trafficking queen who was exporting the GBL from South Korea. And it was the largest seizure from that has ever been made in South Korea. But I know who wants to talk about this. George Eliopoulos. I'm going to let him talk and answer the question.
Good afternoon, everybody.
He's a prosecutor.
I hope we don't clash.
No worries.
As the judge said, South Korea was manufacturing GBL. A huge amount of GBL was being created by Ms. An and her corporations. GBL does have some legitimate uses. For example, it might be found in truck cleaning solutions. It might be found in other types of legitimate, but Ms. An was using it for purposes of having it consumed by individuals as an illicit drug. And the people that she was selling it to, again, they were attempting to acquire the illicit drug in order to redistribute it together with methamphetamine in the United States. So it was created in South Korea, but it was created for purposes of being used as an illicit drug to be used with methamphetamine.
Yes, sir.
So I take it this person is in South Korea. Is there, I think we have an extradition treaty with them. Is there a plan to extradite this or request that?
Well, she's in prison right now in South Korea. She's not going anywhere. I imagine that if and when we get to the point where there's any information she's going to be released, then we would consider it, but it depends upon the amount of time she's serving there. It was the largest seizure of its kind. I doubt that, and this stuff is taken very seriously in South Korea. So I don't think she's getting out very soon. No, I just get that. No.
So where are the other, the 11 individuals? You mentioned that one was arrested. How many are pending?
Pretty much all of them have been arrested. 7 were arrested last week. 2 more in California today. 1 more kind of as a result of an additional search warrant. And I think that there is 1 that we're still looking for.
Doesn't include the woman you mentioned in prison.
No, does not include her. She's not in our indictment. No. Yes, sir.
So there's 1 that's still at large. What is the charge against all of them that's 10 to life?
The charge that's that they have that's 10 to life is the conspiracy. Oh, right. Conspiracy to distribute and possess with intent to distribute 500 grams or more of a mixture containing detectable amounts of methamphetamines. That is life. That is a life sentence. The one that's 10 years is the possession with the intent.
It's all 10 to life.
Yeah, it's all 10 to life.
And then secondly, you recently got an indictment against Cole Allen.
Yeah.
He's going to be in court on Monday. Can you tell us anything more about what you've learned that led to that indictment? But also, there's some reports that he may have been inspired by or may have been upset by the war in Iran, and that may have led to his actions. Is there any accuracy to that?
There's no accuracy that I'm aware of, but I want to be very clear about this. You know, everybody's got a conspiracy theory, and that's one of the reasons we put out as much information as we can and videos as quickly as we can. You know, I don't really care about what motivated the guy. The only thing I care about is his intent. And as far as I'm concerned, the intent is very clear. He wanted to assassinate the president and anyone who got in his way, in addition to cabinet members. And so that intent is what I need to prove in the court of law. Whatever made him decide that is not my concern. And it's all guesswork at this point. You're going to have to ask him. Yes, sir.
Judge, can you talk at all about the local DMV case that started all of this, who that victim was?
Yeah, that victim is not at all connected to this case. Okay. But what it did was it kind of opened our eyes to the fact that there were drugs that were being used that we then started to track in terms of the GBL and the other stuff. We're not saying that any of this had to do with that overdose.
And nor can you trace any of the indicted individuals to a specific death.
No, absolutely not. I only brought it to you as background, kind of context, like, where did this start? Do you want to say anything else? Yeah. Okay.
And
yeah.
As long as we're talking context, you talked about the crime statistics issues in D.C. How satisfied are you that the statistics you're getting from Metropolitan Police now are accurate? And what does it say to you that so many, 13 high-ranking individuals had to be removed from their jobs?
I'm not surprised. We did an investigation starting in August before anybody else did because we knew that those stats were deflated. They actually took categories of crime like assault with a dangerous weapon and reduced it to reckless endangerment. They took burglary and reduced it to unlawful entry. They took, theft of property and reduced it to lost property. They would go to a drugstore and the drugstore would call and say, we had a robbery today, last week, the week before. And they say, you know what, we'll come in once a month and you give us a book with the robberies. And they counted it as one. So right now I give President Trump more kudos because he actually got crime down lower than we thought it was, because crime was higher than we said it was. And we referred that to the MPD, to Internal Affairs, to take whatever action they think is appropriate, and they're taking them. And let me add one more thing. I think Chief Carroll is terrific, and he's running a great department right now. If there was a crime, we would have. The question is whether or not there is sufficient information that maybe IAD has unearthed that contributes to that. They'll let us know, but we didn't. We interviewed more than 51 people and 6,000 separate police reports. We did our work on this thing, and it was real clear what was going on. Yes.
And going off of that, have you seen NPD's internal report? And if so, how does that compare to your report?
I haven't seen their internal report. I imagine I will at some point. I'm not worried about that. Okay, last question.
Your office announced an effort, a few months back to really crack down on guns, people bringing guns into DC. We obviously saw the incident at the Correspondents' Dinner, the incident just a couple of days ago on the National Mall. Where does that effort kind of stand from your office?
Well, clearly the individuals, both the Secret Service, the situation at the National Mall near the Washington Monument involved an individual who took out a gun and tried to kill a Secret Service agent and also shot a young man who was visiting the nation's capital with his family. Cole Allen trafficked, came across the country to kill the president and anyone else he could. I mean, those are illegal weapons that are being used in crimes, and we will prosecute them to the full extent of the law. Thank you, everyone. Have a good day.
Man, I was having fun listening to her. Man, I think Judge Janine Pirro is an amazing woman. Let's go ahead and get to our next part of our live today. So I was gonna type that this month I'm gonna go ahead and make some more mugs, but with the Dennis Herrera show stuff. And I really wish that this was the Dennis Herrera show Tumblr. I have the things to where I can just buy the cups, and I have the thing to put the design on it. I just there's so much work to go into that. Plus, I will need to there you go. I would need to get a reseller's permit, because you got to pay taxes, of course, if you sell anything. Texas Jane said, Dennis, your way of dressing is the norm here in Texas. Hey, maybe I belong in Texas. Who knows? There is, so here's the thing, Jane. I like the long boots, but I like to wear this hat with dress pants, not just jeans, with dress pants. And so the shoes would be the short leg boots. I got some really nice ones coming in here in a couple of weeks. So I will probably share with you members one day. I will actually have a full body video shot for you guys to judge my new boots. Just don't call me Boots like Dora the Explorer. All right, there is no calling in. There is no line available. All right, so here we go. Let's go ahead and get into, oh boy, I'm telling you, I am dreading to go into the California debate, but we'll get into it as well. Here is the U.S. military fires on Iranian oil tanker trying to break the blockade. Now, I haven't seen this, so you and I are going to see it together. Maybe you have already seen it already, but this is the first time that I'm actually going to watch this clip. I think. Here we go. Let's take a look and see if this is the one that I haven't seen yet.
All that and more coming up, but we begin with a U.S. fighter jet firing at an Iranian oil tanker as it enforces the Strait of Hormuz blockade. Madeline Rivera joins us live with all the details. Maddie.
Good morning, Todd and Carly. CENTCOM says it saw the tanker heading to an Iranian port in the Gulf of Oman Wednesday. They say American forces issued multiple warnings and informed the Iranian-flagged vessel it was in violation of the U.S. blockade. After the crew failed to comply with repeated warnings, U.S. forces disabled the tanker's rudder. So the ship has been stopped. The U.S. military says the incident shows the U.S. blockade on Iranian ships remains in full effect, even as U.S. and Iranian officials continue to work to strike a deal. The president tells our Brett Baer he is cautiously optimistic. Some of the key questions, though, include how to get the highly enriched uranium out of Iran and making sure the Strait of Hormuz is completely open.
We're in good shape. And now we're doing well. Now we have to get what we have to get. If we don't do that, we'll have to go a big step further. But with that being said, they want to make a deal. We've had very good talks over the last 24 hours, and it's very possible that we'll make a deal.
Axios first reported on the one-page memo the White House sent to Iran to end the war. The memo lays out a 30-day period of negotiations, and during that time, officials would work on a more detailed agreement to open the strait, limit Iran's nuclear program, and lift U.S. sanctions. Iran is reportedly still reviewing the provisions and has not sent a response yet to Pakistani negotiators. The president tells Brett he's hoping they can wrap things up in a week, and if they don't come to an agreement, the president says the bombing could resume at a higher and more intense level than before. Carly and Todd.
Madeline Rivera live for us in D.C. Maddie, thank you.
A deal appears to be on the horizon to potentially end the war between the U.S. and Iran. The Wall Street Journal reports the two sides are hammering out a 14-point memorandum laying a framework for a month-long period of talks, which could resume next week in Islamabad. Former NSC Chief of Staff under President Trump, Alex Gray, joins me now. Alex, good morning to you. So one of the latest messages from the president on this comes from Truth Social. He writes, assuming Iran agrees to give what has been agreed to, which is perhaps a big assumption, the already legendary Epic Fury will be at an end, and the highly effective blockade will allow the Hormuz Strait to be open to all, including Iran. If they don't agree, the bombing starts. So the two sides, Iran and the U.S., are taking another stab at diplomacy, but there's, of course, a lot of daylight between the two right now. What are the chances that something tangible actually crosses the finish line?
Well, Carly, I think we're actually moving in a positive direction for the simple reason that the blockade has been enormously effective. It's actually forced Iran to reorient its supply chains fundamentally. So everything that they brought in through container ships that's normally part of their economy, they've had to find alternative routes over land, by rail, through the Caspian Sea. You can't do that one for one. And so the enormous effect of that on the Iranian economy over the last several weeks is hard to overstate. And so I think the president now, despite the fact that it's incredibly difficult to deal with a regime that's in chaos and free-for-all, I think the president has finally used this blockade to be able to compel the Iranian leadership to come to the table and to actually consider a good faith effort to end this, because they really don't have much choice.
Yeah, and the latest from the Institute for the Study of War says that Iran is now not just seeking survival, they actually want some positive outcomes out of this, including sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz and long-term economic relief so that they could build their ballistic missile program. Is there any world where, especially that first one, will happen?
I have a hard time imagining that President Trump, who spent the last decade decrying some of the pieces of the JCPOA deal that Barack Obama did, would ever allow something like that to include giving Iran leverage over the Strait of Hormuz, which, you know, we've talked about for decades, something they'd like to have that's at the top of their wish list. I just can't imagine a world in which the president would ever allow Iran to increase its leverage coming out of this huge American military success.
Yeah, what about the timeline that could potentially, it is being reported that it could include a 12 to 15 year end to Iran's nuclear program, but then they could enrich to like a 3.65% after that time period. The president has already sort of swatted that down. Do you expect that to be in a final deal?
Look, I think that there's probably going to be some element of the highly enriched uranium leaving the country. I think there'll probably be some sort of moratorium, but an enrichment that even gets to something at that ostensibly low level, again, I think that would be very much different from the position that the administration and the president has taken for a long time. And that would surprise me, because I think it would be a concession to Iran that, given where we are in terms of the leverage we have over them right now, it would just be inconsistent with who's in control and who's on top right now. I don't see why we would need to give them that concession.
Yeah. And President Trump is going to be in China next week, and of course, you know, this is going to be a major point of discussion because China gets a majority of its oil from Iran, so something certainly to watch there at the end of the week. Alex, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Carly.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube. And
all right. The part that I have been avoiding. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. All right. Before I get started on. Okay, now it's the part that I've been dreading. Now, before I actually start the video here, let's go ahead and take a look at some stat numbers that I have looked up. Here we go. Now, if you guys are in here in Chilango, you mean? Not Chilongo. It's Chilango. That's a name for a Mexican guy from Mexico City. How you doing, Don? Good to see you, brother. I see you on the landscape mode. You are on the peaceful streaming format. Everybody else is over here fighting on the other side. All right, let's go ahead and read. I'm going to read the stats for you, and then we can go ahead and get the debate started. We're going to listen to the debate for mayor in California. And I've seen part of it. I haven't seen all of it. But this is why I want to read this stats for you, okay? Here we go. I'll let you read it with me if you can see it on the stream there yourself. All right. Homelessness in California has consistently hit record highs in recent years, with over 187,000 people experiencing homelessness as of January 2024. Although the state accounts for roughly 30% of the nation's total homeless population, the growth rate slowed to 3% between 2023 and 2024, with a slight decrease in the unsheltered population. Now, I want to point this out. Approximately 187,084 people were estimated to be homeless. Now, this is a new record high. Now, this is 2024. Mayor Bass claims and brags about reducing homelessness in California, but the reality of it is, as I have seen also in Oregon, and I've also seen here in Seattle, Washington, all they do is they provide this housing and they hide all these homeless. They just hide them just for a little bit, right away. They just hide them. And they think that's fixing the problem. But it's not really fixing the problem, is it? We have things like this. Homelessness hits record high in California, jumps dramatically in the rest of the United States of America. Now, this pictures right here that you see, that's nothing. I've seen worse. Look at this. San Joaquin, 92.8 of San Joaquin are total homeless. What? That can't be right. Oh my gosh, that cannot be right. Los Angeles, Alameda, and San Francisco, unsheltered homeless populations fell, but shelter populations rose 18 to 25%. Now, when you hear Mayor Bass, right, saying that, that they have reduced the homelessness issue, blah, blah. No, they haven't. They just hidden the problem. But it comes right back, as I was going to say. As we have seen in Oregon, okay, they have fully depleted their budget to tackle the homeless issue that we have in Oregon. And now they're asking for Washington and other neighboring cities to pitch in more money into the budget so that they can continue to try to tackle this issue. Seattle's doing the same thing. Right, so Seattle is the new socialist, moronic Democrat mayor here in Seattle, Katie Wilson. She's throwing all this money at the problem, making all these little houses and all this other stuff for homeless to go and do their drugs and do their their little prostitutions and all this other stuff. All she's doing is trying to get them off the street. But you know what happens? They have been putting millions and hundreds of millions of dollars into this issue, and all they have been able to do is multiply the problem. Throwing money at the problem is not going to fix it. Why do I always push for independence, self-reliance? When you live in a socialist environment, you're teaching them to be dependent on the government. You're teaching them to not go to work, to not want to be somebody, to not want to invest, to not want to look for a future. Like these guys literally walk down the street and says, I could have got a job, but I'm a better crackhead and I love my meth and that's what I'm good at. I kid you not, this is the brain of these drug addicts that we have. So with that being said, California homelessness issue is a problem, okay? Now, let me go ahead and get you to the beginning of this debate. Man, I hate to do this, guys, but
we are proud to broadcast.
Do it. Hold on, SA. Let me try to find the right place. All right, I guess we can just let him talk. Let's see what's going on here. All right, here we go, guys. Buckle up, Dorothy, because you're not in Kansas anymore. You know what they say. All right, my conservative patriots, buckle up your bridgets because this should be interesting. I hope you actually have some comments. Now, guys, we're going to switch the subject. We're going to switch the topic. And we are now going to the LA mayoral debate. And I want you to listen to the problems that they point out on each other. And I really hope that California frees themselves from the tyrannical government of the socialist Democrats who keep destroying their city and state. Here we go.
District 4, and Spencer Pratt, a media entrepreneur and a former reality TV host.
We'll be asking questions tonight on behalf of viewers and voters. We are proud to broadcast and stream this debate in English and Spanish on NBC4 and Telemundo 52 in partnership with LMU.
All right, there are a couple of rules tonight. Each of the candidates will have 60 seconds to answer our questions, and then 30 seconds for rebuttals and or responses to follow. That is up to the discretion of the moderators here. If a candidate goes over their time, we'll give them a warning. If it happens repeatedly, the candidate could get fewer questions. And of course, to our live audience here at the Skirball Center, please hold your applause.
And of course, we're expecting a dignified debate. We can certainly no name calling, obviously. We're interested in some precision here. Some effort at giving the people of the city of Los Angeles some specificity as to how you're going to handle some of these problems. And let's start with one. It gets to January 7th of last year. So, Mayor, this is for you. I know that you have apologized for being out of the country during those wildfires. But still, there are plenty of people who believe that the city let them down. The Los Angeles Fire Department, for some reason, didn't have a strike team or a brush unit where there had been a fire just days earlier and had been reports it was still smoldering. That appears to be inexcusable. LADWP had a reservoir that was dry. The fire hydrants went dry. So based on that issue alone, articulate for us why you should get a second contract as the mayor of the city.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you. You know, when I took over as mayor, LA was definitely facing an awful lot of tough problems. And obviously, January 7th was horrible. And as I have told you before, it was one of the worst moments of my life to not be here when my city needed me. And it didn't matter where I was or why I was away. To me, it reminds me of like if you're away and a family member is in an accident. But I think that I deserve a second term, and I'm going to fight for that because we have made significant progress in a variety of areas. For example, homelessness was going up year after year. And under my watch, it is the first time we've had a decrease in street homelessness. While it went up in the country 18%, It came down in Los Angeles 17.5%. I have expedited the building of housing because our number one issue in this city is affordability. And one of the main drivers for affordability is housing.
Right. So let me follow up on the fires,
Sure.
though. One gets the impression, based on what we saw, that you prioritized wages and benefits, a hike in the salaries of the firefighters union over the operations budget. We saw those pictures of those engines that were inoperable because they didn't have enough mechanics to fix them.
Well,
was that a mistake? Explain that decision.
Let me just say, first of all, the primary problem there was that the chief sent home 1,000 firefighters. We actually had fire trucks with not enough firefighters there. So yes, there were fire trucks that were broken, but there were also fire trucks that were out of use because she had sent the firefighters home. You are correct. There was supposed to have been deployment and pre-deployment in the area. That did not happen. But the same way that LA was not prepared, neither was the county.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Bass, Mr. Pratt, this question's for you. Your desire to run for office, for mayor of Los Angeles, really born of your own experience. You lost your home in the fire. You lost your neighborhood. How does that really color your view of what needs to happen at this point? And how does that help others moving forward?
Yes, thank you for the question. To the Mayor Karen Bass's, the 1,000 firefighters that were available, but there was no engines for them because of the $17 million that Chief Crowley had asked the mayor for 9 weeks before, and Mayor Karen Bass denied it. So they may have been available, but they didn't have the equipment they needed. Not to mention Janice Quinones, who Mayor Karen Bass put into her position of power at the LA DWP. She drained both of these reservoirs that these firefighters needed to put out these fires. A lot of people will talk about climate change and hurricane force winds. The winds in the Pacific Palisades never reached higher than 40 miles per hour. For those first 6 hours, they didn't go above 27 miles per hour. So without those two reservoirs filled with 117 million gallons and 5 million gallons, these firefighters had to fly all the way to Malibu and Encino to get water. So that, to me, is the most dangerous thing that the mayor put us up against.
Mr. Pratt, a follow-up here, though. What would you do moving forward that would make this better 2 years from now if we face the same situation?
Well, first off, as mayor, I will never drain the reservoirs that we need for wildfire protection. There's this conspiracy now that they're empty, that they were for drinking water. But if you research it, they were actually made for wildfire protection. As mayor, I'm going to add 20 dip sites all around the communities connecting to pools. So God forbid the water system goes down again. These dip sites that will be connected to individuals' pools will fill up for the helicopters to have water.
Mayor Bass, do you have a response to that?
Yeah, absolutely. He's saying several things that are completely inaccurate. First of all, there was one reservoir that was out of commission. He is correct. 1 million years ago, it was for wildfires, but over the last 30, 40 years, it's been for drinking water. He talked about the winds. That is just completely inaccurate. If that were accurate, then the planes would have been able to fly. And so the winds reached close to 100 miles an hour, and the planes were unable to fly. So if there were reservoirs, if that reservoir had been open, it would not have worked. We had two other reservoirs totaling 8 billion gallons that were available. But could not fly.
Yes, she mentioned me. So she's an incredible liar. Everyone on their phones, Google it. 40 weather stations in the Pacific Palisades. It never went above 40 miles per hour. She is referencing the Altadena fire.
I have to interrupt you. No name calling,
She just
please.
lied, though.
Yeah, but no name calling.
She called me a liar.
I don't believe she did.
She said
I did not hear that.
This up.
I did not.
We're not going to debate the issue. We have a question now for Councilmember Rahman.
Councilwoman Rahman, so your District 4 is a fire-prone district. My question to you is, we've seen that you've introduced fire preparedness motions after January 2025. A lot of them happened after the fire, the Palisades fire. My question to you is, what did you do before that? Because this seems like it's more reactive rather than proactive. So any motions you introduced before January 2025?
Yeah, so my name is Nithya. I'm a council member for the 4th District, representing a huge percentage of the hillsides. For those of you who haven't met me before, I'm a mother of young twins. I'm an urban planner by training, and I've been in this role for about 5 years. And in my role as the council member for a hillside area, we have to do a lot of work preparing for really extreme weather. Before rainy seasons, actually in the past, mudslides have been the biggest issue in my district. Entire homes have gone off of their foundations, and we go in advance and make sure that traps are cleared, that areas are available for flood and clearing. We do brush clearance and make sure that all of the departments and all of the interjurisdictional areas that are supposed to be doing brush clearance are actually doing that work. Before this set of fires, we sent out an email. We made sure that we were connecting.
But is that enough, just sending an email, especially for your district, the Hollywood Hills, Encino? That's a very big fire-prone area.
Well, we didn't have a single home that was lost during these fires. I was at the Emergency Operations Center. I was making sure that I was in communication with all of our partners. I also want to make sure that we understand that the mayor's role is to be the CEO of the city. They are the executive authority in the city. As a council member, you're a legislator. You push for your district, which I did and I will always do, and I will always keep doing. But really, it is the mayor's role to be prepared and to coordinate before and during and after emergencies to ensure that the city is ready.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
As I said, we have a lot of topics to cover tonight. The next one is public safety. LAPD is reporting the overall crime rate is down, but people repeatedly say that's not their perception. They do not feel safe. We're seeing yet another series of home burglaries in the San Fernando Valley. And just today, federal authorities arrested at least 18 people connected to a drug trafficking investigation. They called it Save MacArthur Park. Mayor Bass, you have 60 seconds for this. Who ordered this operation with the feds? Is it a sign that our communities are not safe?
No, actually, that operation was ordered by the feds. However, we have been working in collaboration because we were very well aware of the drug dealing that was taking place there. We have used a comprehensive approach when it comes to MacArthur Park. Multiple things are needed. And so what happened a couple of hours ago was an action that had been in the works for many, many years. But let me just say, or many, many months, let me just say also that LAPD and that Los Angeles is understaffed in terms of LAPD for the nation's second largest city. And so I have been fighting to hire more officers. Unfortunately, I have not had the cooperation from the city council, including, unfortunately, my colleague next to me, who has voted repeatedly against hiring officers, including when we were finally able to increase the class size and the council would not fund it. What is in my current budget now is 512 officers, which still is not enough. At least that will deal with attrition. We cannot shrink our department.
Councilmember Rahman, you have 30 seconds to respond to that.
You know, I've supported multiple budgets, thoughtful budgets that maintained and sometimes even increased the size of the police force. I did vote against a big contract, a contract that gave the police union more money than the city had, a contract and its knock-on effects, which ultimately led to the city having $1 billion budget deficit last year, that led to us having to cut essential services across the entire city. If you're wondering why your streetlights are out on your block and the Bureau of Street Lighting is telling you that it's taking a year to fix a streetlight, that's why.
Councilmember Rahman, thank you. Mr. Pratt, there were 100 LAPD officers working with the feds today. Your response to what went down in MacArthur Park?
It's unbelievable. I hope we have the FBI, the DEA, the CDC, the ATF. The more resources we can make the streets of LA safe with federal money, amazing. I talk to thousands of moms a week. They do not feel safe in the street. No matter what these crime statistics are telling anybody, it's not how people feel on the street. There's a difference between people reporting crime and feeling unsafe on the street. And with Councilwoman Rahman, people are more concerned about getting stabbed on the street than the lights being out. So I think Mayor Bass funding the police was important, actually.
Mr. Pratt, I have a follow-up question for all of you here.
You didn't mention me, so do I get to respond to that?
Just a moment.
Okay.
This is a response to some of that. Langer's Deli, which, as you all know, is a staple of downtown Los Angeles, is asking all of you on the stage right now to end the Needle Run giveaway program. So my question, Mayor, first of all to you, yes or no? It's run by the city, the city-run needle program.
Right.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Councilmember Rahman.
No.
Mr. Pratt.
Absolutely no needles and pipes for drug addicts on the street ever.
Got it. I'll take that as a yes.
Sorry. So,
Go ahead.
You have 30 seconds.
well, I did want to say in response to this question that the way you address homelessness, the way you address people living on the street is by bringing them off the streets and indoors. I think we need to absolutely invest in shelter. We need to invest in services. We need to actually get people off the streets for people to be safe. That's what I've done in my district. We've had a 54% reduction in tents and encampments in Council District 4 just over 3 years. And I'm very, very proud of those results. That's how you achieve real public safety outcomes. That's how you ensure that the people of Los Angeles are safe.
So, Mr. Pratt, the chief of police said the other day that he doesn't think we're going to have enough officers for LA 2028. Now, the federal government's responsible for security for the Olympics, but LAPD is part of that. Plus, you have to patrol the rest of the city. Hiring more officers is expensive. It's extraordinarily so in many cases. What is your strategy for getting more people, recruiting more officers and paying for them?
You know, it's more expensive than hiring them is overtime, because that's what these salaries for the fire department that everyone's complaining about, everyone's understaffed. So first off, I'm going to bring hiring back to the LAPD. Right now, the LAPD is hired by the same people that hire sanitation, and we need to bring it back like it was 20 plus years ago so that police hire police, and we need a 10-year plan. It's going to take 10 years to get to the 12,500 officers that we need, and that needs to be a priority. Our sheriff's partner, they're the same size. They have $1 billion more budget for the same size. So this idea that Councilwoman Rahman keeps saying that the police department is overfunded, public safety should be our #1 priority. And we're going to find all this money when we stop her useless open bed plans that actually doesn't put drug addicts in these housing that we're spending billions of dollars. And we're going to actually start checking where this money is going. Not to mention, when you get rid of all the drug addicts off the street, the police won't be responding to the drug addicts all day long.
Thank you. Councilwoman, you can respond.
You know, I have not argued against paying police officers what they're worth. They do some of the hardest jobs in our city, and all of our city employees deserve a living wage. They deserve to be paid. What I am arguing against is bad fiscal management, which is what has gotten the city of Los Angeles into this moment. The police union is the most powerful force in LA city politics. And when you give contracts to people because they are going to fund your campaigns, and by the way, I'm the only person on the stage that is being spent against because I had the courage to speak out about bad budget decisions.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
That is what happens.
Appreciate that.
We're going to stay with you, Councilwoman Bradman. So you said, even last night you said it, that you're okay with the current staffing levels at LAPD. My question to you, people say that's just ridiculous, it's not enough, we need more officers. My question to you is, what do you tell people, especially victims, who say the city has let them down?
Yeah, and I think this is a very real issue. The city's most important response is public safety. It is so important to me. I'm the mother of young children. The safety of people in Los Angeles is absolutely essential. But that's why I think we have to start getting honest with people about how we're actually going to respond to public safety needs. How will we make sure that when they call for help, someone picks up the phone at 911 and someone comes when they call, the right person comes when they call? Right now, we have not built out that system because we have funded more police officers, but haven't been able to hire. Our police force is actually shrinking. We have shrunk right now.
So no more officers? Stay the same? What are you saying?
I would love to keep it the same. We have funded them more. The police force has been shrinking. So let's get real about how we actually deliver public safety outcomes. I'm going to work as hard as I can to maintain our police force where it is, but we also need to make sure that we build out responses that can actually take call load off of LAPD. So many calls that are coming into LAPD do not require armed officer response. Let's take call load off of them.
Thank you, Council
and let's
member.
make sure that police can come when people call.
Your time is up. Quick reply, Mayor Bass.
Let me just say that, unfortunately, my colleague has contradicted herself, because on the one hand, she says that if you pay officers what they need, then we're going to bankrupt the city. And then on the other hand, she doesn't understand that, frankly, we have to pay the officers, had to give them a raise, had to expand recruitment because officers were going to other cities. We were not competitive. We have to make a decision. And frankly, my job as mayor, my number one job is to keep LA safe. And we can't keep LA safe with the size of the department we have now.
Thank you. We're going to talk about homelessness. 4 years ago, when we did a debate, it was the number one topic. It is right up there again. This is an issue that continues to challenge the city. Homelessness, many residents say the homeless in their neighborhoods make them feel unsafe. They feel the homeless have more rights than the residents do. So these are 2 yes or no questions for each of you. Right now, getting off the street is voluntary. Should that change if a bed or a shelter is available? Mr. Pratt, we're going to start with you. Yes or no?
It's illegal to live on the street. So, yes, everyone needs to go inside.
Okay, Mayor Bass.
Everybody needs to go inside. Making it illegal and arresting people is not the way to solve this problem.
Ms. Rahman.
Yes, people need to go inside. When they're offered shelter, they go inside.
You don't get an opportunity
It is illegal.
To say no. So it's unanimous here. Next question. Do you support the ordinance that restricts encampments in front of schools or daycare centers? Mayor Bass, I'm going to start with you. Yes or no? Ms. Rahman, yes or no?
I support keeping our streets safe. I did vote against the structure of this particular ordinance. And it is because at its best,
it's a yes or no.
It does not, the way this ordinance was structured,
it's no.
It does not keep our children safe. It does not keep our children safe. No,
Mr. Pratt.
It doesn't keep our children safe enough.
It's a simple yes or no question. Mr. Pratt.
What I was saying is she's fighting because she doesn't think there's a difference between 1 foot or 500 feet for kids' safety with drug addicts with machetes in front of schools.
Yes or no?
Of course, we do not want encampments in front of schools, parks, daycare.
Inside safe. Let's go into that a little bit. You've suggested that there has been progress made, but even the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority, which the city contracts with, has said that upwards of 40% have left and gone back to the street. I mean, there's a concern that a lot of money is being spent. There's been some progress, certainly not enough. I'll have you defend your program.
So, Conan, I declared a state of emergency on day one because I know that what Angelenos want to see are their streets clear. Inside Safe is the only citywide program that we have had that has reduced homelessness 2 years in a row. Prior to that, there was no citywide strategy, and homelessness was going up year after year. We need to have an entirely new system that is frankly independent in the city of Los Angeles because we need to build out services once we get people off the street. The same report also said that 60% of the people in Inside Safe stay inside. So it is a program that is working. Absolutely. Does it need to be better? Does it need to be more cost effective? And we're working on that right now by building temporary structures on city-owned property. We can do this, Los Angeles. We have been doing it for the last 3 years, and it's the first time homelessness has gone down.
Councilmember Rahman, so you promised to clear half of the encampments by the Olympics and all of it by the end of your term if you get elected.
Yes.
My question to you, you've been in the city council for 5 years. Why are we barely seeing this plan yesterday? I think it was posted on your Instagram. And is this realistic?
Absolutely, it's realistic. And it's realistic because I've done it in my own district. This is exactly the plan that I've operationalized in my district to get a 54% reduction in tents and encampments in my district in 3 years.
Okay.
In 3 years. Yes. And I am one council member and proposing a plan for an entire city at this time. It is absolutely realistic. But what I want to go back to is the idea that we are satisfied with our homelessness system right now. I don't think anybody in Los Angeles right now can say that we are satisfied with spending extraordinary amounts of money on our homelessness response and getting only incremental progress in response. I want to change that. Let's use the dollars that we're spending. Let's actually build out a real system that can get as many people indoors as possible. Let's not put them into $100,000 a year motel rooms for a year or more per person. This system is not fiscally sustainable, and we must work to end this crisis with urgency and with accountability right now.
So you'll
not
make a
years into
you'll
the
make
future.
a commitment to clear all the encampments by the end of your term if you get elected.
Yes, that's correct.
Promise.
Absolutely.
Yes, Mayor.
I have to respond because I know the statistics she's talking about in her district, but the statistics are there because of Inside Safe, because she has called on Inside Safe repeatedly. I took the initiative to go into her district to make sure that encampments were cleared. We absolutely need a new system, and it has to have a comprehensive approach.
Right.
And there's no rooms for $100,000.
We need to move on here.
Sorry,
Mr. Pratt, you have been critical of what you consider failures of the current administration on this issue. You advocate for what some have called get help or get out of the way. What is that, and how do you do it?
I don't know who made up that name. First off, I just want to say, Councilwoman Robin acts like she doesn't have any authority with this homelessness. She was the third most powerful person in city council. She runs the homeless housing thing. She acts like this is just Mayor Bass. First off, Inside Safe, I like to say Inside Safe makes all of us outside unsafe. The reality is no matter how many beds you give these people, they are on super meth. They are on fentanyl. The DEA statistic says 93% of this is a drug addiction problem. Nithya, Councilwoman Robin's plan for treatment first, I will go below the Harbor Freeway tomorrow with her, and we can find some of these people she's going to offer treatment for. She's going to get stabbed in the neck. These people do not want a bed. They want fentanyl or super meth. These ideas cost us over $400 million to house for 70, what did you say? 3,000 people for $400 million? This is an absolute failure for both of them. They're a team.
So, Councilmember Rahman, you have 30 seconds to respond.
I want to just say to everybody who's watching today, you're going to watch today as Mayor Bass and Spencer Pratt attack me because they want to run against each other in the general election. Each of them thinks that running against each other is what's going to help them win. And they don't want to run against me because my ideas, which are based on real results in my district, which are based on real data, a real analysis of the system, and a focus on accountability and using every dollar as effectively as possible, which we have done in my district. I want to take this citywide. This is why this is happening today.
Councilmember Rahman, we're out of time. I'm going to give each of you 30 seconds to respond to this.
I would
Mr.
love
Pratt,
to
I'm going to
start.
start with
Thank
you,
you.
and then I'm going to go to Mayor Bass.
First off, Mayor Bass and I are definitely not working together. I blame this person for burning my house and my parents' house and my town and all my neighbors down. I am not working with Mayor Bass. Second off, if I wanted to run against anybody, it would be the council member who is terrible. Mayor Bass has at least been a mayor for almost 4 years and has, as she talked about earlier, all the unions endorsed Mayor Bass. You think it's easier to run against the incumbent mayor with all the unions or a random city council member who's been a failure for 6 years? I would much rather run against Councilwoman Rahman. Thank you very much.
Very much, Mr. Pratt. So, Mayor, though, specifically, there's a lot of money, billions that are spent on the homeless endeavors.
Yes.
A lot of that money goes to 501c3s and nonprofits. Now we're hearing the Department of Justice has a lawsuit against the director of Abundant Blessings, $23 million they allege that was siphoned. Project Home Key, I believe, not a statewide project, two real estate developers accused of siphoning off $40 million. There's a perception that we don't know where the money's going. And that we have, the legislative analyst in Sacramento said there are $26 billion in state funds. We're not sure if that did any good. So how can we have confidence that the investment we are making in the future is not going into the pocket of some director who will end up in federal court?
First of all, I don't think it's shocking that you do find corruption in big programs like this, and I think it is extremely important to hold them completely accountable. But I will just say that for the first time, we've had a reduction of homelessness 2 years in a row because of policies that I have put in place. I also believe we need to have an overhaul of the system, but I can tell you that streets that we have cleared, crime is down, firefighters don't have to go out. Firefighters spend 30% of their time putting out fires that are related to homelessness. Businesses are able to have customers kids are able to walk to school and parents without navigating tents. That's what I would say. But I have to say about my colleague here is that, yes, she is a member of City Council. She chairs the Homelessness Committee, but she also, in order to get anything passed in City Council, she has to build an alliance with her colleagues. And she has not been successful in doing that, which is why she has not been able to pass
Mayor
the
Bass, your
policies
time is up.
that she's talking about.
Thank you. Councilmember Raman, so this also happened under your watch. Your plan calls for fully staffing the Bureau of Homelessness Oversight, which the City Council established under your leadership. So the question is, why is it not fully staffed as we speak right now?
It's not. I, as part of my efforts to create accountability on homelessness, I've been pushing for greater oversight within the city. Right now in the city, there is no one who is watching our dollars. There is no one, even as we're spending hundreds of millions of dollars every year, there is no accountability in the city. There's no staff at the city that are making sure that every single dollar that you are spending, your tax dollars, are going to the issue of homelessness. People are not watching to make sure those are going towards outcomes. They're not watching to make sure that every dollar is being spent appropriately. That is because the city has not invested in oversight. I've been pushing for exactly that oversight. I created the first data around performance that the city had because I pushed and it happened. I established the Bureau of Homelessness Oversight through my powers as a council member. But the mayor is the executive of the city. She has the power to move departments to hire and to build out the staffing. A year after this was established, no new staff members have been hired for this. No leadership has been hired.
Thank you.
No
Your time
one.
is up. Thank you.
Mr. Pratt, this next question is for
she
you,
talked
and you have
about me.
60 seconds.
Mayor Bass would like to respond. I don't know if you heard.
Do we have the time?
No, I'm just.
No, go ahead, Mayor.
Well, thank you. Let me just say that the bureau that the councilwoman is referring to is being staffed. Half the staff are there now. And we have been reducing homelessness again for the first time and building out a system that needs to be built. The problem with my colleague, though, and I appreciate your interest in data and all of that, that is important. But I believe it was important to act in this city. Angelenos do not want to see encampments on their street.
Thank you, Mayor.
Sorry.
Okay, Mr. Pratt. Mr. Pratt, thank you for directing traffic up here. We appreciate it. How does your professional experience qualify you to make sure and to oversee a budget the size of LA's $14 billion budget? We know you're passionate about what you're doing. We know you're an entrepreneur, but this is a $14 billion budget. What kind of experience do you bring to the table for that?
Well, thankfully, I have common sense and I'm humble. I have humility. I'm going to surround myself with the smartest people in the world because I actually don't have to balance the budget. The mayor doesn't balance the budget. She has a CAO. She has a team. And we're not going to say she has the best team, but she has a team and they balance the budget. My job is to be, as crazy as this will sound, I'm the adult in the room here as Spencer Pratt. And that's what it's come to. And so I plan on putting people that actually want to make sure all of our money, like Councilwoman Rahman was saying, is accounted for. Pure transparency, every dollar, all of our tax money. And again, back to what Councilwoman Rahman was saying about that, in her own district, she let one of these NGOs, a building was on the market for $3 million. It sold for $8 million to the NGO with that tax money that she's so concerned about. She wants to watch it all. She can't even keep track of the NGOs in her own district stealing our tax money. So when I'm doing the budget, we're gonna make sure no one's stealing our money.
Councilmember Rahman, do you have a response for that?
I'm not sure what specific building Spencer Pratt is referring to, but
I'll post a link after
I will also just say that we have pushed extremely hard to build the oversight system, so much so that I had to go out and get philanthropic support to create the data for performance oversight and accountability at the city. The city was refusing to put our dollars and our people towards it. This is important. Your tax dollars deserve to be watched. You deserve a system that responds to you with responsibility and accountability. That's what I want to establish.
Ms. Rahman, thank you. And Mayor Bass, do you have a response to that as well?
Sure. Again, what I have done on my watch is reduced homelessness for the first time 2 years in a row. We absolutely need a system that is able to provide services to people. It has been woefully unacceptable what has been happening so far. I feel we're moving in the right direction, and under my watch, we will continue to do that because we need to make comprehensive changes to what has been going on for so many years before, frankly, either of us arrived in City Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a question from a student from the Harvard of the West, Loyola Marymount University. Your name, your major, and what year are you? And your question.
Good evening. My name is John Kasabian. I am a senior urban and environmental studies major. My question for you is that Los Angeles remains one of the most unaffordable regions in the nation. If elected, what is one housing policy you would implement immediately or change?
Mayor, we'll start with you.
Yes, the housing policy that I did implement immediately. After I declared a state of emergency around homelessness, I expedited the building. 42,000 units are being fast-tracked for affordable housing. We have another 43,000 units that are potential with our adaptive reuse, which means you can change office buildings into housing. We also changed the zoning codes, so we have the potential for another 500,000 units. I know that one of the primary drivers for the lack of affordability in our city is housing and making sure that people can afford to live here. So that is how I have focused on addressing the affordability issue. Now, there's a lot of other factors that come into affordability that we can't control, such as the price of gas or what is happening 3,000 miles away. But every single thing we can do, rent stabilization, reducing the price of rent, eviction prevention. I started the Mayor's Fund that allows us to do that.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilwoman.
Thank you for that question. This is one of the driving factors behind my candidacy and the work that I want to do. The cost of housing is driving young families out of the city. It's driving young people out of the city. It is making this into a city that is no longer one of opportunity, and it is not central to anyone else's agenda on this stage except for mine. The mayor has not had a deputy mayor of housing during a housing crisis for the last 2 years. The ED1 program has entitled 42,000 units, but only 14% of them are actually under construction. What we need to do is make sure that the city gets out of the way. Right now, on average, the city takes over 1.5 years to approve multifamily housing, apartments, exactly the kind of housing that we desperately need in order to bring prices down. Why is the city standing in the way? As mayor, I will take my executive authority over the departments and ensure that they respond to new apartment applications within 60 days if they are zoning compliant, so that we can build exactly the kind of housing that will make this into a city of opportunity again.
Ms. Rahman, thank you. Mr. Pratt, you have 60 seconds.
She also mentioned me.
She did. I heard it.
See how nice they are being to each other?
He's a nice person, actually.
That's good
Go
to
ahead,
know.
Mayor. What's going on here?
Well, first of all, I disagree in terms of how much time it takes to go through the process. We have cut red tape so you can go through much quicker than that. The 42,000 units of housing that are being fast-tracked, 6,000 of those units are actively under construction, but there are definitely other factors that have weighed into that. And some of the factors are the price of construction materials, just the general economy, and we are doing everything we can to make sure that we are able to fast-track that housing. We want to see people move in right now,
Mayor?
which is why we've come up with a variety of ways in addition to that.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pratt, are you ready?
I am. Thank you so
All right,
much.
you have a minute to respond.
Well, the good news is when I enforce the law and clear the street of the drug addicts that have taken over 40 blocks of downtown LA, abandoned buildings that have drug addicts just lighting them on fire every other day, I will have potentially 20,000 units available to build. And thankfully, I spent a lot of time in a town that has a lot of builders, and I see all the new 3D printing and the potential of how fast we can do it. And with this ED1 that Mayor Bass is talking about, I met with the developer this week, Carlos, and he said, yes, she did an initiative where she fast-tracked it 6 months. It's been 2.5 years, and he hasn't been able to get his permits. The best part is some of these developers that are taking all of our tax money are charging $750 a square foot for stuff that should be be costing $250. And Councilwoman Rahman, this plan that she's going to build all these units, guess what? She's going to sue all the people that actually rents to the tenants, and then they're not going to even want to rent to anybody because she wants people to squat in there for a year and not pay. So I don't know how her plan is going to work.
Councilmember Rahman, you have 30 seconds to respond. And then Conan has a question that coincides with all of this. Please.
Great. I mean, I'm not sure how to respond to that vision of Los Angeles. This is a MAGA Republicans' idea of what Los Angeles looks like. This is really not the city that I love so much. We need to make this city so much better.
Yeah.
We have to work so hard to ensure that this city works for everyone who lives in it. And crucial to that is actually ensuring. I'm sorry, I was still speaking.
Continue, Council.
Okay.
Okay. So if you don't mind, the governor the other day expressed frustration, Mayor, with you. It appears the city has delayed the implementation of Senate Bill 79, that is high density along transit lines.
Yeah.
I know that you wanted him to veto that law. He didn't. I know, Councilwoman, you supported that law. Mr. Pratt, I'd like you to weigh in. I don't know if we need a minute for all of this, but can you just tell us, with regard to building transit, a lot of neighborhoods are concerned about this, high density, up to 9 stories at transit lines. Why did you want to delay that, Mayor?
What, did I want to delay it?
Right.
Well, first of all, I don't support Sacramento saying that this is what we need to do here in Los Angeles, especially our city, where we are very much committed to building housing. And I feel, especially after all of the units that I talked about, we are on track to build housing. We need absolutely more housing built, but SB 79 basically says you can build it in any residential area, and I don't believe that that is necessary. In some areas, and I always talk about Sherman Oaks, they don't want their individual neighborhoods disrupted, but they are very open to building housing on their commercial strips. Councilwoman Harris Dawson is the perfect example where on Crenshaw Boulevard, you see hundreds of units being built, but the single-family homes are not disrupted. There's ways to do it. We are on our road to do it. We did not need Sacramento to tell us what to do and to mandate what we were doing.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilwoman?
Here's why SB 79 and other state laws keep coming down on us. Because the city of Los Angeles is not taking responsibility for the demand for housing. We are not building housing at the level that we need to address our housing shortage. And when we don't build that housing responsibly, when we don't take responsibility for it from the very top, including from this mayor who has pushed back against these state mandates, they come in and impose these mandates on us. Here's what I would do instead. Let's actually plan for the housing that we need. Let's build out the neighborhoods that we want to build. Let's make them beautiful. Let's actually solve for the kind of density and affordability that the state is asking us to do. We can do it if we plan for it. And as mayor, that's exactly what I would do. I would ensure that I would use the executive authority in the mayoralty to make sure that every department was planning for density in ways that Angelenos welcomed so that Sacramento didn't have to intervene. In the absence of that, this is what happens.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll get to you. And Mr. Pratt, it would seem to me you agree with the mayor on this topic, but I just want you to asking you about density development imposed by the state.
Yeah, to be clear, I just said I'm going to have 40 blocks when I get rid of all the drug addicts that are sleeping on the sides of all these empty buildings. So we will have so much high density. I'll have so many bike lanes for Mayor, or excuse me, Councilwoman Rahman to have all her bike lanes. We're going to have all that. We have plenty of places to build. We don't need to put a 7-story cement structure in a single family neighborhood with no parking. I actually lived the consequences of high density on small streets, and it's people can burn alive in an emergency or in an earthquake or any type of evacuation situation. Adding these high density buildings onto these teeny tiny streets doesn't make sense. Of course, I'm fine with building where they make sense. I love building. I think it's great. I think they should look a little better than what Councilwoman Rahman wants, like prison-like boxes, but I think they should have some style. Not to mention the fact that Councilwoman Rahman is fighting Mayor Bass on Sacramento, where she just was telling me, this is LA, this is LA. Where's her LA pride?
Okay, Mr. Pratt. Brett. Listen, you can answer this next question because it relates to it. Downtown Los Angeles seems to be in a state of crisis. The high rises there, the office buildings are worth a fraction of what they used to be. That will impact the budget, by the way. You have a graffiti tower. You have a $500 million bridge, 6th Street Bridge, where somebody ripped out 38,000 feet of copper, so it's in the dark. You have restaurants, Kohl's at 6th and Main, Clifton's at Broadway and 8th, that survived the Depression, Prohibition, and World War II, but they can't survive the human feces outside their front door. They're closed. What is your plan for downtown? Can we afford to let it die? Ms. Rama, we'll start with you. Would you agree to bring city workers back full-time to the office in order to help some of the businesses?
I think we do definitely need to bring city and county workers back. In our office, we have people in the office 3 days a week in order to be able to address issues. There are some workers that should be in the office much more, and there's others that can be there 3 days a week, but absolutely. That is not the only intervention that downtown needs. And right now, the lack of care that's being demonstrated in downtown LA is part of our broken status quo. Downtown LA needs attention, and it needs real care. It needs more public safety officials on the streets. It needs work with businesses to ensure that businesses aren't just fleeing downtown LA, that they're actually staying there. It needs regular cleanups. It needs real maintenance. It needs a strategy. Instead, what Mayor Bass has done is to dismantle our economic development department. We don't have a strategy to keep businesses here in Los Angeles, and we're watching as they walk away from this city instead of investing in it. That's the kind of investment that I want to encourage people to make by actually investing in a real economic development strategy for LA.
Mr. Pratt, how do we solve this? Are you want to bring workers back into the city full on? I mean, what's the solution for this problem? He mentioned a lot of problems. What's your plan?
Thank you, sir. Well, first off, I was just talking to my friend Rachel, who works in downtown LA. Downtown is so unsafe now that they have to serve the food. All the employees have to eat inside. They can't risk going out. That's why all these beautiful restaurants are closing, because it's so unsafe. So before we require city workers to go back into any buildings, we need to enforce the laws on the street. Councilwoman Rahman is talking about safety, yet when animal rescue activist Rebecca Corey came in and said the dogs are being tortured and abused on the streets of downtown, she walked out of the hearing. She doesn't care about safety. She doesn't care about anything she's talking about. At least Mayor Bass pretends to care.
Mayor Bass, can we afford, and you've got a minute to answer this question, can we afford to let downtown LA die? As
no,
Kona
we absolutely cannot afford.
But it's in a crisis situation at this point.
Absolutely.
It seems to be going the wrong way.
So let me just tell you that we absolutely cannot. Downtown is the center of our city, and it is an economic engine that absolutely needs to be attended to. We have a strategy that is working. We are working with the downtown business associations. We are increasing public safety there. That's why I did the adaptive reuse ordinance, which allows for the office buildings that are vacant to be converted into housing, and those conversions are taking place right now. That is why we have to deal with the street homelessness that is there. There needs to be massive intervention there. And then, of course, there is the convention center. And the convention center is a long-term investment that we have to make in our city, because the more people you have downtown, whether it's a convention or people coming downtown for concerts, is the way to make the city more safe and downtown more safe. And my number one obligation is to keep our city safe. So downtown is absolutely critical.
Thank you.
All right, moving to our Councilmember Rahman, would you like to respond to that?
To
the mayor and what she's talking about there?
I mean, look, I feel like we're having a theoretical conversation here about the direction of our city, which is being led currently by our mayor. Our mayor is the CEO of the city. She sets the direction of this city.
Right.
And if you are satisfied with the status quo, then I've got great news for you. The incumbent is on the ballot. What I'm here to say is that we need more urgency to respond to the issues right now. We need real plans. We need real efforts to make sure that we're keeping businesses here, that we're keeping workers here, that we're keeping residents in downtown LA. That is the strategy and effort that I want to bring to this role.
Councilmember Rob.
Councilwoman Robin endorsed
we
Mayor Bass 2 weeks before she ran for election. 2 hours before the candidacy closed, she endorsed Mayor Bass. So all of a sudden now she has all these problems with Mayor Bass. They do photos together.
Mr. Pratt.
Oh, sorry.
We have so many more topics, and you know what? I know we're passionate. You're passionate about what we're talking about. But voters really want some concrete evidence here, and they want people to be direct.
But she referenced
moving
me.
along,
I need
Mayor,
to
I'm
respond
so sorry
to
I have
that.
to cut you
That's
off.
supposed to be part of the rules.
Yeah, go ahead, Mayor.
I haven't been offered that in a lot of this debate. So
Well, I think I'm joining you there. Absolutely, the status quo and breaking up the status quo and dealing with the bureaucracy is exactly why I ran. And I started doing that by addressing homelessness, but also by bringing coalitions together to make sure that we can deal with downtown. Did you know that we are the only major city that does not have a comprehensive infrastructure plan? So it's been haphazard up until now, left to the wishes of every single council member. I have instituted and started a comprehensive infrastructure plan and moving right away into replacing 60,000 solar lights.
Thank you, Mayor. Are we good on this topic now? Because this next topic, a lot of viewers, when we put up the QR code, wanted to know about this. It has to do with the film and television industry. A lot of people think we're nowhere close to where we should be. I know it bounced back the first part of this year, but it's at least 30% below what it was pre-COVID time. So the question becomes, and Mayor, I'm going to start with you. Do we do enough to keep production in Southern California?
Well, let
you
me
have
just
1 minute.
Let me just tell you what I have done. In working with the industry, we have expedited permits. I established one person who is a czar to provide concierge services for the industry. We also lowered the costs to do filming in Los Angeles. So, for example, the observatory, we reduced those amounts by 70%. We are beginning to bring the industry back. And I'll tell you, this has been a long-standing issue of mine. When I was in Sacramento and served as speaker, I did the first tax credits and also promoted and advocated for those tax credits here in Sacramento. We have a long way to go, but we are absolutely making headway because of policies that I put in place.
Mr. Pratt, are we doing enough to bring Hollywood back?
Absolutely not. And that's great. Mayor Bass did those credits back in the day. But we don't have tax credits that even Massachusetts has better tax credits than Hollywood. We needed a mayor 3 years ago that was going to Sacramento and fighting the governor to get uncapped tax credits. We need post-production tax credits. And Councilwoman Rahman will tell you, my husband's a producer, blah, blah, blah. The reality is she's been in power for 5 years. Now, all of a sudden, she has these tweets and these posts, and she's doing Substacks. Both of these people have been the reason why there's no more Hollywood. Not to mention, even if they do, these things, we're still going to have drug addicts all over the street because they're treatment first, open beds, not mandatory treatment. Do you know I talked to producers? They have to pay gang members right now to keep the streets safe, to go film anything on the streets of LA. So absolutely no, these two politicians have failed Hollywood times 1,000.
Councilmember Rahman, if elected, what would you do differently here? Is enough being done?
I would say, this issue is very personal to me. My husband has been a longtime writer in the industry, and we desperately need to keep Hollywood here. And I feel like the mayor's role is really to be the loudest advocate for the best possible version of the policies that we need, including a tax credit that has no cap, that is guaranteed years into the future so that production, so that studios can actually invest here and they know that they can invest here. We need to make sure that we're reducing red tape in City Hall to make sure that productions have no bar to being able to film here. I also would create a real film office here. We don't have enough people at the city to make sure that filming can happen quickly and efficiently. We need people who know the industry and know the city and can make sure that we're working across county jurisdictions. That's what happened in Baywatch. City and county weren't talking to each other. Let's make it possible for us to actually do the work. I feel so strongly about this. And Angelinos in the industry need a fighter. I will be that fighter.
Excuse me.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
We have to move on. Really quick, 30
She
seconds.
never, in her time in there, she feels very strongly about it, but never offered one motion. And when motions came up on the industry, she either recused herself
We got to
or
move
got
on.
up and walked out.
Thank you both. We got to move on. Sorry. I am so sorry. We have to move on. We have a very important topic, so let's talk about immigration. Immigration after what happened last year, that was a really big deal. So I want to ask you all three. This is a yes or no question and answer. So there's an LA council member. He wants voters to decide. He is saying that non-citizens, should they be allowed to vote in local elections? Is this a yes or no, Mr. Pratt?
No.
Mayor Bass?
It depends. It's not a yes or no.
Depends on what?
Well, first of all, when you say non-citizens, it doesn't mean they're here illegal. It doesn't mean they're undocumented. They could have green cards. They could be here perfectly legal. And there's a lot of states and cities that do that on very, very local elections. We have to see what the councilman is proposing.
Councilmember Bremen.
Yeah, I would say, again, it does depend. In other places, school boards have non-citizens,
Yes or no?
non-citizens who vote
Mr. Pratt, I have a question for
who are
you. You
residents who
told
vote for
NBC
these.
News a few months ago that you want LAPD to take care of, so if you don't want ICE to be here in the city, so the question is, you want LAPD to do enforcement as ICE?
No, that's not what I said. What I said is, when I'm mayor, I want to enforce all the laws and get all the drug dealers, the murderers, the child traffickers, the rapists. And if they're legal or illegal, if they are a danger to our site, I want them off our streets. So that's why I said ICE won't be coming here, because I'm going to end up, everybody they're supposedly looking for, they're going to be in jail when I'm mayor. So
That's not what ICE was doing.
Okay, we're moving
ICE
on.
was chasing people in car washes. ICE was chasing people in Home Depots and picking up vendors selling fruit. The majority of them, over 70%, had no record, no police record whatsoever. That is not what was going on in here. I was against it. I physically went out and did everything I could to stop it, and will do that again.
Was that phone call when you were like, hello, please don't come here? Just to be clear, I didn't say what she said. I said I'm going to target all criminals. So she just put words in
That's not
my...
what ICE did.
Okay.
He asked me what I said.
Final question for all three of them. In another hour, there's going to be 7 candidates for governor. The governor's going to be there at one point. Very quickly, just to align, what do you need from the next governor to help this city? Ms. Rahman?
We need support we need financial support when our federal administration has abandoned us. We need to make sure that we are able to fund the programs that we need. We need to be able to make sure that we can ensure that the city is vibrant into the future. We absolutely need a governor who is going to fund that full film tax credit that we need. We need the support in the absence of support from the federal government.
Mr. Pratt?
What do we need from
the next governor? What do you need from that person?
Personally, the governor needs to clear all his dead fuels around our community so more communities don't burn down. All the dead brush surrounding Sunland, Tahunga, Bel Air, Brentwood, the Valley. So there's a lot of dead fuels that they leave because they care more about plants over people. So I would start with there. Second, we need to make sure this home key, this homeless billions that's laundered through these NGOs, we need to have where you require treatment. Right now, they make it so someone like Mayor Bass has to fight, even if she wanted to require treatment, they have to fight Mayor Bass because they say, no, you can do drugs inside of these $1 million rooms. So I would say we got to stop the money laundering.
Mayor Bass. We need cooperation from the governor. For example, we need the governor to support us in cleaning up our highways, doing the landscaping. It looks a mess. We need the graffiti removed. We need the governor to restore the money for homelessness that was cut by 50%. We need the governor to front fund the money for FEMA, because while we're waiting for it to come from D.C., we need to do undergrounding in the Pacific Palisades. And there's a lot of things that we need from Sacramento. It is fortunate that I served there. I know how to work in Sacramento. I know how to make it work for us. I've had to change laws to help us here. I've also had to do the same thing in Washington, D.C. Need them to advocate for the insurance industry and the banking industry so that people can rebuild in the Pacific Palisades.
All right. Thank you so much. Time flies. Special thanks to our candidates tonight, our partners at LMU, and, of course, the Skirball Cultural Center.
Yeah, thank you so much for your time. That is actually painful. But you know what? It gives us some information about what these candidates say to the people. The only problem that I have with them is it's not what they're saying, it's that they don't follow it. You know, they say all these things, and just like when they were fighting, right? When they were running Kamala Harris for president, she said all of these things that will make everything so affordable, and yet 4 years did nothing. She talked about the security at the border, nothing. We got millions of illegal immigrants. Why are these people so afraid of talking about illegal immigration? Let me tell you something. If it is the law. Federal government takes care of legal and illegal immigration. Period. No state official, governor, or mayor, or anybody else can stop ICE agents, federal government, from enforcing the law. If they are there illegally, they gotta go. They gotta go. There's no ends and buts about it. There isn't. And I'm going to tell you something. If I am running for governor and they ask me that question, the answer will be the same. Listen, our duty is for the American people. Period. Not for illegal immigrants. You say, well, you're a migrant yourself. It doesn't matter. I am legal. I'm an American citizen. I became an American citizen because I needed to have my voice being heard, and my voice is to protect, defend, and make people respect and honor this country. Period. I don't care if you like me or you don't like me. The fact that if you are American and you don't support the United States of America, what a damn shame. What a waste of human space in this country. Somebody who doesn't love themselves, it shows out in public. If you love yourself, you will love your people and your country. I love my people, and that's why I stand for the truth. I follow the law. I will never give them a bad example to break the law, and that will be okay. That's not how it works. That is not how it works. You want to be in this country, you protect this country. You stand for the people of this country, not the other nations. The fact that they're spending, listen to me, every single socialist Democrat state, every blue state, they spend $80,000 to $100,000+ on illegal immigrants. This is per person. They throw away hundreds of millions of dollars on homeless issues and nothing happens. Do you know how much a manager for a homeless NGO makes? $400,000. The governor gets $225,000. The president gets $400,000. Managers. This is where the NGOs are abusing the system, and the damn career politicians is what they do. They steal the money from the American people. I don't care if you call me a traitor, coconut, whatever name you want to call me. Doggone it, as an American citizen, we got to stand up for this country. And if we don't stand up for this country, nobody else will. Every single enemy and people that hate this country is already fighting to destroy it. Somebody needs to stand up. And somebody needs to do something about it. So guess what? We're going to do something about it. And what we're going to do is tell the truth. Run the good news, the good message that America is back. We are not going to be cowered in. We will vote because we need to vote. Period. If you disagree with every word that I just say, you're a moron and you are an idiot. Because if you don't protect this country, you're harming the future of your children. Now, with that being said, I think the debate was okay. We know that the Indian lady was the biggest liar there. She is useless. So I know that Bass and Pratt are going to be running head to head. And I believe that Pratt has a lot of momentum. Now, Pratt is the only guy there. So all the people that are behind Rama, the Indian lady, I'm sure they're going to support Bass because they're loyalist Democrats. And that, my friends, will probably win Bass back into the mayor race. I think she might just win again. Now, with that being said, I am not done with the torture. We are now going to listen to the debate for governor in California. Oh, this is going to be fun. And I will take another break, but I'll be right back.
Statewide debate to California governor, or voters, actually. I'm joined by my colleagues, Conan Nolan from NBC4, our chief political reporter, and Telemundo 52 news anchor, Enrique Quiabra.
¿Qué tal? Buenas noches a todos. In the next hour, we'll be asking the leading candidates questions that are going to showcase their differences. We're broadcasting and streaming in both English y también en español.
We're less than a month away from the election. The ballots are in the mail. They're actually already have arrived. The top two finishers face off in the November general election, regardless of party. These are the highest polling candidates. One of them is going to be the next governor.
Our goal tonight is really to explore the positions of all the candidates you see here. Our questions will focus on the job and the responsibility of the governor. The candidates will have 60 seconds to respond to questions, 30 seconds for rebuttals. Again, that is at the discretion of the moderators here, and 30 seconds for follow-ups. For our live audience, please hold your applause. Question number one goes to you, Conan.
That's right, Colleen. In deference to you, one note here. You had a bit of a food fight last night on another debate. We'd prefer that not happen here. We want a competition of ideas. Please don't interrupt for the benefit of the voters and the viewing public. So let's talk about the issue of housing. The Department of Finance last week said, yes, more people are leaving the state than are arriving. We know that. Employers, unless you're an AI company in San Francisco, are having a hard time finding people to take jobs in this state because they can't afford to live here. Everybody has said we need more housing. We need to build more housing, but I'd like some specifics. Mr. Hilton, we'll start with you. In our conversation, you said we need more subdivisions and to link them by freeways. Do I have that right?
Yes, the California dream was built on that idea of owning your own home. And right now we have the highest housing costs in the country and the lowest home ownership. Young people saying to me all the time, I can't imagine making my life in California because I'll never be able to own my own home. We've got to change direction on housing. Yes, we've got to simplify the regulations that make it so expensive, 2 or 3 times more expensive to build housing compared to other states. Yes, we have to stop the hidden taxes on house building. But the big change we need to make, which the Democrats on this stage aren't prepared to make, is to end this ideology which says the only acceptable form of housing is to shove apartment buildings into suburban neighborhoods. We've stopped building the kind of starter homes and single family homes we used to build so well in California that made the California dream a reality. And that is what I will get back to as governor, to restore that California dream of home ownership.
Thank you, Mr. Steyer.
So the biggest problem in California is Californians can't afford to live here anymore. And the number one part of that is housing. And in order to solve our housing problems, there are a bunch of things we have to do. So we have to shorten permitting times and make them less expensive. For sure, everyone on this stage will say that. I believe in zoning densely near public transportation. And I believe that the way to drive down costs per square foot by at least a third is by constructing off-site and then putting together on-site. But there's some other things I'll do that no one else on this stage will say. I'm going to close a corporate real estate tax loophole for $22 billion a year that's going to go to the cities and counties. And that's going to make them willing to permit housing and to make it happen. They're standing in the way because housing is an unfunded liability for them. I'm going to fund it. And lastly, our community bank, nonprofit community bank, has financed 17,000 low-income housing units. The state of California needs to use finance.
Thank you, Mr. Steyer.
Finance low-income units and also for down payment assistance.
Thank you. Sheriff Bianco?
Yes, we certainly can't afford to live here anymore. And it's exactly, solutions like that are exactly why you can't afford to live here anymore and why you will never be able to afford to live in California anymore. Unfortunately, in the position we are, I'll stick up for Steve unless you elect Steve or I, because the policies that the rest of the people on this stage are proposing to all of you is just a repeat of all of the problems that got us here in the first place. You can't afford a home in California because the builders cannot afford to build homes because of the excessive regulations in California. With me as your governor, we will become, for the first time in many decades, a building empire in our country. We will build more homes than we have ever built before because we will allow builders to build them. We will remove the restrictions and the regulations that prevent it right now. And those restrictions come from CEQA, they come from the Coastal Commission, they also even from on the outside in CARB. But regulations are the key to afford housing in California.
Secretary Becerra, when we had an interview, you said that housing should be based on how many people we want to live in California. We have to determine what essentially our population. Do I have that right? And can you explain in your 1 minute, what did you mean by that?
Sure, Conan. We have to make sure we understand how many homes we need. And you can't understand how many homes you need unless you know how many people are coming to California. I remember when my parents told me the story when they got here, they had $12 in their pocket, yet they got to live that California dream. They purchased a home. They were able to give my 3 sisters and I far more than they ever had. And that's what we have to get back to, is giving every family that opportunity. I will make sure that down payment assistance programs are expanded under my watch, because today California families are essentially buying a house. They're just buying it for the landlord, because in their rental payments, they're essentially paying the mortgage. How about we do this? How about we help you get that last cog in the process of buying a house, the down payment. Then when you pay a monthly payment, it's not for rent, it's to own the home. How about we make sure Wall Street isn't the person you're bidding against when you're trying to buy that house? That is unfair when Wall Street can outbid you. Third, how about we streamline regs, make CEQA work, because CEQA was meant to help protect communities, not to stop housing.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Congresswoman Porter.
Yeah, housing is personal to me. It's personal to me because I've spent a large part of my career working on helping families who couldn't afford housing, who were the victims of predatory lenders or were facing eviction. It's also personal to me because I'm raising 3 teenagers here, one of whom I think there's a pretty good chance he's going to wind up living on my couch if we don't figure out how to build more affordable housing. It's not enough to just build housing for those who are here. We have to build enough housing for California to grow our economy. And it's not enough to just build more. We have to build it less expensively than we are now. Building faster is building cheaper. If we build faster, we can take 10 or 20% off the cost of rent and mortgages. That is a lot of money back in the pockets of California. We also need to innovate into construction technique, architectural design, manufacturing, and housing finance. When I'm governor, Californians will have a 5% down payment on their houses, not 20.
Thank you. Mr. Mahan, in answering this as a mayor, should the state get involved in zoning? It's normally a local municipality that decides what housing is built.
Well, thanks, Conan. If cities don't do their job, the state absolutely has to intervene and hold them accountable. I'm running for governor to deliver the kinds of results I've delivered as mayor of our 3rd largest city. When we weren't building housing, we cut permitting times, cut red tape, reduced one-time fees, and got thousands of homes under construction. We built interim housing and moved thousands of people indoors. We've expanded backyard cottages for grandparents and kids coming back from college. We've actually gotten housing built. The entire state of California needs those kinds of results today to create upward mobility for our kids and our grandkids. While we're on the topic of leadership, though, I want to be really clear. We do not need the leadership that MAGA candidates on this stage are offering that's divisive. We don't need the leadership of a billionaire who's now against everything he made his money in, or a career politician who has failed again and again to deliver results.
He's trying to remember his lines.
Right.
Hilarious.
Okay. Mayor Villaraigosa.
You know, my mother struggled to make ends meet, a single mom, so for most of my life we rented. I bought a home at 25 years old. Young families can't do that right now. The average down payment is $140,000. So the first thing we need to do is support down payment assistance. There's an initiative on the ballot, no cost to the taxpayers, that will build 150,000 homes and provide that kind of first-time assistance. Secondly, streamline permitting. But let me remind you all, those of you who live in LA, when I was mayor, we went from 20,000 units of housing downtown to 60,000. We transformed downtown, built more housing, market rate, workforce, affordable, and homeless housing in 8 years, 4 years of recession, than the 12 years before that. The next governor's got to roll up their sleeves and get the job done. I will as the next governor.
Thank you.
Next question. A lot of people in the state of California think insurance is at a crisis situation. California investigation this week found State Farm mishandled and delayed claims from the wildfires. Major insurance companies have either pulled out of the state of California or they've stopped writing new policies altogether. Many people feel California's FAIR Plan is the insurer of last resort. It is expensive any way you look at it. What would you do to help homeowners, and especially those waiting to rebuild? We're still waiting a year later and haven't received a check. Be specific on this. Secretary Becerra, we're going to start with you. You have 1 minute.
So I have called for a freeze of insurance rates for the very reason you've pointed out. Most Californians don't understand why they are losing their insurance. My mom last year lost insurance coverage for a home she has that she had paid for over 30 years. I don't believe she ever filed a claim on that home. And all of a sudden, her insurance company just dropped her without explanation. That is not fair. There are people still in the Palisades and Altadena who haven't received payment. They haven't received the timeline
But
when they're going to be paid.
What specifically would you do to help those folks?
And Kathleen, I was going to get to that. I'm just trying to make sure we explain the problem because it's real for everybody. And that's why I'm calling for a freeze, because those companies ought to tell us. We are entitled to know why they continue to raise our rates, why they get out of Dodge when the going gets tough. We have to make sure they are there when we need them. We have to make sure we go through that audit. And I will make sure that we base insurance on the rates based on risk and risk based on mitigation that's been done to reduce your risk.
Secretary Becerra, thank you. Ms. Porter.
Yeah, we can't afford to freeze rates because what will happen is every insurer remaining in this state will leave. And if people cannot get insurance, they will not build more houses. They will not build green energy projects. The solution is more insurers competing for rates.
Exactly.
I'm a consumer protection advocate. I have spent my life taking on corporations with or without a whiteboard who lie, cheat, or steal. And there's a lot of evidence that that is exactly what State Farm has done here. These folks are victims, and they need someone who isn't taking corporate contributions from the very insurers that they claim they will hold responsible. The solution is to bring insurers back into the market, to do the things that we've already done here in terms of allowing premiums to be written to the risk at the household level, and to address climate change risk and invest in our firefighting service.
Mayor Mahan, you have 60 seconds.
Well, Javier, I can tell you why the insurance companies left and stopped writing policies and why your plan will only make it worse. We effectively told them they couldn't use climate data to actually model the amount of risk. We effectively told them they had to lose money by writing new policies. So the answer is bring them back, as Katie said, have them compete to bring down costs. Now, if they slow roll the payment of claims that they need to pay, then yes, let's sue them and hold them accountable. But the truth is the state of California broke the insurance market. We need to bring them back, have them compete, and the state and the federal government have to take responsibility for reducing wildfire risk around all of our urban areas by clearing brush, thinning forests, and reducing the risk of the catastrophic fires that are driving up insurance costs. It's not rocket science, but price caps will only make it worse. It'll be impossible to bring insurance companies back to California.
Mayor, thank you. Mayor Villaraigosa.
Mr. Mahan and my friend to my left here are right, everybody. The reason why we got here, this is the only state that didn't do catastrophic modeling, the only state that didn't do reinsurance, and the only state that took longer than 3 months to pass a rate hike. So the entire industry left the bigot market. So the notion that we would freeze insurance rates, the governor can't do that. Two, it's just going to make it worse. Now, let me say something about the FAIR Plan, because I'm on it. The FAIR Plan is not fair. If I lost my house today, the FAIR Plan wouldn't compensate for me. Maybe 3 bedrooms, and that's about it. At the end of the day, we have to make the FAIR Plan something that works for more people until we bring the market back. Once we bring the market back, of course we're going to hold them accountable when they're not paying the insured appropriately.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Mr. Hilton.
So just a couple of observations on what we heard in the previous answers. I love all the stories of the California dream for some of my friends and colleagues on this stage. But the California dream they're talking about happened when you had a Republican governor in California. And that's what we need to get back to restore it. Matt Mahan talked about housing. His city was just rated the least affordable for housing in the world. So what that all points to is that actually, if we want change in California on all these issues, we can't keep doing the same thing over and over again. Specifically on insurance, the things we haven't heard that I would do as governor is, number one, enforce the actual regulation in the original Proposition 103 that set up our insurance commission and the regulations around it, which says that rate changes need to be approved in 60 days. Now it takes over a year. That's one of the reasons that they're leaving. And the other massive one, lawsuits. Lawsuits are adding sometimes up to $15,000 a year onto insurance premiums. And these Democrats won't change it because they are funded by the trial lawyers.
Thank you so much, Mr.
Can I respond
Steyer.
to that? So, could I go? Look, we've had, Steve's right that we've had the least affordable.
Mayor? Oh, I'm asking for specifics on this. We'll get back to you in just a moment. Mr. Steyer.
So I think I know as much about business as anyone on this stage, and people are right. This is a huge home insurance market, and we need to harden the homes, and we need to reduce the catastrophic risk, and everyone's describing how we need to make it possible for insurance companies to come here and make money. But the truth is, someone has to stand up for Californians when people are going after them. And as someone who's been to Altadena and talked to the people there and see how they've suffered, not just financially, but the stress that it's put in their lives, and the fact that the insurance companies are slow rolling them, and the fact that SoCal Edison is slow rolling them, and the fact that FEMA is slow rolling them. Yeah, I absolutely believe we should have an insurance market, and as governor, I'll make sure we reduce catastrophic risk. But as governor, I'm going to stand up for the people of California when corporations are taking advantage of them. And we are seeing that right now in Altadena and Pacific Palisades. And it's the governor's job to stand up and fight and make sure those people pay the claims, pay the FEMA, and pay the cost of having caused the fire in the first place.
Sheriff Bianco.
Yeah, thank you. So the difference between me and everyone else, after I'm your governor, is I'm not going to lie to you about what's causing this problem in the first place. And I have some very dire news for all of you. The insurance companies are not going to come back if another Democrat is elected, especially the ones that are on this stage, because the reasons why they left is because of failed Democrat policies that forced them to leave. A government cannot force a business to go into bankruptcy. And the insurance companies repeatedly told our legislature and our governor that our environmental policies that prevent our fire department from creating defensible space around our homes and our properties was going to lead to multiple cities being destroyed. And unfortunately, we saw it in the Palisades. And unfortunately for the Palisades victims, the insurance companies, our governor called their bluff, and they left the state, leaving all of them, most of them, without insurance. We absolutely will get rid of CEQA and the Coastal Commission. The fire department will clear defensible space, and naturally the insurance companies will come back, and our rates will go down.
Mayor Mahan, because San Jose was mentioned, you have 30 seconds to respond.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, Steve's right. San Jose is expensive. It has been since before I was born. But as a leader in an elected office, I took ownership for that and challenged City Hall to do better. That's what we need to ask of Sacramento. We reduced fees. We sped up permitting, we cut the red tape, and we got thousands of homes under construction. We aren't going to fix California's housing market overnight, but we can hold ourselves accountable for implementing common sense policies that bring investment in home building back to California and create room for working families and younger generations.
So on a different topic, yesterday, the vice chair of the California Energy Commission told the legislature we have 4 to 6 weeks left of fuel if the Iranian war continues. Now, if a bill comes before you I want to know, do you sign it or do you veto it? And this bill would be whether to seek an increase in oil production in Kern County in the Central Valley. The governor of this state was not a big fan of oil. He's actually changed his tune a little bit on that. Yes or no? This is the bill. Do you sign it or do you veto it? Mayor Villaraigosa.
Yes.
Congresswoman Porter.
Can you repeat the question?
So would you advocate for an increase in oil production in the state? Western states point...
No.
Okay, all right.
No.
All right, very good. Mr. Sheriff Bianco.
Absolutely.
Mr. Hilton.
We don't need a bill. I'll get it done directly as governor by instructing the California Department of Geologic and Energy Management to open up oil production. This is the problem with Democrats. Endless legislation instead of just getting the job done.
We're going to veto it next time. Mr. Steyer.
No.
All right. Mr. Secretary Becerra.
Versus importing? Yes.
Mayor.
Yes, we also should stop pushing all of our refining capacity out of state and importing dirtier oil from thousands of miles away. It doesn't make sense.
One other thing, everybody has an opinion about this. You don't need to go into detail. It'll cost another $30 billion to finish California high-speed rail from Merced to Bakersfield. We've got the viaduct laid. We have overpasses. Do you finish it? Yes or no? Mayor Villaraigosa.
Yes.
Congresswoman Porter.
Yes, if you can build it faster and cheaper than it's been projected.
Okay. Sheriff Bianco.
No, I would rather arrest the people that stole our money.
All right.
That would be on brand for you doing things that are illegal.
No, stop spending taxpayers' money on pointless things and improve our roads, which are the worst in the country because of Democrat policies.
Mr. Steyer.
Yes, we need
Secretary
public transportation.
The slow-speed delivery of high-speed rail, no, but a high-speed delivery of high-speed rail, yes.
What does that mean?
That means we get rid of all the bureaucracy that has caused all this litigation. We try to make the call.
I don't think anyone here our money's worth.
It's either yes or no.
The bill's on your desk. Do you say yes or do you veto it?
Is that to me?
Yes.
I said, I don't want to do it the way it's been done because we've overspent, but yes, we're going to build high-speed rail.
Yes,
we're going to build high-speed rail.
Conan, I would send it back to the legislature and say, fix CEQA, reduce litigation risk, let's fix the regulatory environment, and then I'll sign the bill.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, let's talk about companies leaving California. So companies are moving their headquarters out of California, SpaceX, Tesla, Oracle, Hewlett Packard, so many companies. Those are just a few of the corporations that are going to more tax-friendly states. My question to all of you is, how can you reduce the state's high unemployment rate when so many employers are leaving the state? We're going to start with Mr. Mahan.
Well, look, the reality is, just like with the insurance market, the housing market, what we're talking about is California has regulated itself to death. And much regulation makes sense. We're protecting workers and the environment. But when projects get caught up in years of litigation, or getting a permit to open a restaurant takes a year, you kill the ability for entrepreneurs and small business owners to actually create a future here. So we've got to actually fix our underlying regulations and make it easier to invest and start companies. In San Jose, I've led us to have small business growth every year I was mayor, build thousands of new homes, reduce homelessness, and become the safest big city in the country without raising taxes and with a balanced budget. It is time to demand our government do better before we ask you to pay more, starting with actually auditing all of the spending in Sacramento, where we've increased the budget by 75%
Thank you, Mr. Mahan. Thank you.
in the
so
last
much.
6
Okay,
years.
your time is up, Mr. Villaraigosa.
Look, this is the toughest state to do business in the United States of America. You know, you heard our Republican opponents say that Democrats aren't willing to call it like they see it. I've been willing to do that. I've challenged why we send so many businesses out of this state. I've challenged why we have the highest gas prices, the highest utility costs, the highest home prices in the United States of America. It's because we're looking for perfect. Perfect doesn't exist, everybody. That's what comes with a proven problem solver. Someone who's been mayor of Los Angeles, speaker of the assembly. The one thing I get, we got to roll up our sleeves and fix these problems. We have the brains of AI and tech, but the bronze leaving. And we've got to look in the mirror and ask ourselves why. The reason is overregulation. We can do this, protect the environment, protect workers, and protect business at the same time.
Thank you, Mr. Villaraigosa. Mr. Hilton, you're up next.
So Matt mentioned restaurants. I actually did open a couple of restaurants, but not here, back in the day in England before we moved here with my wife and my family in 2012. And unbelievably, it's actually much harder to do it here in California, which should be the home of enterprise and opportunity, the best place in the world to do business. And the fact is, when we talk about all those issues, there's this famous saying that comes to mind. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Well, here in California, we've been voting Democrat over and over and over and over again. And look at the results. The highest unemployment rate in the country, the highest poverty rates, the worst climate for business. We cannot expect to make changes for the better if we keep voting Democrat. I will exclude Antonio. I agree with you, Antonio. You definitely have a more pragmatic approach to this, and that's what we need from our next governor.
Thank you, Mr. Hilton.
A problem-solving, pragmatic, common-sense approach.
Thank you, Mr. Steyer.
So California remains the best place to start a business and build a business. But it's also the most expensive.
It's not true.
It's the most expensive.
It's rated
place.
50th out of 50 states by Chief Executive
business.
Magazine.
And the person on this stage who is going after those costs and driving them down for working Californians is me. And I'm doing it by going after the special interest corporations who are driving up our costs. I'm going after electric costs that are driven by the electric monopolies. I'm going after gas costs that are driven by the oil companies. I'm going after healthcare costs. I'm for single payer. And I'm going after housing costs. What's driving people out of California is the cost of operating here. And I'm talking about it in terms of people. But it absolutely is the same thing in terms of the companies that employ those people and have to pay them to live here. You can tell I'm doing this because the special interests are spending tens of millions of dollars to stop me. But I'm the person on this stage who's willing to change California and go after the corporate special interests that are driving up the costs for working people.
Your time is up. Mr. Bianco.
As long as we have the same policies that we've had for the last 2 decades, more and more businesses are going to leave. Of course, it's the best place to be. California, of course, is the greatest state in the world. But the taxes here, the regulations here are what are causing people to leave. Yes, we want to live here. We just can't. We want to own a business here. We just can't. So the people that are here on this stage are going to tell you everything you want to hear. They've been telling you that every time they want to get elected, and nothing ever changes. They are not going to deliver anything because it is their policies driving this up. I will make California the most business-friendly in the state because we will no longer punish businesses for being in California. We will remove all of the regulations, the regulatory environment that increases cost of business, the PAGA lawsuits that are absolutely destroying every single business simply to raise more money for the state of California because we have a spending problem, not a money problem.
Thank you, Mr. Bianco. Mr. Becerra, you're up next.
Let me give a specific example. Right now, Hollywood is in dire condition because every place in the world wants to have their own Hollywood. We must fight to keep Hollywood here in Southern California because it creates so many great paying jobs. And so I will work with Hollywood. I will work with the industry. I will work with the legislature to make sure we fight back against those who are trying to steal our industry away from us. And that means whether it's the tax credit or making sure we graduate the next generation of workers who can work in the entertainment industry, we will make it so attractive that they will not want to leave. But we have to make sure we're graduating the workforce for these industries to locate here. We have to create more public-private partnerships. So it's not just that private business that does it on its own, but it knows it's got a government that wants to work with it so they can establish their business here. And we want to make communities livable, where the workforce that will come can know they can buy a house and they can afford to live here. If we do all those things, we'll attract business. And then what we have to do is balance our budget. And as someone who has had to balance a budget bigger than the state of California's budget, I will do that.
Thank you, Mr. Becerra. Ms. Porter.
Yeah, I mean, billionaire Tom Steyer says that California is the best place to do business. And I guess it was for him because he became a billionaire off it. But for the rest of California businesses, it's been a real struggle. He says he's the one doing it but the truth is he's the one promising it. I've actually brought down costs like prescription drug costs by passing a law in Congress to give people their money back. I actually helped write a bill and testify for a bill that became law to crack down on credit card fees. If we want employers to be able to stay in this state and to add workers to this state, we have to make it affordable for workers to live here. Labor is one of the biggest costs that businesses face, and we have to pay higher wages because the cost of living goes up and then wages go up. This is a terrible cycle. So bringing down the cost of housing, my policies for things like free childcare and a tuition-free UC-CSU degree will do exactly that. It will make it cheaper for people to live here, and businesses will benefit.
Thank you, Ms. Porter. Thank you so much. 30 seconds for your reply, Mr. Steyer.
Look, California is the richest state and the richest country in the world.
You are the richest person on this stage.
California is half the growth of the United States of America. The issue we have is we also have the highest poverty rate in the United States of America. The issue we have is the majority of Californians cannot afford to live here.
After 16 years of Democrat one-party rule,
to make ends meet at the end of the month. And that's why I'm talking about driving down costs for working Californians and the companies that employ them so that we can all succeed.
Well, you're one of those billionaires that's staying in California looking for a job here, but there are other billionaires who are moving on. Larry Page and Sergey Brin of Google, Mark Zuckerberg, they've left. Steven Spielberg's left. There are a whole bunch. And obviously it's because, well, they may not say it, but it's not a coincidence that you have on the ballot in November a wealth tax where they come in and first in the nation, where they tax, what do your cars look like? How much are they worth? And what are the watches worth? So yes or no? If this is, again, if it's on your desk as governor, do you support the wealth tax which is on the ballot, which the governor fears is driving billionaires out of the state? And according to the Franchise Tax Board, they pay for about 40% of the income tax. Mayor Villaraigosa, yes or no?
No.
Congresswoman?
No.
What was the question again? Sheriff, the wealth tax, do you support it or do you oppose it?
Absolutely not.
Mr. Hilton?
No.
Mr. Steyer?
If it's on the ballot, I sign it.
You sign it. Okay. Secretary Becerra?
No.
Mr. Mahan?
No, we should charge billionaires in other ways.
Okay.
I agree with Matt.
Are you happy with that, Tom? How do you want to be charged by Matt?
There is a longer... There is a longer discussion here.
There is a longer
wrong
discussion.
policy. It's going to
That's for
backfire.
another debate. We want to move on. We want to get as many topics in here as possible. The state has spent tens of billions to solve the homeless crisis in this state, and yet there is a perception that the homeless have more rights than the people who live in this state. Homeless encampments are taking over the streets, the sidewalks, parks, and so much more. So the question I have for all of you, and I'm going to begin with you, Mr. Steyer, is this the new norm?
Absolutely not. I mean, we got to start with a very important point, which is no one gets well on the street. That actually being homeless and being on the street, only about 1 in 7 of the people who become homeless have serious mental health or addiction problems, but it's so stressful and dangerous that virtually everybody succumbs to that stress in some major mental health way. So what I would say is it's absolutely critical to keep people from going on the street, that rental assistance is much cheaper and more humane than letting someone go on the street, that emergency interim housing to get people off the street into a single room with a key with shared dining, laundry facilities where you can bring your dog is much more compassionate. But all of those things lead to the point that we don't want our streets to be dangerous. We do want our kids to feel safe. I'm for someone who wants to build dense housing in the inner city and make it vibrant and walkable and fun. And it's absolutely critical that people feel safe, can walk around.
Thank you, Mr. Steyer.
And actually create the environment that Californians deserve and want.
Thank you. Mr. Bianco.
Yeah, so it was a misstatement in the beginning, or not a misstatement, but I will tell you that they are definitely not, they don't have more rights than anyone else.
No, but there is a perception.
They are actually pawns in the homeless industrial complex. There is absolutely zero intent on helping any of them. If we did, the billions of dollars that were going there, the numbers wouldn't get more every single year. This is not and has never been about homes. This is about drug and alcohol addiction. This is about mental illness and a combination of both. And until we start calling it what it is and treating it for what it is, we are never going to get out of it. And proof of the last 12 years is right in front of us. It's never going to be better until we get them the treatment that they need. Stop calling it homes. It's mental health, drug addiction, and alcohol addiction combined. The biggest thing that we need is the treatment centers that treat at the same time mental health conditions and drugs and alcohol. Putting a solid roof over someone's head is no different than a tent, and it doesn't mean that you solve the problem.
Sheriff, thank you. Mayor Villaraigosa.
We spent $24 billion from the state and billions more in cities and counties, and during that period, homelessness went up. Folks, we just got to acknowledge we can't just throw money at the problem. We have to invest in what works and stop, spending on what doesn't. What works according to the LAO? Temporary housing works. The Home Key program, rental assistance works. But we need permanent supportive housing as well, with services connected to them. But the average unit is $850,000 a unit. Your kids can't afford that. So in San Jose and Los Angeles, we're building small homes for $100,000. We've got to focus on what works and stop throwing money at what doesn't. As governor, that's what I'll do, because what we're doing now, just not working. More homelessness than in my life I've ever seen in my lifetime.
It's a state government scam.
Thank you. Secretary Becerra.
So homelessness is also a mental health crisis, and we have to attack that straight on. That's why when I was Secretary of Health and Human Services, we established the 988 program, which functions like 911, but for mental health and suicide prevention. And it is working. We have to start getting people access to the treatment that they need. But first and foremost, when it comes to those on the street, we have to have accountability by the folks who are getting those billions of dollars. We have to make sure that we scale the projects that work to get people off the streets, and we eliminate those that are failing. But I will tell you this, and I'm glad to hear some of my colleagues beginning to take up what I have said at the beginning. My job as governor, because I don't control the streets of the cities and the counties, is to make sure we prevent more Californians from becoming homeless, because it costs far more to take you off the streets, pick you up, get you the services, and get you the temporary shelter than it does to help you get past that medical emergency or that lost job. Let's keep you in your housing.
Thank you. Representative Porter.
Look, the cause of homelessness is the cost of housing. It is correct that many people who experience long-term or chronic street homelessness develop substance use and mental health issues. But a foster kid who is aging out of foster care with no money to put down for an apartment, that's not mental health problems. That's the cost of living in California. We have higher homelessness in California because our housing costs more than virtually anywhere else. Homelessness prevention is the key. It costs about $6,000 to prevent someone from becoming homeless. That is such a better investment and so much more humane than allowing people to live on the streets. We have to stop making the problem worse. And I think it's appropriate always to do oversight of where our money went. I drive a minivan. My license plate is OVRSITE, oversight. So we should be asking, did we get the bang for our buck? We owe that answer to California taxpayers, and I think we have accountability that's needed here.
Ms. Porter, thank you. Mayor Mahan, talk to us about the city of San Jose and what you've done.
Well, we've created a model for the rest of the state. I want to be really clear that 988 is not going to solve our homelessness problem. We need to have places for people to go. It's all about having alternatives. San Jose has led the way on this issue. I have the receipts to show for it. We have moved on your watch. We have moved thousands of people indoors this year for the first time. And I hope I'm going to get the time to actually answer the question. For the first time in our history, a majority of people experiencing homelessness in San Jose will be indoors, not outdoors. I am sick and tired of career politicians' complacency on this issue. No one should be outside in a tent encampment. In San Jose, we're building interim shelter, basic treatment capacity. We are moving people indoors. When those spaces are available, we require people come indoors. I was the first Democrat leading a major city to support Prop 36, because if you're repeatedly committing crime out on our streets due to addiction, we need to get you into treatment to save your life and to benefit the broader community.
Mayor?
I was interrupted about 10 times.
We let you go extra time. We did. Mr. Hilton.
I was just trying to offer a fact check. Homelessness actually has gone up in San Jose.
It's actually about flat. What's important, though, is we've moved thousands of people indoors, 30% of whom have graduated to permanent housing. The number of people dying on our streets has gone down.
Mayor?
It's a solution.
Mayor, Mr. Hilton.
As you noted, he didn't challenge the fact that homelessness has gone up on his watch. Now, the good news in this debate is that actually there's a lot of agreement among many of the candidates about the nature of the problem and how we solve it. But we got to think about the fact that who's been in charge all these years? Some of these Democrats on the stage here, they talk as if we're in some parallel universe where Democrats haven't been running this state for the last 16 years of one-party rule. I mean, you look at Javier, 36 years he's been a career politician for Democrats. It's just got to change. We need change if we're going to make progress, and that is what Chad's plan is exactly right, and I just add one thing to it, which is we need to enforce the law when it comes to homelessness. Just as Spencer Pratt laid out in the mayor's debate to you earlier, it's illegal to live and camp on the streets, and that's the starting point.
I have to give Mr. Becerra a chance to respond to that.
You know, I am proud of my service as a member of Congress, as the Attorney General fighting off Donald Trump, as the Secretary who brought the country to the highest rate of insurance coverage in the nation's history. What I would ask is, what does a Fox News talking head know about running government? You've never balanced a budget the size of California, Steve. You've never had to worry about declaring a state of emergency the way I had to. I'm proud of my service, on my public service. You made private profit. I was doing public service.
Mr. Becerra, are you proud that you pushed out 85,000 migrant children? They were, according to the New York Times, they were maimed, they were exploited, some were even killed. You said those are MAGA talking points. It's a MAGA hoax. Tell that to the children who died.
So I'm not sure what that had to do with homelessness, but calmate, Antonio, calmate.
Well, I'll tell you what it had to do.
It's about truth telling.
About your service and how proud you are of that service.
The attack.
That's what it has to do with.
Thank you, Mr. Hilton. I'll give you a moment, 30 seconds to respond to this.
Thank you.
What
tell you what I haven't done.
We could go on about homelessness for an hour here.
Colleen, I thought we got 30 seconds to respond.
Yeah, ask him what happened to the unaccompanied minors.
I didn't get 30 seconds to respond to the attack by Mr. Villaraigosa, so I would like my 30 seconds.
Okay, I will give you 30 seconds. Mr. Hilton, you get 30 seconds.
Okay.
Then we move on to the next topic.
So,
Got it.
Trump lied about this whole situation with the migrant kids in 2024.
Did the New York Times lie?
Why don't you let me finish, Antonio?
Okay.
Donald Trump campaigned against our Democratic candidate, Kamala Harris, vice president, in 2024, using these lies. In 2026, now you have candidates like Antonio and Tom Steyer using these very lies. They were lies when Trump said them 2 years ago. They're lies today. We protected kids. We did not let them be abused. Those were the employers. But stop lying. The facts are the facts.
Okay.
There were congressional hearings.
26 Democrats condemned him. They said it was outrageous that he pushed kids out.
What was outrageous was the exploitation by the employers, not the care that they
Henry Ford invented the assembly line. Put them on an assembly line. Get them out of here. They're illegal. That's what you said.
I'm only going to ask you one more time, please. Please, we have a lot of topics here this evening. I laid out the ground rules. You had a chance to respond. Mr. Hilton, you get 30 seconds. Then we move on. Mr. Hilton.
Thank you very much. I tell you what I haven't done, Javier, is break state and federal law by taking money from a campaign account and funneling it to a senior aid breaking those laws and then denying it. I tell you what I haven't done, which we revealed today, which is to take a taxpayer-funded organization from your money, your taxes are paying illegal immigrants to campaign for Javier Becerra through an organization called Churla, and he's accepted their endorsement. It is completely outrageous.
So, Colleen, once
Please.
again.
No, we have to move on.
Wait, time
the
out.
next subject,
the
next topic is sanctuary. I think it's very important. Listening to the audience here, listening to the group, Enrique has a question.
And Colleen, so long as I understand, if a candidate is attacked...
No, it wasn't. It was up to them, and she said no. Let's move on.
We'll get back to you in a second. We got to move on. This is really important. Okay, so the
Again, at the discretion of the moderators here, I've given everybody a chance to respond. Please stop with the attacks. We do the voters a disservice when we attack like that. We are trying to get more information about the topics at hand. So, sanctuary.
The state sanctuaries law, as we know, that restricts local authorities from cooperating with federal agents, federal immigration officers. My question goes to Mr. Bianco. What is one thing, Mr. Bianco, you would replace or change about the current sanctuary law in California? One aspect, just one.
I would eliminate sanctuary state. Sanctuary state is what is creating the issue that we have in California. It didn't exist before 2017. Immigration, it is the responsibility of the federal government to enforce immigration laws. And prior to 2017, they would come into our jails and they would come into our prisons and they would remove those criminals who are victimizing us and they would deport them. That ended with Sanctuary State Law SB 54. They forced us to release those people back into our communities, and then ICE has to go into the communities to get them instead of in the safety and security of the jail.
Mr. Bianco, so if county jails can communicate with ICE if the person in question is a convicted felon of a violent crime.
Okay.
So what would be the difference then if you want to change something?
There's a huge difference because I have someone in my jail right now that if the Attorney General wants to arrest me when I turn him over, he's convicted of a felony, but the 3 prior convictions for DUI, he was released from jail. He was deported on 2 of them back into the country. And then he killed a 14-year-old boy with another DUI. So we have to wait until somebody dies before we deport criminals who are in our jail. And those people who are released from the jail, immigration enforcement officials have to go into the communities to get them. And that is why we see what we see on the streets.
Mr. Villaraigosa, really quick, 30 seconds.
He said that yesterday. It's just not true. 12,000 undocumented violent criminals.
Tell that to the family that lost their child.
Look, I know you're an oath keeper and you feel like you could do whatever you want, but let me be clear. Let me finish my thing. May I have my time back?
Okay, yes, we're going to give it to you.
Let me just say, in point of fact, you keep on saying that they don't turn over violent criminals.
No, I didn't.
That's just not true.
No,
they do. They've turned over 12,000 since 2019.
It obviously wasn't enough.
Well,
Mr. Villaraigosa, thank you. Ms. Porter, you want to say something about this issue?
Yeah, I mean, I think we ought to enforce the existing sanctuary laws everywhere so we don't have crazy cowboys taking the law into their own hands.
Tell that to a crazy mother who lost her child.
Sir, I don't need any lectures from you about being a mother.
Of course, you might.
Okay.
Again, please.
All you have done this evening is shout past me and not given me a chance to respond.
That was obviously a scripted answer that didn't fit. But go ahead.
But please, I'm sorry, everybody.
No, I'm not going to be, excuse me,
not for this.
I'm not going to be lectured because I have not interrupted a single person.
I understand, Congresswoman. You have the floor.
So I think it's important to recognize that our sanctuary laws are only as good as the enforcement of them. We have entities right now, including local sheriffs, including state agencies in a lot of our counties that are violating sanctuary law. He says he wants to enforce the sanctuary law. He wants to do away with the sanctuary law policy. That's because he doesn't want to have to follow it. Every Californian deserves the protection of their governor. Every Californian deserves the protection of their governor. Keep talking over me.
You know, Sheriff, you had an opportunity to speak. Ms. Porter,
I respect you,
Are
but
you
I don't
finished?
need your help being defended. Thank you.
Okay. You know what, Conan? We have a final question.
Right. So,
Can we all address this? This is a key
We
question.
have a final question.
but very quickly, the Democrats on this panel, for the most part, support the sanctuary state law. Is that in agreement, Mr. Secretary? It would be Mr. Mahan, Mayor.
Yeah, I'd like to
but
say,
I'd like to be able to
led San
respond to
Jose
the accusations that were made.
I'd like to just
on
answer the
Chirla.
question.
I'd like to answer the question, too.
Oh, please,
Go
let
ahead.
me at least
Answer.
You,
Okay,
Colleen,
go
you said,
ahead. Conan, if
you
I
all
could
said
just
I was going to get to
answer
answer
the
that
Time
question.
is your enemy here.
Okay, may I then answer
30
the question?
seconds. We're going to start with Mr. Becerra. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
First, SB 54 of the Values Act, sanctuary law, I defended it against Donald Trump's attacks the first time he was president, and I beat him. That's why we still have that law in place. I stopped ICE from trying to force our law enforcement to do ICE raids because I beat Donald Trump in court. As governor, I will investigate ICE. We will prosecute ICE. We will convict ICE if they have violated the law. And what I will tell Steve and Chad is that Chirla is one of the biggest defenders of immigrant rights in this nation. They deserve respect.
I agree.
Please.
So, Enrique, you're
Mahan, 30
correct.
seconds.
And as the mayor of the safest big city in the country, I can affirm that our sanctuary laws do not provide sanctuary to criminals. What they do is they build trust between law enforcement officers and the community they serve. We don't ask our police officers to check your tax returns or your immigration papers because we want you to report. Let me finish. We want you to report crime, serve as a witness, provide evidence, but we absolutely have to enforce our laws and keep people safe, and we can do both. I do want to say, though, Antonio is absolutely right about the secretary's failure on the immigration issue. There is a direct line.
Matt, that's an absolute lie.
There is a direct line between his failed leadership and Donald Trump being in the White House.
So once again, an attack.
Okay.
Do I get to respond to the false attack?
You have 30 seconds.
Thank
really
you.
quick. 30 seconds.
Those were Trump lies in 2024. And now that you're peddling them, Matt, they're still lies. Lies don't become facts because you're a Democrat and Trump was a Republican. You're just peddling a Republican's
I don't
lies.
think Democratic Congress members like
were
AOC
26
or
of them
NSU were lying.
said it was outrageous, Javier.
If I could just finish with my time. We stopped what Donald Trump was doing. Remember those days? Trump was putting kids in cages. Donald Trump was separating children from their parents. We stopped that. We took care of them. We protected those kids. We didn't do what Trump did, and
Thank
we're
you,
not
Mr.
using
Becerra. I want
lies.
to hear from
16,000
Mr.
children to
Steyer
homes
and Mr.
without
Hilton.
going back.
Really quick, Mr. Steyer.
Let me say this. ICE is a criminal organization. They're coming into our state. They're terrorizing people. They're racially profiling people, and they're harming people and committing violence against them. I'm in favor of abolishing ICE. But along the way, I did push for the sanctuary state law, which I absolutely believe in. But more than that, we should be prosecuting ICE agents for racial profiling. It's illegal in the state of California. We should be prosecuting them for violence against Californians. It's illegal, and we should go up the chain to the people who asked them to commit violence, including Stephen Miller. The truth is we should be investigating their detention centers that they will not show that are dangerous and they won't let anyone in. And I guess you can figure why. We should be protecting immigrants. This state was built by immigrants. They continue to make this state run. And the idea that we let agents from Washington, D.C. with masks and assault rifles come in here and terrorize them is absolutely against Californian values, and the governor is here to protect Californians.
Mr.
Tom,
Hilton.
you profited off of those detention
Mr. Hilton,
centers.
we're going to, Mr. Hilton,
The private prison system.
Mr. Hilton, okay, Mr. Mahan, thank you so much. Mr. Hilton, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Unlike everybody else here, I actually am an immigrant. I'm a proud American citizen, and I am the candidate of the legal immigrant community for the legal immigrant community so that they can have the California dream. Just as my parents had it when they moved from Hungary, fleeing communism, to build a new life in England. That's what California is all about. But it's got to be managed and orderly and legal. And that's what we have to be honest about in this whole discussion about immigration and its enforcement. I can tell you very clearly that when I'm governor, as I've said, I will be there for our immigrant communities, our legal immigrant communities, but also will make sure that all our laws are peacefully enforced. We can't just stand up here and decide which laws we like and which laws we don't. If we don't like the laws, we've got to change them. But the governor's job is to enforce them, and as governor, I will do
Mr.
that
Hilton.
peacefully and calmly and cooperatively with the
One
federal
quick
immigration
follow-up.
authorities.
Mr. Hilton, are you aware that not every immigrant has the privilege that maybe you had to come to this country with a visa?
I understand exactly what it's like to be in a country without those privileges, because that's my life and my story. When my parents fled communism in Hungary, and I grew up in a household with a single mother, working class immigrant story, just like so many millions in California. My stepdad worked construction. My first job, project manager for a construction company. So yes, I absolutely understand that. And that opportunity is what I want for every single one of you.
Thank you, sir.
Every single one.
Okay, we have a few minutes left. What we're going to do is ask you several questions, as many as we can get in, yes or no answers. Please respect the time we have left. We want to get as much information out to voters. Enrique.
So as of this year, undocumented adults can no longer enroll in Medi-Cal. Would you reinstate this if you become governor? Yes or no? Mr. Villaraigosa?
Yes.
Ms. Porter?
Yes.
Mr. Bianco?
No.
Mr. Hilton?
No.
Mr. Steyer?
Yes.
Mr. Becerra?
Yes.
Mr. Mahan?
Yes.
All right, film and television. It is the backbone, or was the backbone, of California. We've seen a lot of production move out of state. On a scale of 1 to 10, where would you place this in terms of priority? I believe we touched on it earlier, but I'd like a commitment from you.
Number 1.
That's your top priority in the whole state?
Please answer the question, Ms. Porter.
Ms.
On a scale
Porter.
of 1 to 10, is it a priority?
It's a priority.
Well,
Yes.
Of course it's a priority. Everyone's going to say it's a priority. Of course it is.
Yeah. It's a weird question, to be honest. I agree with Katie.
Okay,
But still answer it, okay?
Bipartisanship.
I think you might even get all of us to agree with that one.
Let me
But it's
give
a
you a
weird
different
question.
yes or no very quickly. We have 2 minutes
Would you
left. If you don't mind, Colleen, for the people in Avila Beach and San Luis Obispo County, Diablo Canyon, the only nuclear power plant left in the state, 9% of the electricity. We pay 3 times the power in the rest of the nation. It's supposed to go offline in 2030. Do you extend it? Mayor Mahan, yes or no?
Keep it open.
Mr. Secretary Becerra.
Yes, if safety, yes, but safety first.
Right, I'm sorry, Tom Steyer.
Extend it.
Extend it, okay. Mr. Hilton.
Yes, extend it and build new ones.
Chad Bianco, the sheriff.
Completely nuclear.
Okay, Katie Porter.
Extend.
Okay, Antonio.
All right, let me rephrase the film question. Would you extend tax credits to match other countries and other states? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Mr. Bianco?
Yes.
Yes, I published my plan on this last week.
Yes
I would
or no,
exceed
please.
other countries. We got to be
Yes
the
or no?
best
Mr.
in the
Steyer.
world.
Yes.
Mr. Becerra?
Yes, and it's an 11 on a scale of 1 to 10.
Thank you.
Yes, I
Dr.
was the
Mahan.
first candidate to put out a plan doing
Right.
just that.
Thank you. Yes.
Very quickly, again, we got a minute left. Under the California Education Code, you perform in an athletic event, K through 12, based on your identification by gender. Would you change that law to match the IOC that you identify based on your birth at gender? Yes or no? Very quickly, we have 30 seconds left. Mr. Mahan?
Sorry, change which law?
The
State law?
The current law says you identify, and that's
Yeah.
how you participate.
Yeah, but at higher levels, I would let the leagues decide.
Yeah, okay, Mr. Becerra?
Enforce the law.
Okay, Mr. Steyer? 15
Allow
seconds.
trans athletes to participate.
Mr. Hilton?
I have a wristband that says Save Girl Sports, and I
Chad
will.
Bianco? Katie Porter?
Yes, enforce the existing law.
That wraps it up for us. June.
That was fun. I like it. I got to do this more often, man. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. You know what I find very interesting is that we have, when they actually start dialoguing, when they actually start having a conversation and they start competing, their true nature comes out. I find it so interesting that as long as they stay in power, they defend each other. But then when they are forced to go against each other for power, then they really want to bring up their conversations up to the next level. I think it's really funny that they were just eating each other alive amongst themselves. Now, I'm going to say this. As a person that doesn't have an actual particular party anymore, I can tell you that the two Republicans that are on there probably are the most common sense guys. And unfortunately, because a lot of people are very loyal to their party and they don't think about the best interests of their country, I think that the Democrats they have a 60-40 chance to win. I hope that people would prove me wrong, because I am hoping that, Hilton wins. I mean, I like the sheriff, I like this fight or whatever, but I would love to see the sheriff as a lieutenant governor, because if we have both of them in office, either one is great, fantastic to me, but I think Hilton has a better chance. Here's the thing. If they're both in office, in power, there's no way that the plan can go wrong, because I can tell you right now that they will support each other. Even though one is a loser and the other one is a winner, at the end of the day, who do we want to win? For example, I shouldn't even say too much. I don't want to give other people an idea of how I'm going to compare myself to them. But I'm going to let the cat out of the bag. I'm going to say this on my debate. I don't care who wins or who loses here, because I don't want to be the winner. I don't want to be the loser. But I really want 100%. What I really want is for the American people, in this case, Washingtonians, to be their true winners of our debate, of the work that we're going to try to do. I think that should be the focus on every person running for office. I'm going to tell you something. I don't believe in myself. I believe in God, and I believe that God wants what's best for you and for my family. Guys, thank you so much for liking this live. Thank you for subscribing. You guys got me over 19,300 subscribers. I appreciate that. To my members, as always, thank you so much for your support. Yeah, I don't promise the second half, but if there's something good, I'm going to come back. Happy Thursday, everybody. Have a great day. And if you haven't spent time with the family, go spend time with the family. I will say this. I really, really want to stand behind this. If I went for governor, and if I went the governor position in 2 years, I'm willing to go 30% of my income, 30% of my salary to go to my beautiful bets. And that's a promise. Hopefully, I can make it even more, higher than that. But I really want to thank all of you guys for your support. Listen, together, we are a force to be reckoned with. If we stay using common sense, if we stop supporting career politicians, and we start supporting real Americans who love this country, we will be great again. I'll see you guys in the next one. God bless you. God bless your family. God bless the USA. Guys, don't forget to support my videos. Go share.